Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway for round one of the 2022 State Road Racing Championship and round one of the Sports Riders Club of Tasmania Club Championship. I'm Chris Price. I'm here in commentary today trying to keep you informed. I'm delighted to be accompanied by Club President Sean Patmore. Morning, Sean.
Morning, Chris. How are you?
Yeah, very well. Always looking forward to a good day's racing here at Baskerville.
Well, we've got the weather. The track looks magnificent. We've been around a couple of times this morning. We had a fabulous day yesterday for the ride day and a bit of race practice. So we're really looking forward to a sensational day of racing.
Yeah, good day here yesterday. Big group of racers and ride day punters. Almost record numbers here yesterday, Sean. It was great to see. Day went very, very well, and I think just goes to show that road racing is certainly making a lot of progress in the state. One of the things we've seen over the last few years, Sean, I think, is the growth of road racing, and yesterday was an example of it, and today.
Absolutely. We've got some great fields. Today we've got full fields in the lights class, which is absolutely sensational. That class has come on and on over the years, and we've got some current Moto 3 bikes in there and some older 125s and some 250 production bikes, so it should be, again, fabulous racing.
Yeah, and I suppose speaking of growth, bikes on track at the moment are the Tassie Juniors, and that's where a lot of the growth is coming from. We've seen quite a few graduates already move up into the larger capacity bikes, and certainly that's been the case this year with a few riders, juniors from last year, progressing. But still a good field of juniors out there this morning, Sean.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that I really enjoy about the juniors is every time they come out and race, they've got a smile on their head so big. They couldn't be any happier with what they're doing. They get better and better every time they get on the racetrack. And they're going quicker and quicker all the time. So absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, that really stands out, doesn't it? Every time you see these kids go out, you see them improve. And it just goes to show that getting out there and riding around and doing laps really does, it stands to reason that you improve. But it's so noticeable in this junior class. You look at young Isaac Simmons there crossing the line, 3 or 4 meetings into his career, and already looking like a professional racer. Looks absolutely fantastic out there. Beautiful, clean, flowing lines.
It's interesting, Chris. I worked with his dad for a number of years at race meetings and the mainland and here. And looking at Isaac, he looks just like his old man. The way he's sitting on the bike, the way he's, the lines he's taking. So I reckon the young guy is going to be a bit of a star in the future.
Yeah, well, he's certainly showing the goods at the moment. But look, so too, a few of the others in this class. It's interesting to see Ollie Skinner, who was one of the early participants in this class, who then went up to the lights production class, is now decided to compete in Tassie Juniors again, which is great to see. He was certainly one of the most exciting juniors out there, running the little KTM, I suppose you'd call it a super motard bike. It's a modified trail bike, but certainly gets it around very nicely. So I think without having a look at the qualifying times yet, I was going to say the contest is probably going to be between the two of them, and sure enough, Ollie Skinner so far is quickest in this group with a 69.59. Isaac Simmons just behind him with a 70.34. Now we're back to David Coward, who's starting to gain a bit of experience in this class. First of the 4-stroke Yamaha R15s, he goes through at a 72.05, not far behind Gus O'Halloran, who I think is trying a different bike for the first time. He's normally going around on the KO 150.
Now he's on an R15 for the first time. He had a ride of it yesterday at the ride day, and he was pretty happy.
Okay, well, he's just gone through at a 72.2, only 0.2 of a second behind David Coward, so that's looking promising for a good battle. Then we're back to Ava Connell, Again, somebody who's probably got a couple of years of road racing experience now, and I can see her battling out on track with Jet Pryor. They're locked together. Both go through at a 128, well, almost a flat 21. So it's shaping up well already for some good battles within the Tassie Junior group. Sean's just needing to attend to a bit of business, so I'll keep talking for the moment. But at the moment, the two lead bikes, Ollie Skinner and Isaac Simmons, both in the 1 minute 9. There's only 3/10 between them. So if that plays out in the race, we're in for a real treat. Both, as I said earlier, both on the two strokes. So they're naturally going to lead this field. They do have a little bit more acceleration than the R15s. But look, having said that, I believe the lap record is held by Tom Turner, who was on a Yamaha R15. So look, I might have to eat my words on that. Maybe the R15s are as competitive. Tom racing in the Lights GP class today. Between he and Brodie Curtis, they put on some titanic battles last year in the Tassie Juniors. It was absolutely brilliant racing. But as I said, they do progress, and that's the whole idea of this Tassie Juniors. It's an introductory class to let some of the younger kids get some road racing experience before progressing into onto the larger capacity classes, and it is really working well as a training ground for these guys and girls. And it's already producing some very, very good road races, which is exactly what we want to see in this state. As I was saying earlier, road racing is growing and almost defying a national trend. So it goes to show that what the clubs are doing here in Tasmania is working well. As Sean mentioned, most classes are very well subscribed, a couple almost at capacity, so absolutely brilliant to see. We want to see our great sport continue to grow. So that concludes our Tassie Junior qualifying. Ollie Skinner will take the quickest time with that 109.59, only 3/10 ahead of Isaac Simmons with a 109.9. We're back to Gus O'Halloran, who actually pipped David Coward for the first of the 4 strokes. So Gus goes through 111.97. So he's really doing very well already on that larger machine. Not larger in capacity, but physically larger. Sean's just darted back, a quick sprint up the stairs. I know what that feels like, Sean. It's hard to catch your breath starting to talk on the microphone, but
no, it's fine, Chris. I'm perfectly fit, and
sounds like you. Well, you're better than I am, because every time I dart up the stairs, I feel like I'm trying to catch my breath when I put the headset on.
Yes, we're getting a few people in, spectators and stuff in at the moment as well. We've got a few people up on the hill, which is good. We've got the live stream up and running as well. So if you want to hear some extra commentary on the hill and maybe watch some video, you can log on to YouTube at Tasmanian Sports TV, all one word, and all the timing information will be displayed. And if you have a bit of trouble hearing the commentary on the hill because the PA is not so flash up there, you can listen to it on YouTube.
How much? I was just going to say, Sean, how much of you and I can people actually tolerate for the day?
Well, I struggle to tolerate myself sometimes.
Yes, I can relate. So we're just waiting for our next group to come out, being the Tas Super Sport 600. Certainly been one of the feature classes over the last couple of years, Sean. The 600s have been absolutely outstanding.
Yes, they certainly have. Again, lap records have been broken in the last couple of years. And the whole class just gets better and better every race meeting. Yeah,
one of the graduates out of this class last year being Hamish Sellers. He's moved on to Superbike. He was certainly at the pointy end of the field and always mixing it up with Mitch Hawksley. So, Hamish, or Chip as he's better known, has moved on. But there's still certainly some talent in this field.
Yeah, we've got another person that's moved up from the smaller classes as well, up to a 600 for this weekend. That's Jesse Woods.
Yeah, absolutely. Jesse, probably known well to most people, running around at the front of the lights production class last year, and prior to that, leading the lights GP class. So he's certainly shown his ability, but it's going to be interesting to see what he can do on the 600. I see him sitting down there, brand new tyres on.
Yes, he's being helped out this year by Bob Sellers and Bob's engineering business. Yesterday, I think Jesse's only ridden the 600 twice, and yesterday he was doing quite well, doing respectable times. Not that we keep times at ride days, but
no, just he was guessing.
Guessing, yeah. I was guessing he was doing about a 57.
Yeah, well, I actually had the opportunity to cut some laps with Jesse a couple of ride days back, so I was following him around for a bit, and we were certainly around that time in the high sevens, and it actually took me a moment to think who it was. I thought it was Hamish Sellers, and then I realised it was Jesse, and he was looking very comfortable on it, to be honest. But look, he's an experienced racer. He thinks a lot about what he's doing, and I was just chatting to him this morning, and he's not expecting too much from himself, which is a great way to approach the move up in class. He's going to let the lap times come to him rather than force it. Having said that, it's hard to take the red mist away sometimes, but I think he's going to approach this sensibly, and he'll probably, I think, be looking to get a reasonable start and tag onto the front of the faster bikes and just see where he lands after that without expecting too much from himself. But time will tell.
Yeah, he's always been reasonably sensible and not overstretched himself too much. So I think he'll approach this quite sensibly, and he should do quite well in the class.
Now, the other graduate into this class is Lockie Curtis, who's moving up from lights production. Formula 3 he was in last year, yeah. So he's running a 2012 GSX R600. Put together a very good outfit this year with the support of Power Motor Group, which is fantastic to see. Giraffe Civil Excavation, and that's supported by Greg Garwood, who's a road racer from the past. I've certainly mixed up with Greg in years gone by. Cycle World Launceston, and of course Bridgestone Tyres. So great to see a few people getting behind Lockie, and it'll be interesting to see what he can do today.
Yeah, there's actually, sorry Chris, there's a couple of other people, or at least one other person stepped up as well. There was a bit of an issue in Launceston for one of the guys who had a motorcycle stolen. And he's
Harley
Phipps. And I think Harley's not got a bike today, is that correct?
He's entered, but I don't know he's in this class. I'm not actually sure what class he's in. Just looking, Sean, up there at the top of turn 2. We've got a bike just parked there on the outside of turn 2. I'm not sure who it is. I'm guessing it might be Ryan Chen. Dark bike, dark leathers, but that's a bit of a guess. They're hard to pick up from here without binoculars.
Yep.
But just looking at lap times, so far they've only really completed one flying lap, but David Bartels has topped that list so far with a 59.64. Now, I was chatting to David yesterday. He's already cracked 59 up at Simmons, which is a really competitive time on the 600. His quickest time down here is in the 7s, so he's really progressing quickly, and it's going to be great to watch what David can do this weekend.
Yes, I had a good talk to David yesterday as well, and he's really excited about racing down here this weekend because of the number of competitors we've got and the quality of the field. He's pretty excited and pretty confident.
Yeah, and look, he's approaching it well. I think we're seeing a lot of riders coming through that Motorcycle City team. They get some good tuition and coaching from Greg Davies and Jason Spencer. The bikes are well turned out, well set up, and I guess Jason Spencer and Mitch Hawksley are examples of that. They're both at the top of their class. So credit to those guys. They're certainly turning out a professional outfit, and I think David Bartels is showing us the capability of the team and himself personally. At the top of the list now we have Marcus Delaney, who's gone through fastest with, what's that, Sean?
Lockie Curtis.
From Lockie Curtis?
Yeah.
So Lockie Curtis goes fastest, 57.21, so already on a bit of a mission.
and Marcus on a 57.28, so they're pretty close. Matthew Long's on a 57.41, and Jesse Woods is in fourth on 57.95.
So I guess what's interesting is just looking for state championship winner from last year, Mitch Hawksley. I'm not actually seeing him in the timing.
Yes. Oh,
okay. So maybe his transponder isn't activated. I'll keep an eye out and see if I can see him on track, but not really sure what's happened there. I know he was circulating yesterday. But that'd be dramatic if Mitch doesn't roll up, because he's certainly the man to beat.
Yes, he was. He's still looking a bit second-hand yesterday, actually, after his crash at the 2 hour. So.
Yeah, you're right. I think he's probably still feeling that. I very much doubt that's going to keep him out of the event today. So Matthew Long now goes top. Lockie Curtis comes into the pit, so that's interesting. He's just checking in with his pop. Very experienced pop, that is, in Barry Lack, one of Tasmania's best road racers.
Yes, Barry's been a great help to Lockie. He's been looking after him when he was on the Kawasaki production bike and also on the 400, VFR 400 he was racing last year as well. So Barry's providing heaps of really good information for Lockie, and Lockie's improving dramatically.
Well, look, no surprise with the experience of Barry Lack in your corner. It's going to pay off. And it's not just... Oh, there you go. Mitch Hawksley's just crossing the line now. So he's just picked up... Okay, so I can see stickers on his tyres. So maybe he's only just gone out. So this will be interesting to keep an eye on Mitch and see what he can do. Still plenty of laps left with 6 minutes. So certainly enough time for him to post a good time.
I've got 3 minutes remaining, Chris.
Oh, sorry. Finding it hard with the glare on the screen to pick it up, so I was looking at the time elapsed, not the remaining.
Got Matt Coward coming into the pits now.
He's obviously decided he's done enough. Matt sitting in P13 with a best of 62 flat. It's crossing the line now. Bike 27 is Tarbin Walker, who's interstate visitor this weekend. First time at basketball yesterday, and already looking very, very comfortable out there, carrying a lot of speed through the sweeper. So given he's only very new to basketball, already in P7, gone through 57.49, his quickest time. So not bad at all, Sean.
No, he's riding Daniel Briggs's bike. And Daniel was a bit short on time setting it up and getting it ready for him, because it was a last-minute decision for him to come down. So considering the lack of setup time and the first time at basketball, apart from yesterday, he's doing exceptionally well.
He certainly is. In fact, he wants to be careful he doesn't go faster than Briggsy went on it. That's always a bit awkward.
Yes.
So Tarbin just about to cross the line now. So it looks absolutely at ease out there, to be honest. Looks like he's an old hand here at basketball. And look, this circuit certainly tests some of the best.
Absolutely. He's moved up into 5th place now, which with a 57.24, which is quite good.
Oh, it's exceptional. You know, when I say it tests some of the best, like, I think of Glenn Allerton, who was here. He's saying, 3 times Australian Superbike champion. 3/4 of the way into the day, he's still saying, how do I go through suckers?
And he's no slouch.
He's no slouch. In fact, those that were here to witness his ride would never forget it. The rear tyre on their BMW, who was sharing with Luke, went through to the steel belts halfway through the 2 hour, and Glenn finished on steel belts, speedway style a lot of the time. It was something to behold, and still lapping under the minute on steel belts.
Yes. Well, Oscar O'Donovan's come up into 6th place on the CBR 600 Honda. He's moved up doing a 57.22.
That's a nice time from Oscar, isn't it?
It is.
So just run you through the top 5 there. Matty Long's gone quickest, so that's a 56.22. Correct me if I misread these, Sean, because you probably got the better angle with the light. But Marcus Delaney P2 with a 56.39. Then we've got Lockie Curtis, absolutely sensational, with a 56.7 from Lockie. Mitch Hawksley still finding his way back on the 600, 56.83. John O'Hughes, 57.11. And then, as you said, Oscar O'Donovan P6, 57.22. And then Tarbin Walker right behind that. Tarbin's gone through 57.24. And then Jesse Woods, 57.28. David Bartels, the talent just keeps coming, doesn't it? 57.4. Josh Reeves putting in a good performance as well, 57.98. Qualifying time for Josh, that's very, very strong. Matt Carey, he's a 2-hour podium finisher. Sam Delaney, 2-hour contender from last year. Stephen Oliver, Matt Coward, Mark Eagling. It's a very strong field.
Yes, when you've got less than 3 seconds across the top 12 riders, it's going to be a good race.
Without a doubt. I know people always want to go to the high-profile events, but for club-level racing, it doesn't really get a lot better than this.
No. We have lots of entries, lots of people having a lot of fun, and some people don't want to race at high-level events, so they concentrate on these style events, and they have fun. They enjoy themselves racing against their mates, and we all enjoy it because we get great competition.
Look, I was just having a conversation with Scott Campbell here yesterday. Most of you know Scott's a very experienced road racer, done a lot of mainland racing, son, of course, of Malcolm Campbell, and we were just saying what a high level Tasmanian road racing is.
Yeah, I've been around the country a bit, not so much in the last year because of COVID, but over the last 10 years, and it's always good to come back here and see the level of bike preparation, the level of competitiveness of all the riders. You go to some of the mainland events, even some of the big events, and bikes aren't prepared as well. They're not particularly exciting race meetings usually, and this is just really good to see the local race meetings step up to this level, and really they have been for quite a number of years.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And as I said, the actual level of competition is very, very high. It's not like you're coming out here and seeing the also-rans. These guys are running a very, very fast pace, and we see that with the 2-hour when we have high-profile national guests come down. They really aren't that far above, and we're talking about people straight out of factory ASBK teams.
Yep, some of them have even raced in MotoGP.
Well, exactly. In fact, you look at Brett Simmons, who has out-qualified some of those riders for the 2-hour. So, again, it just goes to show the level of racing here is very, very high. So, it's not like, it's a picnic race. These guys are trying very hard. They put a lot of effort into their preparation. And as I keep saying, the sport's growing. The more riders you have in the field, the faster people go because they have somebody to encourage them to go a little bit quicker, get a bit of a carrot in front of them. And it works.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see by the depth of the field, that's the thing that always amazes me here. If you go to mainland race meetings, there might be 2 or 3 people that are miles ahead of everybody. But here, it's so competitive that, as you said before, there's only a couple of seconds across the top 13 people. And I think the top 4 was less than a second.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that level of competitiveness, it's going to be great racing.
Yeah, it's as I said before, I think it's testament to the efforts of both clubs. The Southern Club being the Sports Riders Club hosting today's event, and the Northern Club, the Tasmanian Motorcycle Club, who look after racing at Symmons Plains. They both put a lot of effort into administering these events and promoting them. And also, of course, the competitors with the way they approach the racing. It's a great community spirit. It's very supportive. Look, if anyone's listening and they're interested in getting into this sport, just come into the pits and have a chat to people. It's the most welcoming community. Everyone's here to give you a hand. It's really not too hard to get involved, and I think once you do, you're going to find it very, very hard to give it up.
I was actually talking this morning, Chris, to one of the juniors' parents who was saying what a fantastic atmosphere it is in the pits compared to other sports they've been involved in. We have kids, like really small kids here having fun as well, seeing their brothers and parents racing motorcycles, and hopefully when they grow up a little bit, they'll move up into the junior groups, and so it's really real family orientated, friendly atmosphere. Everybody's welcome in the pits. If you're over on the hill, please come over into the pits and have a wander around. Everybody will be happy to talk to you. We have a canteen here as well, so if you need to come over and get something to eat, that'll be there all day. But yeah, it's such a family orientated event, and I know the club tries its hardest to include everybody, to get families and partners involved, and it seems that most people enjoy it.
That's certainly the feedback. I suppose when you have your other hat on as the race steward, you see the other side of our community, which is sorting out any little arguments or altercations. But by and large, as you said, I think it's a great community. Everyone is very supportive of each other, and of course, it's competitive. Red mist comes out occasionally. You always have your little bit of niggle, but at the end of the day, I think it's pretty rare not to see a lot of people with big smiles on their faces and really, really enjoying what they do.
Absolutely. Yeah, some people get a bit upset with the steward sometimes, but eventually everybody gets over it. So
yeah, I think that skin of yours has got pretty thick over the years, hasn't it?
Yep.
A few knife marks in your back.
What was that my friend used to say? I don't care what you call me as long as it's not late for lunch.
that's pretty much it. So a little break here at the moment. Looks like we had recovery vans on track. So I must have had of course, Ryan Chen parked at the top of the S's there. So
yep.
Recovery van just making its way back. I can hear the 2-minute call now for the next group. That's going to be the Tas Superbike, which is always one to watch, Sean.
Should be exciting. Interesting this year, the Tas Superbike champion, Brett Simmons, is not riding a Superbike.
Well, not at this event. He did mention he's still going to partake in a few events, but he's not going to contend the whole championship. So that is big news because he's been the man to beat for several years now. But as you say, Sean, he's decided to run the 125. He cut his teeth racing 125s. You probably know more about that than I do.
Yep, he was actually the first person ever to ride our original club bike.
Is that right?
Yep. Him and his dad came out. He's a motocrosser, and Eric said, "Can we hire the club bike and let Brett have a go?" And that was the end of it. He decided 2 seconds after he got on the bike that that's what he wanted to do, and then he pursued a career on 125s in Australian championships and stuff. Ended up with a second in the Australian championships, then moved on to 600s. So going back to the 125, it's a bit of a culture shock for him. He's a bit older and
doesn't bend as well.
Yep. And the difference between riding a 200 horsepower Honda Superbike and getting on a 50 horsepower 125, there's a fair bit of difference in that. And so he's got to learn it all again.
Yeah, look, quality racer though. Most of you know Brett or know of Brett and have seen what he's done. I've had the pleasure of sharing the track with him on occasion, and not only is he a very, very fast racer, but also a very respectful racer. Just shows his years of experience, really. But it's going to be interesting to see what he can do in the 125. But as you say, noticeable absentee from the Superbike group, which is just going on track now. It's like Rod and I often say in commentary, you can't help but look towards the track when these bikes are out because, as you said, Sean, that 200 horsepower,
yep,
it does demand your attention, particularly if you're the rider.
Yes. So out there at the moment, we've got Bob Sellers on his AKR R1, Damien Foles on his Kawasaki ZX10, Don Fenton on his Honda CBR 1000, Jeremy Huddleston on his R1, Jason Wiley on a Ducati Panigale V4, Scott Honeychurch on a Kawasaki ZX10, and Wayne Schrader on a YZF R1.
Did you mention Hamish Sellers, son of Bob? So father and son out there at the moment.
Oh, I didn't see him come past.
Yeah, on the other AKR machine, but that's a ZX10, unlike what Dad Bob's riding, which is the Yamaha R1. So I was saying before that Hamish has graduated out of, I shouldn't say graduated, moved on from the 600 class from last year. So first time out in the Superbike, I think it was actually his brother's machine, wasn't it, the ZX10?
Yes.
Harry's, but yeah, look, Hamish, or Chip as he's better known, certainly making a very impressive early debut on that ZX10. It'll be great to see what he can do today. Right on the heels at the moment of Jason Wiley, by the looks of it, is it, Sean?
Yes, that's Jason just in front of him.
Jason going through on Scott Honeychurch. Sorry, Sean.
Yep. I was just about to say, with Chip moving up onto the R1, that's left that vacancy for Jesse Woods to move up onto the R6. Again, they're well presented motorcycles. They're all team painted exactly the same, and they're prepared by Bob immaculately as usual.
Yeah, they are. It's great to see. The whole Sellers family have been supporters of the local racing scene here for a long time. Just noticed Damien Fold's re-entering the pits. Actually, re-entering the dummy grid. Not sure what's going on there, but at least he's not going into the pits, so that means it's not terminal. Just looking down his engine or front wheel, maybe it's, I don't know. He's not. Obviously felt something was up with the machine. He's going back out, so maybe it's just he thought he felt or saw something and wanted to double check it.
Yeah, he had a couple of problems during the ride day yesterday as well. He spent a fair bit of time in pit lane making adjustments.
Just noticed that we don't have Jason Spencer out there, who's probably the man to beat this weekend. Maybe there you go. He's just rolling out now, keeping his powder dry. Beautifully presented Honda CBR 1000. See the brand new set of tyres on there with the stickers still attached. But so far on track, Jason Wiley has been the quickest with a 55.8 from Hamish Sellers, 56.25. Scott Honeychurch, 56.83. Jeremy Huddleston, 58.1. Don Fenton, 58.8. Nice time there from Don. Wade Schrader, 58.9. Bob Sellers, 60.9. Damien Fold's 122. So clearly that lap was very slow because he thought something was up. Back out on track now, Damien, so interesting to see what he can do. But the man, as I said, to beat, I think, is probably going to be Jason Spencer. He's, of this group, the only one into the who's ever done a 53 around here. The lap record, of course, I think is a flat 53 by Brett Simmons. So a little way to go for Jason to get close to that. But in this group, I think he's going to be the one that they're going to have to try and beat. Jason just crossing the line now, so he'll probably take a couple of laps just to put in his best. Just scrub those new tyres a little bit.
We've just got Bob Sellers coming into pits now as well. He went straight out the back.
That's probably fatigue.
So, well, 3 laps, that's probably enough.
That's something I can certainly relate to. Rod and I often say, these bikes do make you work hard. For anyone who hasn't ridden a bike or a race bike before, particularly a big one, it may look like they're just sitting there turning the throttle, but it's not like that at all. They are. There's a lot of G-forces going through them. They are actually manhandling these bikes around. It's in a sort of a permanent squat position.
And there's a fair bit of hanging on going on as well.
There is, and a lot of effort going into facial muscles of surprise and shock and fear.
Screaming.
Screaming. But yeah, they do make you work. Most riders are they're coming in very hot and sweaty after only 10 laps and usually breathing pretty hard.
Yes, we've got a sensational day here, Chris. I'm not sure what the temperature is at the moment. I can't quite see it on the screen. It said 17. That's not right. I think it's about 25 outside at the moment.
I'd say so. Although still overcast, which is helping.
Yeah.
Jason Spencer now goes to P1, 55.2. Hamish Sellers, 55.6. So good to see Chip there already into the fives. Jason Wiley, 55.7. Scott Honeychurch, 56.3. Jeremy Huddleston, 57.5. And Don Fenton, 57.79. Great time there from Don. I'd say that the 2 hour that Don did recently certainly helped his understanding and experience here around Baskerville.
Yeah, I think if you spend 2 hours or an hour on a motorcycle, you learn so much more than what you learn in 8 laps in a normal race.
Yeah, you're right, Sean. We say that regularly, that these 2 hour races really do help riders. It takes away a lot of the, I suppose, the conscious thinking about your race, and you get into a bit of a, like, you almost rely on your subconscious. Yeah, well, it is. It is. You get into a bit of a groove, you get towed along by other riders, and sometimes it's all that overthinking that slows you up. You think you've got to approach a corner a certain way, and when you relax and just let the bike flow, you actually find some lap time.
Absolutely. People often say you find the fastest lap you've done, you feel like it's a fairly slow lap.
Well, that's right. That's right, because these bikes are typically capable of going faster than the rider believes they are, and that if you can relax and work with the bike and let the bike flow a bit, the bike's quite happy for it.
Yep.
Jason Spencer certainly laying it down now, flat 54, 1 second outside the circuit lap record in a qualifying lap. So there's no doubt that Jason means business. He's feeling good. Bit of a shame in a way that Brett Simmons is not out there, because it would have been a great battle between these two, both running around in 53s.
We've got about 2 minutes to run in this qualifying session. We've got Damien Folds back into the pits again. I think he might just be doing a ride through. No, he's stopping.
Something's certainly up, so let's just hope that Damo can sort out. He's maybe looking at lap times, is he? What is his best so far? 58.1. We know that Damo is capable of at least low sixes. So whatever it is he's got a problem with, I think it's real. Let's hope. Well, the main thing is still rolling around. So if there is an issue, hopefully he's going to sort it out before the race, because we do want to see him out there. Great competitor, great bloke. Always good to watch Damo out there on the racetrack.
That was a nice wheel stand from Jason Spencer going up the hill that time.
Yeah, I noticed Wheelie's wheel coming down the back straight as well, like most of these thousands do, but that one of Jason seems to have a lighter front end than most of them. It's almost like an old motocross bike. It just pops a gear every time he opens the throttle. Following Chip Sellers around at the moment. Chip goes through. He doesn't go any faster. 55.94. His best 55.6. Of course, as I say, Chip's pretty new to this bike. He's only done a couple of ride days on it. So that's fantastic that he's already showing that pace. Of course, he has gone faster. He's actually done a high 54 on the bike that his dad, Bob, is riding, which is an earlier Yamaha R1. And I guess two reasons for that. He'd done more laps on it, but also that those R1s are very handy bikes around Baskerville.
Yes, I believe the ZXNs are more of a handful around here with their electronics.
Well, I think that that model that Chip's riding is fairly abrupt in the power delivery, and for a circuit like Baskerville, where there's so much on the edge of the tyre acceleration, you've got to be very careful with the way you handle that. So he did say that it takes a lot of throttle management to stop it spinning up.
That's the end of the session. Checkered flags come out. Couple of bikes in pit lane. Jason Wiley and Jezza Huddleston look like they're going back out to do a practice start at the top of the back straight. Checkered flags out. Bob's walking across pit lane looking very relaxed after putting his time in. And and coming in after 3 laps.
Yeah, well, I guess the other thing to point out, Sean, is that within this class, people aren't just racing for outright honours, because there is also a B grade and a C grade championship that people are contending. So it's not like everyone has to beat Jason Spencer at the front of the field. There's there's competition through the ranks as well.
Yeah, that was a good initiative that was brought in with the both clubs last year to include a B and C grade championship inside the Tasmanian Championships, and it's given people the opportunity to not only win a trophy but also progress up to the front of the field in A grade.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, there's no getting away from it. If you want to be at the pointy end of this field, you need to be a very good rider and have a reasonably well-prepared modern bike. And that's a bit of a barrier for some people. So being able to compete in the B and C grade means you can run an earlier model bike, you can not be a Jason Spencer or a Brett Simmons, and still enjoy running in the class, which is regarded by many or most as the premier class in the state. So you can be out there with the fast guys and still walk away with a trophy and a championship.
It's funny, Chris. I just saw Jason Spencer's front wheel when he came back in. The sticker's still on the front tyre.
Yeah, they take a bit of wearing off, particularly through the centre.
Yeah.
But I think there's a good reason for that as well, Sean, that you were probably alluding to, spending most of the time in the air.
That's right.
Yeah, I know that it doesn't seem to make much difference, but I'd never like going out with stickers on the tyre. I could just always used to imagine it had less grip.
Yeah.
I know that's not the case, but it probably just means that as a racer, you just want to have your head right before you go out, and any little thing can sometimes play on your mind.
Yeah, the first time I did it, I thought I'd broken the motorbike when I rolled out of pit lane, because it felt uncomfortable. It felt like the front wheel was out of balance, and it was this really bizarre noise. And then eventually, after about half a lap, it disappeared, and I went, "Oh, okay, must be okay then."
Wow, the sticker was doing that.
The sticker was doing that. We even at Wakefield Park, we had Jesse Woods on a 400, and he went out with a sticker on his front tyre, and he actually pulled into pit lane at the end of the first lap because he thought he had a flat tyre.
Wow. Now this is the almost capacity grid you were speaking about before, Sean. Bikes
Yes.
Rolling out there now for the combined Lights GP and Lights production race. So 2 classes running together, but essentially Lights being a collection of little bikes, not as little as our junior group, but it provides for some fantastic racing.
Yes, as I said before, there's a good mix of production bikes with RC 390s and CBR 250 Hondas and JSXR 250 Suzukis. I think we've got one out there. There's also RGV, Suzuki. We've got TZ Yamaha, TZ250 Yamaha. A big mix of a lot of different motorcycles.
It's great to see. Bike's on track now, and I noticed that first man out on track, or trying to lead the group, is Taron Ocean. Reminds me of a conversation I had with him yesterday, where he was saying that now on the Moto3 bike rather than the 125 that he usually runs, he's really focused on trying to get a good start, because the starts are usually his Achilles heel. So he wanted a bit of clear track. He wants to go and try and post a competitive time right now with clear track. His intention is to get on the front row. So he may actually do a few laps, come back in maybe to the dummy grid, have a bit of a spell, and go back out and do another one. So another couple. So it'll be interesting to see how Taron goes there at the front of the grid, or front of the field, I should say. Now the other guys to watch here, Sean, in the GP class, Nathaniel Green, who's behind Taron on track. He's been going very, very well here at Baskerville. And right behind him is probably, quickest in the F3 qualifying this morning, Josh Vanderpoorten. He's shown good speed on the 125 and also his Yamaha R1. He's a very, very confident and capable rider.
Absolutely. He did well in the 2 hour last year.
He did indeed.
Yes.
Paired with Jeremy Huddleston. Now, just looking for Brett Simmons.
He's
He's just coming out now. So Brett we're talking about is the absentee from the Superbike class. He's now going out on his 125. He was just pipped this morning by Josh Vanderputten in the F3 qualifying, so it'll be interesting to see if Brett can bounce back here. Of course, he won't mind if he's not on pole. He's been around long enough to know that that doesn't really matter. It's when the flag drops that matters.
Yes, that's right. And from the start, the Moto 3 bikes are going to have a bit of an advantage because they pull away from the line a little better than the 125s. So that was some of the problems that Taron was having was when he was racing the 125 was his shocking starts. So they improve a bit with the Moto 3 bike.
I'll tell you what's interesting here. First lap through for Taron Ocean, 58.25. I asked him yesterday what his PB was, and he said 58.2. So that goes to show that he's working to his plan. He wanted some clear track. I don't think there's any risk that he's not going to be on the front row with a 58.2.
No.
It's good to see from Taron, and look, we know he's a very, very capable racer. He loves this class, and he's showing it right now. So good job. He was saying that it doesn't break as well as the 125. He did actually almost run off track yesterday.
Yeah, they are slightly heavier, but it's only a kilo or so. And I think the weight bias is slightly different on them as well.
So 58.25, yes. Josh Vanderputten, flat 59. So a little way off Taron. I wonder if Josh and indeed Brett Simmons, who went through at a high 59 in F3 qualifying this morning, if they're going to be able to do much about Taron Ocean at that time. That's impressive.
Yes, we've got Michael Regan on the top of the timing at the moment, but that was an error because he changed his transponder on the way through, and it looks like it's triggered in pit lane as a time. So that we disregard that 0.27.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's done a 0.27 around here yet, as good as Michael is.
No.
Or as much as he'd like to believe it. So Brett's a bit caught up in traffic at the moment.
Did a 60.35 on the first flying lap.
Now just looking for the first lights production bike is Dane Griggs, KTM RC390, 62.7. And after that, we're back to Chad Wiley with a 63.7. So Dane showing some good pace early. Ollie Skinner, who was out there in the junior qualifying before, he's now in on his RC390 in the lights production class. Ollie, just looking for where he is. Such a big field, hard to actually find the rider at a glance. Down there in P19, 64.75. But certainly, look at that. The top 10. It's separated by 4 seconds, and that's combining two classes.
Yep. With
lights production and lights GP. So Nathan Green just coming into the pits.
Brett Simmons has just moved up into third on a 59.64 behind Josh Vanderputten.
So Josh is 58. Oh, look at that. Taron Ocean, flat 58. That's a PB for him. And Josh Vanderputten, 58.2. So isn't it going to be on between these two?
Absolutely.
And Brett Simmons, a 1.6 second gap. Now, don't put it past Brett to make that up, but at the moment, these guys are laying down the gauntlet and potentially going to test Brett. It's going to be great to see because we haven't seen Brett had to really push for a little while. He's been, I shouldn't say that because he does always push. He pushes himself, but. And look, it's not like Brett won't love that. He'll absolutely relish the opportunity because there's a lot of fun chasing down a guy in front of you.
Yeah, there was a few years ago when you first started racing on big bikes, he was keen to start at the back of the field, even if he qualified on pole, just so he could race people.
Well, yeah, look, absolutely. We were saying before how, local racing is so competitive, but if you're at the front, you do lose that. Everyone needs somebody to chase, and that's where ultimately you do need to move on to a more competitive field. So
Yes.
that's what higher level mainland classes can provide.
We've got another junior that's moved up to this class as well, Tom Turner, and Chad Wiley as well. They're running in the lights class. Tom Turner's actually riding a RS125 two-stroke Honda, and he's doing really well at 102. And I think this is his first race on the Honda, or maybe second.
Second, he raced the 2 hour, I think, and had a little spill at the top of the S's. I think he lost the front.
Yep.
Just notice Brett Simmons has dropped into the 58, so now we have all the three fastest guys all in the 58s, but Terran Ocean, that flat 58, super impressive. Aaron Wade just re-entering the pits. He's been going very well of late as well. His best time so far, flat 61, and I think Aaron may have gone faster than that previously, so maybe more to come from Aaron in the race. A few bikes just re-entering the pits now. They've done their bit. Got Larry Eaton, regular punter on his KTM motard. Chad Wiley, one of the leaders of the Lights production group, he's not actually going to go back into the pits proper. He's down on the dummy grid. Doug Watson making a welcome return after a nasty little spill in a ride day. Nice to see him back on board.
Yes, we've got Grant Boxall out there as well on a 1990 model TZA model Yamaha, which people, if you really want to see fantastic looking two-stroke machinery, pop down and see Grant and have a look.
He got a shed full of GP bikes, has he not?
No, I think he's got all of them.
He's got all of them, everyone ever made.
Yeah, pretty much.
So just checking those times again. So Terran Ocean is the quickest on track at the moment. Quickest time of 58.02. Josh Vanderputten 58.26. Brett Simmons 58.85. Now Brett just re-entering the pits. So with time remaining there, Sean.
55 seconds.
That's going to be it. So that'll make the front row. A great time from Reece Tan. He's gone through at a 60.52 to, at this stage, head up the second row from Nathan Green and Aaron Wade. So, gee, what a contest we're going to have at the front with that group. Reece is always... Oh, the bike down there at the bottom of the hill. I can't see who that is. White fairing, or white belly pan at least. Rider certainly up on his feet, standing on the tyre wall, which is absolutely great to see. The rider getting out of the way. But that was pretty much the end of the session anyway.
It's interesting. We've got Josh Vanderputten's just moved up to 57 to pole on 57.66.
Oh wow!
But Terran Ocean seems to have disappeared.
Yeah, well, I'm sure his time won't be erased.
No.
So I'm expecting that'll be reinstated shortly. But yeah, what a time for Josh Vanderputten. Shows that all the laps he's been doing recently on his ride and race days pay off, and that's what we keep saying. That practice does make perfect.
It does, especially on the smaller bikes as well. It makes a lot of difference if you can get really smooth and really consistent. Your lap times come down very quickly.
I guess the funny thing is that he's been doing most of his laps on the bigger bike, on the R1, and he's gone back onto the smaller bike and gone
faster.
Well, I don't know what his PB is, but I'm guessing that's very, very close to it, if not it. Most people would say it's the other way around. You need to go back to the small bike to find time for the big bike, because big bikes you can tend to lose your corner speed and rely more on just the outright horsepower of them.
Yep.
So I'm not sure at this stage who that is over there.
Oh, okay. Terran Ocean's been reinstated on the timing.
Oh, he got into the 57s.
57.82.
Wow. Well, yeah, a little bit of a challenge here for Brett. He's 1.1 seconds in arrears. Again, it's not beyond Brett. And he won't be too fussed about that. You know, it's the first session, first race meeting on that bike in a lot of
Long
time.
time. Yep.
I think he'll be actually out there to really enjoy this. He'll enjoy the challenge of trying to continue to improve, and we know what he's capable of. It won't be very long at all before these guys got their hands full with Brett.
No, absolutely. And he's a good starter as well.
He's a very good starter. However, he does have the two-stroke against the
Moto 3
bike of Taran, but Josh is on the two-stroke as well.
Yep.
So the quickest lights production bike, screen's just gone blank, so I can't give you that. I'm thinking it's probably still Dane Griggs from Chad Wiley. But tell you what, that lights race is going to be something to see, I think.
Yeah, especially with the big field. There'll be so many contests happening throughout the field. You really won't know where to look.
No, it certainly makes it hard from a commentary point of view. You can't be looking at the whole track at one time. And sometimes you wish you could, because the entertainment that comes out of these classes is certainly something. It's a good thing about television. At least you've got replay and you can catch up on all the action. But we don't have the luxury of that. Sean's just ducking out for a moment. We've got a recovery van out, so I might take a short break as well, have a quick drink, and we'll be back for the next qualifying, which is going to be our Golden Era over 500, our pre-modern Superbike and pre-modern Supersport, which is certainly one to watch. So bikes now on track for our Golden Era Open, pre-modern Supersport and pre-modern Open. So a collection of our older bikes, pre-modern going from 1998 through to 2005, and Golden Era being all bikes up to the end of 97. So some really interesting bikes out there, and a great category because a lot of these bikes are very, very affordable these days and still very competitive race bikes. As we see with the bike leading them around, Bob Sellers on a 2004 or 5, I think it is, Yamaha R1. Bob was out there in the Tassie Superbike field earlier, and it's the bike we're saying that his son Hamish has done 54s on around this track. So it goes to show that these bikes are still very competitive, but as I said, also very affordable. So a great way to get into racing with some of the older sports bikes kicking around. One of the ones to watch is probably one of the older bikes out there, a 19, what is that, about an 89 I think, GSXR 1100 that's being ridden by Jason Wiley. A bit of a sports tourer in the day, but no slouch. I think Jason's best time around the basketball on that bike is a 56, and probably is the man to beat here today.
I reckon, Chris, he's going particularly well on the older bike.
Yeah, not shy on power. I think it's around about the 145-ish at the rear wheel. But having ridden one myself, the horsepower is one thing, but making use of it is another. 5-speed gearbox, so they're not as flexible in the power delivery as a later sports bike. Of course, the older frames aren't quite as good. But as we say, still quite a capable unit.
Absolutely. Jason's just gone to the top of the timesheet with a 58.36 with Bob Sellers behind him on a 58.76, and Don Fenton behind him on a 58.88.
Well, look, Don qualified very well in the Tassie Superbike earlier in the 57, so no surprise to see Don going well. But I think Jason Wiley probably the only A-grader in this class, so that's helping get the old machine that he's riding to the top, and I think he probably will be the man to beat. Not only is he fast, but he's very, very hard. He's a very hard racer. So you've got to try very hard to get the better of Jason. How many laps are we going to get out of Bob Sellers this time? Sean, do you reckon he's going to do more than 3?
Well, we're 3 minutes into the session. I'm expecting Bob to pop in any minute now.
Yeah, he's working pretty hard under the visor, I'd say. The pre-modern Supersport's been a very popular class as well. These classes are only quite new. I think we ran them for the first time last year, was it? Or the year before? I think it was last year.
Yeah, last year. Yeah.
So, as I was saying, it provides a good home for a few of these earlier sports bikes. They're not quite competitive in the modern classes, at least for outright victory in the modern classes, but certainly in this class they've found their place, and I keep saying they're very affordable, and it's a good way to get into racing on still some very, very good race bikes.
Yeah, it's just because the motorbike's not new, it doesn't mean it's not a good race bike.
No, not at all. And Jason Wiley's demonstrating that with the old GSXR 1100. It's actually surprising how good those old bikes can feel. Suspension needs a bit of upgrading, but the chassis in those old bikes really isn't that bad. In fact, I've done a bit of racing on both the modern and the old ones, and I actually would say that the feel out of those L chassis is pretty damn good, and sometimes it's better than the stiffer chassis you get with a modern bike.
Yeah, there was a fair leap in technology from the era before these bikes to these bikes, and I think that was a massive improvement. And when you come to modern bikes, I think it's only minor changes, really, just slightly stiffer chassis and things like that aren't necessarily a better thing.
Yeah, that's right. I guess the challenge in some of these older bikes is you do have to work with them and try and improve them. Modern bikes are so good just out of the box. So it provides a challenge of getting the best out of the machine and understanding it a little more. James Ryan's always a good one to watch. Just going over the line now, and I think it's about an 89 or 88 FZR 1000.
Yep.
Classic race bike, aren't they, the FZR?
They are. They're lovely things, the FZs. I have one.
Yeah, remember when the FZR came out? You have FZ 750s. Yeah, the FZR 1000 was obviously a cut above because of the extra capacity. But when they arrived in the country, I just remember people being absolutely in awe of these things. I can clearly remember Michael Dowson running one in the Swan Series, which was, look, it almost beggars belief that we had a Swan. What the Swan Series was, it had actual GP bikes with international GP riders attending.
Yeah, current champions in the GP.
Absolutely. So comparison today would be having the likes of Fabio Quartararo come over on a Yamaha R1 to race at an Australian race series. It was just ridiculous, but it happened. And anyway, my point being that Michael Dowson went out there on an FZR 1000 production bike and was mixing it up with these guys.
Yeah.
And everyone was just like, how good must these bikes be? So that's what James Ryan is just re-entering the pits on now, bike number 21. They were a formidable race bike in their day.
I remember when they turned up, it was like people having factory superbikes.
Yeah.
You know, compared to what else was around at the time.
So lap time wise, Jason Wiley, there you go. The oldest bike in the field, 57.72, is P1. Don Fenton, 57.98. Oscar O'Donovan going nicely, 58.42. He's on the ZX7R. Now, they're no slouch. First time out for Oscar, though, so he's probably going to take a little bit to get the best out of that. Bob Sellers on the Yamaha R1, probably the best machine in the field, 58.54. It's not a bad time for Bob early up in qualifying, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do with that.
Has Bob already come back in?
Let's not go there. We can see the white helmet down there in the pits. I think he's probably done enough. And
yep.
Look, I think it's fair to say he probably has. He's qualified quite well in P4. Then running down the list, we've got James Ryan on that FZR 1000. Stuart Bugg on the ZX7R. Beautifully presented bikes from Buggy. Joe Browning, 59.59 on his ZX6R. He's been going very, very well. Put in a great ride in the Motorworks Michelin 2-hour in December. So as we're saying, he's got that extra experience of doing the endurance race. I'll be expecting him to go pretty well here today. Great to see Matt Coward out there on the earlier Yamaha R6. He's put in a nice time at a 60.29. Got Mark Eagling, one of the front runners in the pre-modern supersport class last year. I expect to see him go well here today as well. 60.93. Now we're back to Peter McEldowney. Now, I don't know if that's the first time Peter's run in this class on the GSXR 600. I could be wrong. I think he may have actually run for a bit last year, but he's gone through P10 outright, 62.39. Then we've got Karen Webb back in the Golden Era class. So the little brother to the GSXR 1100 that Jason Wiley's riding. Karen's on the GSXR 750, 64.41. Gavin Brooks on a GSXR 750 as well. He's gone through a 66.62. And finally, Michael Webb, who had a bit of a rough introduction to racing. Fell off at the 2-hour, I think was his first meet. And I think he hurt his shoulder.
He did. Yeah, had to withdraw. So this is his first race when he's back.
Yep, so that's great to see Michael making a return. His best time so far is 66.79. So that's the 13 bikes on grid. Now, Don Fenton really not very far at all behind Jason Wiley, but Jason Wiley 57.7, Don Fenton 57.9. The CBR 1000 of Don Fenton probably would have the legs on the older GSXR 11 down the straight, but as I say, there's no slouch. 140 odd horsepower at the rear wheel, that GSXR of Jason Wiley, so it could be a good battle between the two of them.
Yeah, we've got Oscar O'Donovan in third, which is a good effort on the ZX7.
In fact, I think last time Jason Wiley was on that older bike, he had a great battle with Bob Sellers.
Yes, definitely.
So Bob may figure in the mix as well. Oscar O'Donovan just going through now. 58.59, so he doesn't go any faster than his best at 58.42.
So that's it, checkered flags out.
Karen Webb just re-entering the pits. On her GSXR 750, I think that's a 1990 model. Wasn't a lot of change in the GSXRs of that period.
Was that just the upside down forks? Was the
The first of the upside down forks, I think, was 89. So they were conventional forks before that, and the 89. It was conventional forks and a short stroke motor, and then in 1990 they went to a longer stroke motor, back to the original configuration, I believe, of the first slabby GSXR, or at least bore and stroke anyway. And yeah, a few other little tidbits that they threw in: a slightly wider rear wheel, a steering damper which had fish oil in it, and encouraged tank slappers, I think. But anyway, there were a few other bits and pieces they threw in, larger carburetors, I think, but yeah, it was quite a big step up in horsepower between the 89 and 90. So 90 was quite a handy race bike.
Yes, I remember there's always been a bit of controversy at the historic championships with the Suzuki 1100s and 750s, where they fit in the classes.
Yeah, of course, back in the day, it was a fairly common practice to put an 1100 in a 750 frame, because they bolt straight in. And 711s, while they're not production, they were certainly a race bike of the era, running in like a Formula 1 class. And we saw a little bit of that in historic racing a few years back, until some people had a bit of a cry about it, and unfortunately they were wiped out, which is a shame, because they'd really held no advantage over GSXR 1100 because of the same geometry.
Yes, it's some people can get a little bit pedantic on the mainland about the rules and getting the rules changed to suit themselves.
Yeah, and look, that's the nature of any sport, I guess. It gets a bit political, particularly when people are being beaten, but you get that. That's why people like you as steward exist, to have to adjudicate on those matters.
But not in our club or state series, because we don't have those issues.
No,
normally.
Certainly not going to have any today.
No, none at all.
Well, that concludes our qualifying. So I assume we're going to have to call up very, very soon for race 1, which is going to be the Formula 3 class combined with Formula Basketball and Golden Era up to 500. So Golden Era up to 500, that's the lower capacity bikes with a period date of, or build date up to the end of 97. Formula 3 is a bit of a mix, really, isn't it? A mixed bag of capacities and engine configurations. Yes,
you can almost race 125 GP bikes, SV650s,
motard bikes, big singles.
The capacity, there is a large capacity range in the class, but it's all sort of based on about the same speeds and times that all these bikes can do. So there's no real big advantage in any one motorcycle type in the class. There's 250 GP bikes there. There's special. Darren Grice has got a special thing that I can't quite remember what it is, but it's very special.
And of course, there's the Formula Basketball class, which is a beginner class. It's not a championship class. It's really there for a safe place for people to start. No pressure to go and do anything special other than go and circulate. There's awards for the first place at the end of the day, but as I say, it's not a championship class. And when people have enough experience and they're doing or getting reasonably fast on track, they're probably encouraged to move on, if they haven't already, to some of the bigger classes. But it's a good, safe place to class to start in, and it's proved very popular over the years, Sean.
It has, And it's a good class for people who possibly don't want to race a superbike or don't want to race a modern 600, and they're just happy to go racing.
And of course, any bike is eligible. That's not restricted by capacity or age or anything else. No. Any bike can go into Formula Basketball.
Absolutely.
Another good field. Bikes are now out on track and covering certainly the first quarter of the racetrack. Big line of bikes. So, as you said earlier, Sean, very well subscribed classes here today. It's great to see. First round of the state championship, you'll often get that. People pretty excited about the year ahead.
I'm not seeing Brett Simmons out there.
No, not yet. He was a bit late to get out for the previous sessions. So let's hope he...
He's just about to have pit lane closed, so...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's going to focus on the lights production class and doing a bit of work back there. We don't know, but you're right. He wants to be... Well, the bikes are now on the start grid, so I think it's probably going to be a bit late unless he starts from pit lane. Nope. So we see Darren Grice. That's actually a KTM. That's the factory race bike.
Factory race
bike.
But
they, I can't remember what they call them. I was going to leave you to try and work that one out. But yeah, very, very special little piece of machinery. If you get the chance, go and have a look at it. Josh Vanderputten on the RS125. He's on P1. And of course, Brett Simmons absent from P2. So, as Sean was saying, oh, look out, we've got a stalled bike. That's Jonathan Bennett on the Yamaha R1. That's a bit of a shame because he would have been quite competitive on that bike.
Yep, we've got two stragglers coming down the back straight now, getting ready to line up.
Yeah, two, I think, both having their very first race meet. So, just forming up the back of the grid now, so we should be ready for a start. Guys at the front looking around, wondering what's going on. They've been sitting there a while. These bikes can overheat. So can the riders.
Yep.
It's a nervous time for them.
Rob Scott's out there with the red flag on the start line. He's taking their attention. He's passed them up to the starter. So
waiting for the red light. Once that goes out, they're away, and the red light's on now. And racing. I think, I was looking at Larry Eaton on the motard. He got away well, but Wheelie, it was going from left to right and then had to put it down and lost a bit of momentum. But it's Josh Vanderputten on the little RS125 who actually gets away best.
Got a fantastic start.
Yeah, it makes a liar of what we were saying before, Sean. You and I were saying these bikes are hard to launch, but he's got away to an absolute flyer. I think it's, I tell you, it's hard to pick up from here. I can see Larry Eaton in third. I'm not sure who that is in second place at the moment. Big gaggle of bikes going up over suckers at the moment, trying to sort themselves out. It's really not until they get onto the back straight that they sort of settle into a bit of position. So going through Calvin's at the moment, onto the back straight, Josh Vanderputten just coming over the hump. Nice handy lead over, that's going to be the SB650, I think, of Peter McEldowney, is it? I think it is Peter.
Yep.
Wait until they come back into sight. And yeah, wow, the rear suspension wobbling all over the place from Peter's bike. Looks like wind a bit of damping into that. They'd be happy about it. But Larry Eaton all over the back of Peter.
Yeah, that bike of Darren Grice's is a Kramer.
Kramer, yes. So that's going to be an interesting contest for second and third between Peter McEldowney and Larry Eaton. Larry all over the back of the SV650, two entirely different bikes, but again, just goes to show that what basketball can do. It's a real leveler for a lot of these bikes. James Avey right up there in P4 as well on the SV650. Good to see Jimmy up there having a bit of a go.
And we've got Ben in there as well.
Ben back in P7, yeah.
Yep. It's good to see the two brothers back at it again.
But Josh Vanderputten certainly doing it fairly comfortably out there at the moment. 59.1 at the first lap out. Now, given he got into the sevens in qualifying for the Lights production on the same bike, you'd say that he's doing that pretty comfortably at the moment. Grant Boxall just coming a very, very late entry into pit lane across the grass. So, machine trouble by the looks of it for Grant. That's a bit of a shame. So Marcus Priest, one of the guys having his first race meet, going through in P14. It'll be nice for him to get the first race under his belt, settle the nerves a little bit.
Can't quite see what's happened with Grant and his bike, but he's pushing it back down pit lane.
Yeah, Scott Honeychurch there having a bit of a conversation with him. Scott probably telling him to buy a 4-stroke.
And probably a Kawasaki.
Yeah, probably a Kawasaki, that's right. So Larry Eaton has got the better of Peter McEldowney. I don't know where that happened. Missed that on track, but still a good battle between the two of them. And then we're back to Darren Grice, who's got past James Abbey. That's a good ride from Darren. He's building another strong performance as well on the no, that's a Moto 3 bike, the NSF 250 that Heath's riding. He's there in P6 from Ben Abbey, and then Chloe Honeychurch, daughter of Scott. Sorry, Chloe, I didn't mean that. So yeah, just looking at the Grant Boxall machine just being rolled back in.
I was just checking to see if the chain was still on it. He was looking a bit concerned. But the chain's definitely on it.
Yeah, don't know. Robin Badcock, chief mechanic for that bike by the looks of it, having a look at it. Robin himself, very experienced road racer from yesteryear. Did a lot of laps around here on GP bikes, north and south, Simmons and Baskerville.
Does a fabulous job preparing Grant's bikes and keeping them running at the racetracks.
Yeah, he certainly does. Good to see Grant's son, Ben, still out there.
Yes.
Circulating on a TZ250A.
No, I think Ben's actually on the 4DP.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay, so the timing with the wrong machine information.
Yep. He has been riding Grant's A model, but I'm
yeah,
sure
okay.
that's 4DP.
Jason Brown, another one having his very first race meet here at Baskerville. Just ahead of Marcus Priest, who's the other one having his first race meet. So running in P14 and 15. As I said, they'll both be very, very happy to get this under their belt. First race meets can be a nervous time, but a fun time. James Abbey certainly doing nicely there in P6. James's quickest time, 63.2. But no one's going to... red flag.
Red flag.
Not sure. Well, there's dust over there at Calvin, so we can't see across there because of the Tilford Auto Group pedestrian bridge, but certainly I can see some dust. So Sean's had to depart, being the steward for the event, just in case there's anything he needs to attend to. But the red flag means that that race will be stopped. I'm not sure if it will be resumed after the incident is attended to, but at the moment there will be, at the very, very least, a recovery vehicle required to go and pick up the fallen bike and rider, and that means we're going to have a short break. So I'll take the opportunity to have a quick drink. I'll be back with you as soon as we know racing will resume. Okay, so just an update from race control after that incident, which has taken a little bit of time to attend to. The advice is that we're going to have a quick lunch break, so that should go for about 20 minutes, half an hour. As Sean said earlier, there is a canteen down here. Feel free to come down, visit the shop, or if not, just come down and have a look around the bikes, talk to the riders, see how their day is going. But you're most welcome. The track's currently open, or at least the pit entry's open. If not, you can always use the pedestrian bridge. But like I said, lunch break now. We'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Welcome back after lunch, everybody, to Pepsi Max Basketball Raceway. We're just about to get underway again with the Here Safe Tasmania Tassie Juniors, with Ollie Skinner on pole and Isaac Simmons in second, with Gus O'Halloran third, David Coward at fourth, Ava Connell fifth, and Jet Pryor in sixth. These guys are well worth watching. They're the future of our sport, and we really enjoy having them as part of our club. It's a developing series that's coming on leaps and bounds in the last couple of years. We've had a few juniors move on to larger capacities, and they're doing really well in those larger capacities as well. So I've got everyone coming out now. That's little Gus is with the orange helmet on. He's just coming out into pit lane. They've just opened the track. Rob Scott's just opened the track and letting the bikes out on track. So wander around for their warm-up lap. Rob's out there and standing bravely in the middle of the track, waiting for them to come around.
Waving politely to us.
Waving politely.
We get a lot more experience for a starter than Rob Scott. Very glad to have him here helping out today.
Yes, he's actually normally racing, but he had a bit of a spill on the mainland a while back, and so he's still hobbling around a little bit.
I reckon that's arthritis.
Oh, it could be. If it's not now, it will be.
Absolutely. So, I don't know if you filled people in, Sean, on a little incident in the last race. Just to let people know that our competitor up there, apparently high-sider coming onto the back straight, and unfortunately had a little, well, obviously a concussion because he was unconscious for a moment, and it sounds like he's broken his collarbone. So we had to wait for another ambulance to arrive to transport him to hospital, and that obviously led to an extended delay. So we apologise for that, but these things do happen.
Yes, we've got the juniors coming up to the start line now.
So not much in it at all between Ollie Skinner on P1 and Isaac Simmons P2. They were separated by only 4/10 of a second. So this is going to be very interesting, and particularly the start. Who will win the start? The little motard will probably wheelie a bit, I imagine, in P1, but we're about to find out because the red light is on. Racing, and sure enough, it does jump, but then settles down and drives quite well. It's actually Gus O'Halloran who makes the best fist of it, I think. He goes through in P2, but from the second row. Ollie Skinner away well. Isaac Simmons looking to go down the outside of Gus O'Halloran. David Coward looking to go around the outside of Isaac Simmons. So bike's going left, right and centre at the moment, but Ollie Skinner, he's the one who's away to a flyer. Powers up the hill for the first time. Big 85cc two-stroke. Not a lot of power, but he's certainly using it to his benefit.
Yes, we just had Isaac Simmons pass Gus O'Halloran then, going up the hill.
Yeah, just talking to Isaac's dad, Brett, he was saying that they've played around with a few different cylinder barrels on that bike of Isaac's, and the one that's on there is actually offering a fair bit of mid-range but not a lot of top end. So he's saying it's behaving a little bit more like a trail bike. Brett didn't believe him until he rode it himself, and then thought, actually, he's right. But he's certainly riding it well. In fact, closed down, you'd say, on Ollie Skinner. So this is going to be on very shortly. And P4, Gus O'Halloran, great job on the bigger bike. Used to running around on the KO 150, which is more like mini wheels, looks like a mini bike. David Coward not far at all behind Gus, and then we're back to Jet Pryor and Ava Connell. But it's Isaac Simmons who's slowly closing down on Ollie Skinner. It's going to be a battle at the front very shortly, Sean.
Yes, with 3 laps to go.
Tassie Juniors, of course, slightly shortened because of the slower lap time. So overall race time is similar, but they do less laps. Big shout out to our sponsors as well. David Kloss from HereSafe, great sponsor of our club and this race class, and also manages to provide some great hearing protection to all our riders. And if you're in the market for some hearing protection, oh, look at big move under brakes from Isaac Simmons, goes down the outside of Ollie Skinner. And he's got that done beautifully, looking like a seasoned veteran, really.
Absolutely.
Yes, I was just saying, the HereSafe protection, not just very useful for races, but also for road riding. So if you're in the market for a bit of hearing protection, come down here and see David. He's parked down here in the pits on near the back straight. It's certainly action hot at the front here in the Tassie Juniors at the moment. I wonder if Ollie's going to be able to do much about this. He's certainly not letting Isaac go at the moment, but this next lap will tell. Big move further back as well. David Coward looking to go around the outside of Gus O'Halloran. So there's on for young and old between these two. And further back, Ava Connell not far behind Jet Pryor as well. So good few battles there, Sean, on track.
Yes, absolutely. It looks like Isaac's holding off the trail bike behind him. Only just so.
Well, interesting. If he's got trail bike power characteristics, they could be well matched.
Yes, Ollie Skinner came from a long way back then looking to go up the inside of Isaac.
Looks like he spun up a little bit there, or maybe something bottomed out. But Ollie's sitting up out of the seat. But so far, Isaac Simmons certainly showing how it's done. Last lap board out. So Ollie Skinner certainly close enough if he's good enough. Gus O'Halloran still holding off David Coward there for P3 and 4.
Yes, Ollie Skinner seems to have an advantage to the top of the S's and the bottom of the hill there, but Isaac pulls away from him going up the hill. Well, not this time.
No, they're pretty well matched, aren't they?
They are.
I guess the aerodynamics of the road race machine might help Isaac down the back straight a little. In fact, he's pulled a little gap down there into Calvin's, but it looks like Ollie Skinner's closed up again, so this is going to be fascinating down the back straight. Last lap, last corner coming up. It's anyone's race to win from here. Ollie's going to have a big lunge under brakes, or at least be well positioned to challenge over the start-finish line. And he's looking to do that now. No, I don't know that he's close enough, Sean.
No, I think Isaac's probably got this, I think. Yep, he's pulled a bit of a gap on him.
Wow, great come from behind win from Isaac Simmons. Pumps the air in jubilation. Clearly that meant a bit to him. And look at this, Gus O'Halloran still managing to hold off David Coward on the first of the 4 strokes. And dumps the tank. There's certainly some emotion flowing out there, Sean.
Yes, there is. I mean, Gus is doing a fantastic job on that larger bike, physically larger than what he's been riding, and it seems to be settling into it nicely.
Fantastic racing from our Tassie Juniors. And looks like further back, Jet Pryor's managed to hold off Ava Connell as well. Good battle between the two of them. I know, I saw during the week that Jet had some cooling problems with his bike, which they seem to have sorted, and found a little bit more power as a result. And that may be the result of it right there. So, wow, good race for the HereSafe Tassie Juniors.
Fantastic racing, always is with these guys and girls.
Yeah, as we've said before, it's a great introductory class. So, again, if anyone's out there and like the kids who are interested in getting involved, by all means, come down and talk to people. Hit our website at srct.org.au and there are contact details there. People are only too willing to lend a hand and help get you involved. And I can guarantee you that these kids absolutely love it, love what they do out there.
Yes, the kids will thank you for it if you get involved. Just as a side note here, Chris, I was talking to Tony Oliver during the week. He gave me a ring from Launceston, and the Back to Longford Festival's on again this year, which is historic historic event where they have displays and parade laps around the old Longford Grand Prix circuit. So if anybody's interested in taking a historic bike there, come and see me and I'll put you in touch with Tony Oliver, who's organising it. Should be a great weekend. There's a day at Symonds Plains on the Saturday and the Longford Festival on the Sunday.
Yeah, certainly sounds good, Sean. Well worth getting to if you can. Bikes rolling out for race 3 it would be. These are our Tassie Supersport 600 class, and as we keep saying, it's been one of the outstanding classes now for a couple of years here in Tasmania, and I think this is going to be no exception. I guess the standout in this class is probably Mitch Hawksley, simply because he's won the last couple of championships, but in lap times you wouldn't say it's standout because it's so close, but Mitch has been the man to beat. Bike number 52, the Motorcycle City CBR 600. But you've got Matthew Long sitting there on pole on the blue and yellow Yamaha R6, and John O'Hughes down there on the Triumph 675. Throw a blanket over a lot of them. So this is going to be an absolutely outstanding race, I believe. And of course, as we were saying earlier, a few graduates into the class. We've got Jesse Woods, who's riding the AKR Yamaha R6, ex-Hamish Sellers machine. We've got Lockie Curtis riding the Power Motor Group GSXR 600, also going very, very well. There's plenty of people in there who are going to be very hard to beat in this class, so look, I'm really looking forward to this. I always get a little bit nervous before a race. The old racer nerves still kick back, even in the commentary box, and I'm certainly feeling it now.
Yeah, we've got Marcus Delaney in second place, which, again, doing a sensational job.
He is. Got a fair bit of race experience now, Marcus.
He has.
He also does us the favour of leading out our novice group on our ride days, just to show people around and give them an idea of what a good race line looks like around Basketball Raceway.
Just looking at the standard of these bikes coming up on the grid here, Chris, that's absolutely fantastic.
The presentation?
The presentation.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Amazing.
Really impressive.
I was talking to Jesse Woods during the break, and he was a bit despondent that he was in 8th place and only less than a second off pole.
Yeah, it goes to show how competitive it is, though. Be interesting to watch Jesse. He's not asking too much for himself. I think if he can tag onto the back wheel of this lead group, he'd be very happy.
Yep.
But about to start, red light is on. Matty Long gets away absolutely beautiful. So too Mitch Hawksley coming through from the second row almost into P1, but slots in nicely there behind Matty Long from Marcus Delaney, I think that is. And Bike 27, Tarbin Walker, our interstate guest, really doing an outstanding job already.
Yeah, you got a great start then.
So green wave is flagging, that's what we want to see. Track's all clear. Mitch Hawksley, second place, going through Suckers a little tentatively. Had a fairly nasty accident there in the 2 hour, so a few gremlins there, or monkey to get off his shoulder, but I reckon that it's going to go very, very quickly because the red mist's out. Matty Long in the lead. Mitch Hawksley. Marcus Delaney. Who's that down the inside of Tarbin Walker? I think that might have been John O'Hughes. Bit of shuffling going on under brakes, but now the field's starting to sort itself out. Matthew Long leads the field. But Mitch Hawksley, Marcus Delaney, there's going to be nothing between these guys. And as we keep saying, Sean, it's the reason why this has been a standout class. Let's have a look at that at the front.
Yes, we've got Lockie Curtis directly behind Tarbin on that Kawasaki. He was the one that was at the end of the back straight having a go, which is great that Lockie's up on a big bike now and showing that he can ride a big bike well.
He certainly is. Jesse Woods back in P9. He probably didn't get away with that lead group as he wanted to, but again, he's not putting any pressure on himself. He's going to let this race come to him and the 600 class come to him. So it's a sensible way to approach it. Look at this. Marcus Delaney looking to run up the inside of Mitch Hawksley. Not quite close enough. Gee, I tell you what, there's a lot of close racing under brakes down there in the 600 class.
Yes,
now starting to close up at the front. Sorry, Sean.
Sorry, mate. Yep, it's closing up well with Lockie Curtis.
Oh, that's tight. That's, is that Lockie Curtis or Carbon Walker?
Yes,
wow, there wasn't much room there, but he got it done. It was fair. It was just tight. So starting to close up now behind Matthew Long. I wonder how long Mitch Hawksley is going to sit there. He was happy to let this race come to him. He said he's quite content to sit behind for a little bit, just get back into the groove of riding the 600 around here, and he's doing exactly that, showing his class and experience now, Mitch Hawksley. I think I'll be very surprised if I don't see a challenge come before the checkered flag.
He might get jumped by Marcus Delaney here.
He might, but he is a good under brakes. I've rarely seen him out brake down there. So lap time wise, 56.94 so far, the quickest for Matthew Long in the lead. They are capable of running a little faster than that, so maybe Matthew's just controlling the race at the moment. We still have 5 laps remaining, so there's plenty of time for everyone in that lead group. Certainly, Mitch Hawksley now going over suckers. I think any issues he had up there are well and truly forgotten. He's looking as fast through there as anyone. But look at Marcus Delaney. I reckon he's going to have a lunge here under the brakes. No, not quite close enough. He's certainly got some good speed down that back straight. And talking to the guys, they do say that Marcus's bike is pretty quick down there.
Lockie Curtis is closing on the back of Marcus now as well.
Yeah, he's riding beautifully, isn't he? And look up the inside of Marcus Delaney. That's a brave move, but he gets that done again. Not 2 hard passes, but very clean. It's great to see Lockie out there. He's loving his racing, certainly ambitious, looking to continue to progress through his racing. Interested in a bit of mainland racing if he can get into it. And so far, like he's just progressing the way you want to see a young rider come through. He approaches his racing very professionally.
He's the fastest bike on track at the moment.
And he's right behind Mitch Hawksley, so this will be interesting. He's going to start putting a bit of pressure on Mitch, I'd say, and he's obviously not afraid to put on a move. He cut his teeth in the Formula 3 class on a VFR 400 where passing happens every lap. So he's not going to be afraid to mix it up with these guys. Looking for a run down the inside of Mitch. There's not a lot of room there.
He's very quick mid-corner compared to everyone else at the top of the S's there.
Well, I wonder, Sean, if that's having done a season on a VFR 400 that carries more corner speed.
I think you're right.
In fact, Matthew Long's starting to go away now a little bit from Mitch Hawksley.
Yep. I think Lockie may even have a go at Mitch. No, not quite. At coming onto the back straight there, but I think he's definitely going to have a go down here.
Oh, but look at Marcus Delaney up the inside of Lockie Curtis.
Oh, that's very close.
Don't hesitate for a moment, guys. Somebody else will be on you. So it's full on here at the moment at the front of the 600 class, but Matthew Long's actually taking advantage of the little battle behind to try and eke out a bit of a gap. Faultless display so far by Matthew Long. Fastest lap, Sean?
Yep, 56.07.
Wow, almost into fives. I've got to say, what a great ride as well from Tarbin Walker. First time here at Basketball Raceway and mixing it up with these guys at the front.
We've got 7 bikes in the 56s.
Yeah, and look, let me tell you, that is a great lap time. These guys are certainly on it. Matthew Long probably pulling out enough of a gap now. There's going to have to be a move on here shortly if they're going to do something about Matthew, because it doesn't look to me at this stage like Mitch is going to have an answer for Matthew Long.
No.
Marcus Delaney, what's he going to do? And Lockie Curtis. Lockie looking to go up the inside again. And Oh, that's tight.
Very tight.
And back underneath again. Unbelievable. Look at this scrap at the front. Just fantastic racing here in the Tas Super Sport class.
It closed right up on Mitch, even though they're fighting each other.
And battle further back with John O'Hughes and David Bartels. They're having a great old time as well. But look, you can't take your eyes off that battle at the front for second, third and fourth. Look, there's nothing at all between them running down there in the Calvins. Watch this time under brakes at the end of the back straight.
Yeah, Matthew's definitely pulled a big jump on them now.
Yeah, I think it's too late in the piece for anyone to challenge the lead, barring a mistake from Matthew. They're really struggling to find a hole in Mitch Hawksley. And there's the checkered flag. So great win from Matthew Long. He'd be delighted with that. Mitch Hawksley, a very solid second place there, and the battle behind, absolutely red hot between Marcus Delaney and Lockie Curtis. Great riders, I keep saying, from Tarbin Walker there in the fifth place, and David Bartels getting the better of John R. Hughes. Top ride as well by Oscar O'Donovan up there in P8. Jesse Woods, Josh Rees, Matt Carey. There's Sam Delaney just crossing the line. And from Stephen Oliver, Mark Eagling, and Matthew Coward at the back of that group.
We can all start breathing now, Chris.
I'll tell you what, Sean. It's I don't know how the MotoGP commentators do it, because you can't help but get excited about a race like that. And
find it very difficult to talk when I'm holding my breath.
Absolutely outstanding race from these guys. You've really got to take your hat off to that level of racing.
And I mean, what a sensational effort from number 27, Tarbin Walker. First time at track yesterday, and he was racing quickest lap 56.3.
Yeah, that's impressive. That is truly impressive. But, so too our graduates, particularly Lockie Curtis there. As I keep saying, first time in this class, and mixing it up with that group is very impressive. So not only is he riding, getting some attention, but also the quality of the package, and I'm sure that's also thanks to his sponsors in the PMG Power Motor Group. Greg Garwood's Giraffe Civil, Cycle World Launceston, and his Bridgestone tyres. Support makes a big difference for these guys. It's not cheap to try and compete at that level, and it's greatly appreciated when we have some of these great sponsors come on board and lend a hand. It's and as you said, Sean, it also plays out in the quality of the presentation of the machine, as you were pointing to at the beginning of that race. The lead bikes just look absolutely immaculate.
Well, I think the amount of effort that people have put into these bikes to make them look as good as they do, and to be as reliable as what they are, it's just a different level from normal club racing, I think.
Yeah, it is. And look, there's probably a few people who have led the way there. There have been the likes of Brett Simmons, who's always had immaculately turned out machines. But of late, I was just saying earlier, like Jason Spencer, his bikes are always immaculate for Motorcycle City. In fact, the whole Motorcycle City team. Jason Wiley's. Look at Jessa Huddleston's down there. It looks like a MotoGP machine. Absolutely brilliant. Even Don Fenton's there. Beautiful paint job on that CBR 1000. So Superbike, if you thought you were going to get a rest from the adrenaline,
here we go again.
The big bike's out. I think qualifying demonstrates or shows us that Jason Spencer will be the man to beat. I think he qualified in almost a flat 54. It was 54.0799. Next quickest was Hamish Sellers, 55.6, so a little way behind. So I think that tells us that, barring a mistake from Jason, he'll be the man to beat. But second and third, Hamish Sellers and Jason Wiley, nothing at all between those two. 55.6 versus 55.7. And then we're back to Scott Honeychurch, who's not a slouch at all. 56.3, hasn't been here at Basky for a while, so I think you're going to see him improve on his qualifying time in the race. So he'll probably be right on the back of Hamish Sellers and Jason Wiley as well.
I was talking to Scott a little bit earlier, and he's riding an XBC Performance Australian Superbike bike, but he's struggling a little bit with handling at the moment. He said it's a bit of a problem going through the sweeper.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's not a place you want handling problems, because the speed through here is over 100 mile an hour, or 160 kilometres an hour in the old, in the old language, the new language. And I can tell you, these superbikes are sliding the rear tyre all the way through there, so you do want good feel and control.
Rob Scott's handing over to the starter.
Start's going to be critical here, particularly between P3 and... Oh, that's a jump start, is it, for Jason Spencer? That didn't go. A terrible start from Jason Wiley. Last, exactly what he did not want. So through to second place. Is that Chip Sellers? Or is it Scott Honeychurch? It looks like the Kawasaki, is it? Yes, it is.
It is, yes.
So Chip was saying he's struggling to launch that bike a little bit as he gets used to it, but through early on, that would be Jeremy Huddleston, would it? Or, no, Damien Fold. But I don't know, to your eye, Sean, was there a jump start there from Jason Spencer?
Well, it had to be close. I can see Peter and Danny, the starter, and Clark, of course, chatting away furiously down there at the moment.
Yeah, look, certainly don't pay any attention to us. We're only silly old commentators, but there was certainly a bit of clutching going on down there. I did not see how that aligned with the going out of the light.
No, we've still got Scott Honeychurch in second, which is great, and Chip in third. Chip Sellers and Jason Wiley's up into fourth.
Yes, well, that's a great recovery from Jason Wiley, but now he's got a couple of fast guys in front to get past, so that's going to test him a little. And further back, we've got Damien Folds from Jeremy Huddleston, from Wade Schrader and Don Fenton. But battle, as in the 600 class, really between second, third and fourth. Nothing at all between those three. Very, very close qualifying. And as I said, Scott Honeychurch was likely to find a little bit in the race because he hasn't been here for a while. And there's nothing like a bit of adrenaline and red mist to bring you back to your best. Jason Wiley looking to go up the inside of Chip Sellers, and he's going to push through and get that done, I think. Yep, Jason does like a big lunge under brakes there, so that's not what Chip wanted. Now it's Scott Honeychurch. Will he defend from Jason Wiley up the inside? It's going to get tight, but the over and under, is Scott going to go back down the inside? Not quite. I did see it spin up, but he didn't quite have the drive to get through on Jason. So great work there from Jason. These guys are not slow in front of him, or now behind him.
I think Jason Spencer might be okay with the jump start because I can't see the jump start board coming out.
Maybe they couldn't find a texter for it. Sorry, that's a bit of a private joke. The man who organised the jump start board is right standing beside me.
Who thought you'd need a wide texter to ride on it?
But so far, Jason Spencer, as we expected, showing a clean set of heels. Fastest lap so far, 54.5. Goes through flat 54, which equals his qualifying time. Jason Wiley now starting to stretch these guys behind him a bit, although Hamish Sellers has got through on Scott Honeychurch. Hamish, quickest time 56.1, which is actually slower than his morning qualifying. So I don't know if he just got a little bit blocked for his he lost some momentum in this group because he was going quicker this morning. It's going to be interesting to see what Hamish can do from here. Now, just to fill you in on what happened this morning with Damien Folds in qualifying, we did see him coming into pit lane a couple of times. The problem was that he put his front wheel in backwards. Now, that on older bikes it doesn't cause a problem, but on these bikes it does because the electronic anti-wheelie operates on one side of the wheel only. So all the electronics were lost on the bike. And as we keep saying, these bikes are powerful, 200 odd horsepower. and he had no anti-wheelie and no traction control, which threw him a little bit. Not literally, luckily. But that's what he's looking at when he came in. And then changing the wheel, he managed to slice his hand open. So he's riding out there with a big bandage on his left hand. That's bike 666 leading this pack of 4 going into turn 1 at the moment. So he had a bit of an adventurous morning, but all sorted now by the looks of it.
Yes, Jason Spencer's bike looks so stable through every corner and fast. You'd have to, if you're a betting person, you'd have to put money on him for the championship, I reckon. Even though it's only round 1.
Well, I think you would, particularly with Brett Simmons sitting it out, because he's showing his class here. Now, what's interesting is, will Hamish Sellers be able to do anything about Jason Wiley? Let's look at the lap times this time through, because last time 55.6 from Hamish, so he has actually upped the ante. 55.7, 55.8 for Jason Wiley, 55.7 for Hamish Sellers, 55.8 Scott Honeychurch. No surprise, they're not getting away from each other, so all running the same lap times. Now, who is riding very well is Don Fenton, right there behind Damien Folds. Don Fenton, 57.1. He's really improving out of sight since he ran the 2-hour Herod Basketball in December. Wasn't long ago he was struggling to get under the minute.
Yes, that's right. They're all doing a fabulous job out there. I'm not sure how the track conditions are going, if they're starting to get too warm out there.
Look, I wouldn't have thought so. It is warm in the sun, but I don't think it's hot enough yet to really start to cause these guys problems. Other than physically, certainly the machine shouldn't be going off song yet, or the tyres I wouldn't have thought. In 8-lap races, providing their tyres are fairly fresh, they should be pretty right. So Jason Wiley just starting to eke out a bit of a gap now over Hamish Sellers. They're at the bottom of the hill. Hamish runs a bit wide there, and Scott Honeychurch wheeling, trying to get up the inside, but can't quite do it.
Got 2 laps to go. Well, last lap board's about to come out.
Interesting to watch Don Fenton here behind Damien Folds at the bottom of the hill. Just heading up towards Suckers now to go over the across the skyline. Interesting to see if Don can do anything about Damien, because he's riding very nicely at the moment. Jason Spencer about to cross the line to pick up the last lap board. Quickest lap so far from Jason, 54.0. Last time through 55.3, so he's backed it off a bit. And Scott Honeychurch, is he going to be able to do anything about Hamish Sellers in front of him? Maybe up the inside? No, not quite. He's certainly saw the door slightly open. Don Fenton doesn't look close enough to Damien Folds yet to put on a move. It's going to have to be a fairly brave one, because that Kawasaki ZX-10 in front of him is not a slow bike.
Yes, I think Scott Honeychurch is going to have another go at Chip Sellers at the end of the back straight here. I think he was pretty close last time round.
Yeah, if that's the next BC performance bike, it's not going to be shy on power either, the one of Scott Honeychurch.
No.
And it's a newer model than the ZX-10 of Hamish, and yes, up the inside. So I'm not going to say caught napping, but it was a big lunge and spinning up though. Look at that bike of Scott Honeychurch. He was struggling for traction there. Checkered flag time though.
Yep.
And it will go to Jason Spencer as we thought. Jason Wiley manages to hold off Hamish Sellers and Scott Honeychurch, and then further back, Damien Folds will hold off Don Fenton from Jeremy Huddleston, and then Wade Schrader will round out the field. Bob Sellers did not actually start, so I don't know if he's going to save himself for the pre-modern class, because it certainly does take it out of you riding these bikes.
Yeah, the 3 laps he did for qualifying might have been enough for him.
Quite possibly.
For the date.
So we'll never know how that would have gone down with Brett Simmons in the field. I know Jason would have had reason to push harder, so it would have been interesting, but at the end of the day, he wasn't there, so Jason is the winner. Almost a little bit lonely out there for him. Jason is actually the 600cc outright lap record holder here at Baskerville.
What time is that, Chris?
I knew you were going to say that, Sean. It's a low 54, I think, but not front of mind at the moment.
Just goes to show there's not a huge amount of difference in lap times between a 600 and a 1000.
No, there's not. I think we've seen that there is a small advantage in the 1000, but a well-ridden 600 is certainly very competitive around here.
Yeah, you can see that with the 2 hour every year when we usually have a 600 in the top three outright.
Yeah, well, of course, the 2 hour being an endurance race, wear and tear and fatigue and all the rest of it come into it. So the 600 really comes into its own later in the race. It uses less fuel. It's easier on its tyres. It's easier on the rider. And in fact, Jason Spencer and Mitch Hawksley won the 2 hour a couple of years back on a 600. They won both classes.
We've got the lights coming up now.
Yeah, this is going to be full on, Sean. The guys at the front, two of them already qualifying in the 57s. Intermission down there on bike 69. He thought he'd done enough, and then Josh Vanderputten went out and lowered it again. But the next man, I don't think anyone would argue, the fastest road racer in Tasmania, returning to 125s after a very long time. He's third on the grid, having had a few problems with his bike in qualifying, so they've been feverishly changing gear ratios in that, which of course you can do on a GP bike, Sean, unlike some of the bigger four-strokes.
Well, yes, you can go well into the gearbox and change everything.
So hopefully they've managed to find the right gear ratio, and that all the mechanicking during the break has been done successfully.
I'm a bit surprised about that, Chris, because he's done so many laps on the 125 here and so many laps on the mainland on the 125. I thought they would have the gearing sorted pretty well before the weekend.
Yeah, look, I don't know. Don't know the answer to that, but Brett was feeling like he's capable of running with these front guys. He hasn't done that yet, but if he says he feels like he can do it, then I think it's fair to say he can. But the bike will need to be right for him. So it's going to be fascinating to see if Brett can run with these guys. But the pace at the front, it's going to be a test for everyone.
It's very, very difficult on the smaller two-strokes if you don't have the gearing exactly right. You're in and out of the power band all over the place, and you just lose so much time.
Of course, the power band, Sean, over what sort of RPM range?
A couple of thousand.
A couple of thousand RPM. So it's absolutely critical to keep these bikes in the right gear at the right time, because they fall out of that and they don't go anywhere, really.
No. It's not so bad on the four-stroke Moto 3 bikes, because they have a little bit more torque. But as soon as you pop out of the power band on the 125s, you struggle.
Yes, which is all about what we're saying, getting the gearing right, which is what Brett Simmons on bike 19 there in P3 has been trying to do. Intermission, I know, is pretty fired up for this. Been thinking a lot about his race, and he approached his qualifying this morning absolutely beautifully. Ran it to a plan and it worked for him. He wanted to be on the front row, and he is. So I don't know how to call this one, Sean. Look, I'd be thinking probably Josh Vanderputten just on his early pace, and he's been racing really well lately, but the two guys behind him, you would not say...
if Josh gets a good start, then he'll be doing okay. Larry Eaton from the third row is going to muck up a few people's entry into turn one.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's always very fast.
The production bikes can easily get up and mix up these GP bikes, but we're racing, and Brett Simmons does get away well enough, gets the better of Intermission, and Josh Vanderputten will actually lead the field. So Josh Vanderputten from Brett Simmons from Intermission, Larry Eaton, you called it well, Sean, and a massive, massive group of riders all trying to find their way through the S's at the moment. Let's hope they all get through cleanly. But so far, Josh Vanderputten has done exactly what he wanted to do, get away in the lead. But look at that, the drag race up the hill. Brett Simmons already looking to go through on the inside of Josh Vanderputten. Josh holds him out, so already it's on, Sean. This is going to be a very interesting race.
It's going to be a great race. So it looks like Brett and Eric must have sorted the gearing out, because that bike is way faster than what it was in qualifying.
We're about to find out. And look at that, pulls out of the slipstream. So Brett Simmons already through on Josh Vanderputten. Josh is going to enjoy this challenge. He doesn't often get to battle with the likes of Brett Simmons one-on-one. And look at that, Taran Ocean right behind. So the three lead riders exactly where we wanted them. Larry Eaton heads the second group. Tom Turner right behind Larry Eaton. He's one to watch as well. The lap record holder in the Tassie Junior class, and doing big things at the moment in Lights GP. So keep an eye on that, bike 6.6. But at the front, Brett Simmons resumes his normal position at the lead. No surprise there. It's going to be very interesting to have a look at the lap time, first flying lap.
Yes, the other bikes behind Larry Eaton on the motard bike are struggling a bit to get through, although they're coming down to the beginning of the back straight and looks like they may have passed him.
Yeah, Tom Turner's just through on that, Larry. Slipped through on the inside on the run of Calvin's. Now is Brett Simmons starting to pull out a bit of a gap? Oh, no, I think Josh Vanderputten has just closed it down again. So Josh giving it absolutely everything, crouched down under the windscreen to get everything out of that little 125. Now, the problem with Brett is not only is he fast, but he's a very experienced racer, and he's going to be very, very hard to put a pass on.
Josh was actually faster than Brett on that lap, 58.58. Brett was a 58.65.
Well, both Josh Vanderputten and Taran Ocean were in the sevens this morning, so maybe there's the opportunity for them to get past Brett here.
Looks like we've got Grant Boxall coming back in again on the TZ250A.
There's still nothing between the leaders. Oh, big lunge from Taran Ocean under brakes. All over the back of Josh Vanderputten. And further back, I think that must be Tom Turner, Reece Tan, another guy having a great ride on the GP bike. But then we've got Larry Eaton heading up the production class. Nathaniel Green coming from a fair way back, another Moto 3 bike. And then it's just riders everywhere. So I'm not even going to try and call that, Sean. There's riders everywhere you look.
It's too hard.
Brett Simmons pulling out a little bit on Josh Vanderputten, maybe. A couple of bike lengths there up at the top of the hill, running onto the back straight now. So it'll be interesting to look at the lap time. 58.25 last time through from Brett, so very, very close to the quickest qualifying lap from Josh Vanderputten this morning. He's certainly capable of running it.
I think you're right, he is sneaking away ever so slightly.
But what a great ride from all three. Last time through, 58.3 from Brett, so almost identical to his previous lap.
See, Taran closes up on Josh at the top of the S's there, but he just can't quite get close enough to pass him.
Well, Taran Ocean's probably carrying a good 10 kilos more than any of these guys in front of him. So he's got to try and find pace in different parts of the track. Acceleration is not going to be his friend, particularly running up the hill. Massive group of riders crossing the line at the moment. As I said, very, very difficult to call them all.
Just looking at the timing here, we've got Chad Watt.
Sorry, Josh Vanderputten almost through on Brett Simmons at the end of the straight. Certainly showed him his wheel, so Josh becoming a bit impatient. Sorry, Sean.
That's all right. That's okay. Just looking back in the field a bit, we've got Chad Wiley leading the lights production. He's back in 11th place on the track, but leading his class.
Yeah, been very strong in the lights production class for a good while now. He's certainly showing some talent. It's very, very hard to look past this group at the front. I think Taran Ocean has got a move coming. He's looking for. He looks like he can carry some more speed, but needs to find a way through Josh. So
Yeah, I think Josh is going to try and have a go at Brett at the end of the back straight here. He's much closer than what he was the previous lap.
I think he is too, but he did show Brett the wheel. Now, the other interesting thing is they have lap traffic coming up, and that will break up these three. So the person who gets through the traffic the best is probably going to get the checkered flag with only 3 laps remaining, or 2 now. I think they have Eleanor Renton in front of them, and a very critical part of the track. Oh, Josh Vanderpool down the inside of Brett Simmons. That's a very nice move there from Josh. So 2 laps to go. What's Brett Simmons going to do? Josh has already pulled out a couple of bike lengths there. Taron Ocean through on Eleanor nice and clean, so they're still all together. Poor drive out of Suckers though from Taron Ocean. He might have found himself in the wrong gear there, being a bit hurried to get past Eleanor Renton. So more lap traffic coming up. Brett Simmons right on the back of Josh Vanderputten, looking to run up the inside, but strong brakes from Josh Vanderputten into lap traffic now. So this is going to be critical. Hopefully these guys are going to get through cleanly. Yeah, both riders in front stayed at the inside. I think, yes, all through nicely. And Taron Ocean seems to have closed down that gap. Last lap bought out, so it's all or nothing here. Taron Ocean up the inside of Brett Simmons. That's twice Brett's been taken into the top of turn 1. Maybe those
back under again.
I was going to say, maybe those old Superbike lines are showing, and Brett's lost a little bit of that finesse on the 125.
Taron's up the inside of him again.
But look, having said all that, Brett's going to be absolutely loving this. It's he hasn't had a lot of it in Superbike, so this is exactly what 125 racing can produce. But Josh Vanderputten, he's away. He's managed to gap them. So what now can Taron Ocean do about Brett Simmons either side of Michael Regan? And I think Taron Ocean's gone around the outside, isn't he?
Gone around outside, yep.
Wow, so great ride from both Josh Vanderputten, Taron Ocean and Brett Simmons. What a race between the three of them.
Fantastic. Then
we look back to bike 66, which is just coming through the chute now. That's Tom Turner with Reese Tan right behind him. A great battle between the two of them, both GP bikes. Then back to Nathan Green, who's about to cross the line. And then I think back to first our production bikes, which would be Larry Eaton from Chad Wiley. So Larry takes the victory in Lights Production, is that right?
Yes.
Wow. That's a great ride from Larry Eaton. Wow, what a race, Sean.
Absolutely sensational. I know I keep saying that, but this is just definitely the best race meeting so far this year.
Well, yes. Now, Brett Simmons, I think, might have missed the checkered flag,
I think he did.
He did. Well, that's good. I thought I'd got it wrong there because I saw him flying over the start-finish line, but... Yeah, don't know.
Yeah, I think he'd head down in that group trying to get across the line first on that last lap. I think he may have just missed the checkered flag.
Yeah, what a race though between the three of them at the front. Absolutely sensational.
And the rest of the field as well.
Oh, look, without a doubt. Absolutely take nothing away from the rest of them. This is very, very hard to look past what happened at the front.
Yes, there were battles all the way through the pack.
Yeah, recovery van going out. I think I can see a bike parked at the bottom of the hill just on the approach to Calvin's Corner.
Yes.
So that would probably be a breakdown, I'd say, given you don't usually crash just as you're approaching a corner. Well, you hope you wouldn't. But three more of those to look forward to, Sean.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, wow.
So I don't think we're going to have any issues with time this afternoon, even with that delay that we had. I think we'll still manage to get all the races in.
Yeah, assuming no more incidents, of course. That's always outside the control of race control. But that'd be great if what you say is correct there, Sean.
Yes. I mean, we were only stopped for a little bit over half an hour, which is our normal lunch break anyway. So
yeah, a little late to get going as well, but hopefully we're going to get through it. So the last race group up for their first race of the day is the Golden Era over 500, the pre-modern Superbike and pre-modern Supersport. They're just looking for the qualifying from that group. Jason Wiley was the fastest qualifier on the old Golden Era GSXR 1100, 57.72. Don Fenton behind him on the pre-modern Open CBR 1000, so certainly a more capable race machine, and we've seen that Don's been riding very, very well. 57.9 for Don, so nothing much in it between those two, so every chance we're going to see another great battle at the front. Oscar O'Donovan on the, that's a ZX7, or sorry, ZXR, it'd be, wouldn't it? Yeah. 58.4. And Bob Sellers, who's been saving himself, I'd say. He's on the, I'm not sure what year it is, I think it's 2004, Yamaha R1, and that's 58.5 for Bob. And then we've got James Ryan, 59.4 for the Golden Era FZR 1000. So, nice mix of machinery at the front, all pretty closely matched.
I think it's a great class that we've got running there because it gives people the opportunity to ride motorcycles that are a bit older, that were very competitive in their day, but not quite so much these days with the modern superbikes and the modern 600s.
Yeah, saying that this morning, Sean, that there's a lot of these bikes going now very, very cheaply, and they can make a competitive and cheap race bike.
Yep.
And you come out and have a lot of fun without spending too much money, and that's what these classes are about. Unlike the, say, the Tas Superbike that we saw earlier, where you really need to be finding every bit you can out of it, you really can do a basic setup on these bikes, put a race fairing on them, and just go for a season and have a lot of fun.
Yeah, of course they were. You've got to remember they were the superbikes of their period.
Oh, of course, they were certainly fast in their day. It was funny, I mentioned before that I was having a chat to Scott Campbell this morning. He was saying he was over at the Bend and riding the RC30 that he often does for the Superbike Masters, and they sent them out with the Australian Superbikes in free practice. And yeah, I know, go figure. Anyway, he was saying that there were a couple of, I can't remember who they were, but a couple of lead contenders in the ASPK field who went to outbreak Scott and ended up running wide. So a little bit surprised by how competitive and effective the RC30 was under brakes.
Yep.
Of course, Scott's no slouch himself, but
and the RC30 is not it's basically a factory superbike sold as a production bike.
Well, that's right, but we're still talking about a bike built in the 80s.
Yes, that's right.
And to your point, all these bikes were very competitive in their day, and they still are quite competitive today.
Yes.
So almost ready for a race start. Last bike being Michael Webb, just finding his position at the back of the grid.
Yep.
So Rob Scott, our starter, brings in the red flag, the red light about to come on. It is racing, and it is Jason Wiley who gets the old 1100 away best of all. That's Oscar O'Donovan, I think, into second place. Maybe Don Fenton third. Stuart Bugg. Bob Sellers looking to go around the outside of Stuart Bugg. I think James Ryan then. But yeah, it's the old Golden Era bike. Who's heading the pack so far. Jason Wiley away to a flyer. I'm not entirely surprised by that because those old 1100s do have a lot of torque and they do drive very, very well off the line. That's probably one advantage it does have over the rest of the field.
Jason is a great starter as well. Even on this superbike, he's a good usually a good starter.
Yes, that's right. The old 1100 gives away a fair bit in other areas. It's not quite a, like I was saying earlier, 5-speed transmission. It's not great. It's not quite a crash box, but with a big old gear lever, but not much better. But you can see he does a great job with it. John Fenton, not far behind Jason, so this will be interesting to see what Don can do about Jason Wiley. Very, very similar qualifying race times.
See, Bob Sellers is up there in 4th spot at the moment.
Yeah, Oscar Donovan, nice job there on the ZX7R. So giving away a little bit in capacity to the guys at the front, but as you said earlier, Sean, the capacity's not everything around here. It's a good level of this racetrack.
Yeah, where the smaller bikes do lose out is down the back straight. That's probably the only place that, and maybe going up the hill.
And there you go. Look at that. Don Fenton looking to go through the inside of Jason Wiley. Jason's not going to have any of that, so closes the door on Don. But this is where Don's going to have a slightly easier time of it on the later model bike. Remember, these guys are in different classes, but old bike versus newer bike. But you will see some good racing. Jason Wiley enjoys riding this old bike, and he rides it very, very well. In fact, I think he's the lap record holder here in Golden Era. I think he's actually been in the 56s. So that last lap through from Jason in the lead, 57.8. Hasn't raced it in anger here for a while, so maybe taking a little bit of readjusting after getting off the P4 Panigale. I think it would be quite different.
I think so. With all the electronics and all the bells and whistles, and
yes.
Stepping onto something with nothing.
The only electronics on the bike he's on are the spark plugs. Oh, look at that, the extra power of that CBR 1000. So what's Jason going to do? Straight back down the inside. I'll have none of that, thanks. So Jason, the more experienced of the two. I know Don's done a lot of racing earlier in his life, but of late, Jason's probably done more laps around here. But like I keep saying, Don's putting in an outstanding day. He's riding beautifully. And back further to Oscar O'Donovan, being dropped off a little bit by the bigger capacity bikes in front, but doing a great job nonetheless. First time out here on this bike for Oscar.
James Ryan's closing up on Bob Sellers as well. I think he may be going to have a go at the end of the back straight next time round.
Yeah, probably a bit of heavy breathing going on under the visor for Bob at the moment. This is the most laps he's done all day.
Yeah, it's up to 5 laps. So.
5 laps, it's 2 more than he's qualifying. Jokes aside, it is hard work. And look at this, Don Fenton looking to go down the other side. So finding it hard to get past Jason Wiley. No surprise at all, because Jason is a very fierce competitor. He loves his racing.
James Ryan's just passed Bob Sellers under brakes at the end of the back straight as well.
Not sure Jason's totally at ease with that bike. He is off his pace a little. So, like I say, could just be chopping and changing between the two bikes. I don't know. But he has gone quicker here at Basketball on that old GSXR 11. But how good is it to look at an old GSXR 1100 heading a field of pretty capable superbikes, albeit older superbikes, but like I said earlier today, it wasn't a dedicated sports bike in its day. Look at that.
How fast is Don's bike down there?
And how good is Jason under brakes? It was a sports touring bike, that bike that Jason Wiley's riding, so what a great effort. And, you know, these guys are having a ball. They're absolutely loving what they're doing. Have a bit of smiling going on. So Don's going to have a rethink. If he's going to put a pass on Jason Wiley, he's going to have to do something a little differently, because it's not sticking.
No, I'm thinking he might need more than 1 or 2 bike links at the end of the back straight to be able to pull that one off.
James Ryan threw on Bob Sellers as well. So Bob's still got the horsepower advantage there on the newer Yamaha, on the older Yamaha, or against the older Yamaha. Look at that, up the hill you can see the advantage of that R1 into Suckers, but it's a very tight entry. No, he gets it done nicely. Sometimes you can compromise your exit if you get in too tight, particularly up there at Suckers. But still, Jason Wiley holds out. Don Fenton at the end of the back straight, looking for a run around the outside. It drives very well. That CBR 1000 running it right out onto
right
the. I'll tell you what, you don't want to go any wider than that.
No.
Seen some very nasty accidents there from bikes running off the bitumen.
2 laps to go.
Yes, I don't know where he's going to do it. Well, I do. He's going to have to try it at the end of the back straight because I think Jason's riding the rest of the track too well to show an opportunity, and that's obviously where the newer model Honda has got a lot of advantage in straight line speed.
I don't think he's close enough this time, Chris. He seems to have dropped back slightly.
Yeah, I think you're right. If he's one thing going against him is he's shown his hand. Jason knows where to expect him. And for the last lap, Jason knows that he can be very, very tight down there and late on brakes, and it's going to make it extremely hard for Don. So last lap brought out now, as you said, Sean. I'd be picking Jason Wiley for this.
I think you're right. Unless Jason makes a mistake, which he doesn't do that often, I think Don's going to struggle to get past him. Although he is much closer here than what he was on the previous lap.
Just thinking the same thing, Sean. He is nice and close. Even up the hill here, has he got the drive?
He does.
It's going to be a big move. No, Jason closes the door again. So look, he is close. Maybe, just maybe down the back straight. But as I said, Jason will be wise to it. So he's already got a plan in place, I expect. But look at the down the outside. I think Jason's going to go back through.
And we've got a bike in front of them as well.
Oh, Jason Wiley runs wide. Big lunge under brakes, and Don Fenton takes advantage of that straight underneath Jason Wiley and takes the win. So picked that the wrong way, but credit to Don Fenton. That's what pressure can do. And look in Jason Wiley's defence, pulling up that old touring bike takes a bit of work. As I said, the gearboxes in those aren't particularly kind. They have a bit of engine braking, a bit of compression lockup, and that is hard to manage against a bike of the calibre of what Don Fenton's riding. But, credit to Don.
I'm not sure how much they weigh, Chris, but I reckon there's possibly a bit of brake fade happening with Jason's bike there as well.
Yeah, possibly. As I said earlier, I've done a few laps around here on those older bikes, and you can actually get them braking reasonably well. It takes more pressure at the lever. You don't always get a lot of fade, but they just don't have the braking power.
Yep. And
it's all part of the fatigue. You just extra braking pressure, the heavier throttles, the heavier bikes, it wears you down. But look, credit Don Fenton. That's what you need to do. Absolutely great job. He'll be delighted with that.
I never really understood the term wooden brakes until I raced my FZ 750 for the first time.
Well, wood's probably being generous, I think. I actually started racing on an FZ 750 and I didn't know much better, but I knew that it was commonplace to end the race with the front brake lever touching the throttle.
Yep.
But I thought that was what motorbikes did.
Yep.
But another fantastic race, Sean. Just goes to show again what you said this morning, that we're going to be in for a good day's racing. Every class so far really turning it on for us, and
the depth of talent.
The depth of talent. And look, I feel guilty of not being able to pay attention to what's going on in the rest of the field. It's just the quality of the racing at the front has just been outstanding.
Yep. Yeah, that pass that Don Fenton made on Jason Wiley on the last lap. You see, Jason was trying to defend his position and just outbrake himself probably, and Don took full advantage of it.
Yeah, not for the first time. That certainly is a common thing. That really deep under brakes down there, you will run that little bit wide, and it opens the door for the person to come back underneath you. That's racecraft. It's It's what motorcycle racing is all about. And that's no mean feat at all to get the better of Jason Wiley, even if Jason's on an older bike.
Jason has lots of experience racing many things.
That's right, absolutely. Touring cars included. Transporters, buses.
I'm sure there's boats in there somewhere.
Oh, there'll be boats as well.
Yeah.
So we're finally up to race 2. Sorry, the second set of races for everyone.
You've got Formula 3, Formula Basketball, and Golden Era.
Golden Era up to 500, so they're the little bikes, not the big bikes that we just saw. Now, the obvious omission from race 1 for this Formula 3 class was Brett Simmons. Now, hopefully we're going to see Brett out there this time. Josh Vanderputten certainly is. I think Brett will probably appreciate the extra experience because he hasn't done many laps on his 125. He'll be looking to make the most of every opportunity. So hopefully he'll roll out. And of course, the reason both Josh Vanderputten and Brett Simmons are in this race is because the 125 GP bikes qualify for both Lights GP and the Formula 3 categories. So some riders elect to do both. More track time. If you're fit enough and you enjoy it enough, then why not?
And for a small extra entry fee to get that extra class, it gives you much more track time. And the more track time you have, the faster you're going to get.
Absolutely. And I think the question's been answered. It doesn't look like Brett's coming out. I can see one more bike rolling out through the pits now, and that's not Brett. So looks like he's going to sit this one out. Maybe they're doing some more bike work. Don't know. Good to see Harley Phipps down there. Poor Harley had his motorcycle stolen, his race bike stolen, recently in Launceston before I think it was a ride day. So he just purchased a bike from Greg Davies and the crew at Motorcycle City, and some lowlife decided he'd relieve him of it.
Yes, stolen from a motel, which is on the night before the ride day.
Yeah, so it's good to see a bike being lent to Harley to get out there and roll around. Hopefully we're going to see Harley with his own bike again soon, which would be absolutely fantastic. But it's very, very hard to come up with a description for the sort of people that would go and do that to somebody. As I said, low life is probably paying them a compliment.
Being a bit kind.
Yeah.
It's good to see we've got this number of spectators again here today, Chris. It's
fantastic. I really hope everyone on the hill's enjoying it as much as we are. And of course, anyone watching on a live stream video as well. You'd usually be pressing the buttons, controlling the cameras, Sean. So you probably left that on autopilot for a bit. Come up here and multitask.
I did. The funny thing is that there's more people watching it when it's doing it by itself than what there is when I'm doing it.
Right. Well, maybe they're tuning out from the commentary. Maybe they're following you. But look, wherever you're watching from, I do hope you're enjoying it. Oh, gee, that's a shame. We'll see Josh Vanderputten, the only bike on the front row, because, of course, Darren Grice was the crash bike in race 1, and no Brett Simmons. So I think Josh Vanderputten's going to have this one to himself. The red light's on. Racing. Again, Josh Vanderputten gets away very well, but I think that could be... who is that on... struggling to pick up that bike on who's now in first place. I didn't get the number. No, I don't think it's... No, I don't know. We'll find out shortly rather than trying to guess. So...
Josh Vanderputten back in second place.
Heath Fielding. I thought it was Heath, but I saw him at the back of the field on the timing. So I'm pretty sure it is Heath. It looked like him, and I didn't want to get it wrong. Anyway, back at the front, so is it still who we think is Heath? Yep, Josh Vanderputten right behind him, so Josh will probably look to run up the inside under brakes, but no, not quite. And yes,
And
he actually decides he'll let the brakes off a bit and roll through. So certainly this morning's racing has sharpened up Josh. He knows what he's capable of and leads the field for the first time. So sure enough, that was Heath fielding. We've got Jim Abey on the SV650. Very, very different machine to the two in front of him, even though they are actually running in the same class. SV650 versus a 125 GP bike. You wouldn't get...
Seems a bit odd.
It does seem a bit odd. So the field's certainly stretching out at the front, but still some good close racing further back. Just looking at Larry Eaton going over the top of the hill there up at Suckers.
This is in fifth with Ben Abey and Chloe Honeychurch and Ben Boxall behind them.
And Peter McEldowney right in front of Larry, so good contest developing between the three of them, or four of them. Good ride from Heath Fielding. He doesn't have anywhere near the experience on a 125 GP bike like Josh Vanderputten does. Every time he goes out, he impresses me.
Chloe Honeychurch there behind Larry Eaton's doing a fantastic job as well.
She certainly is.
I was talking to her dad over the weekend, and he's actually letting her use race tyres for the first time.
Oh, really? Oh, he's mean.
He's mean. And apparently the difference is amazing, according to Chloe.
Oh, well, I hope that doesn't mean Scott's going to have to go with that food this week.
Well, see, she's closing up on Larry going down towards the beginning of the back straight there as well.
Oh, look, she rides really well.
And she's might even try and put a pass on Larry at the end of the back straight.
Not quite close enough.
Right.
So Josh Vanderputten certainly getting away comfortably at the front now. 59.81. Quite a long way off what he was doing in the Lights GP race. So doing that pretty comfortably as we thought he would. But look further back. Larry Eaton round the outside of, that must be Peter McEldowney, is it?
Yep, Chloe went around the outside as well.
Oh, Larry Eaton goes from, picked up two places just through the S's. Chloe down the inside now of Peter McEldowney. And then set Ben Abey behind them. Starting to sort themselves out. Larry, I think, might be just starting to break that group. He seems to have gapped them a little bit on the run down the hill towards Calvin's. Coming down the straight now, over the hump. Tiny gap from Larry Eaton on the motard, but you wouldn't get four more different bikes, would you?
No.
Or at least three. I think we've got two SV650s in there, have we?
Yeah, there's Peter McEldowney and Jim Abey on the
Yes.
On the 650.
So two SV650s. They certainly have been a great race bike. And we talk about affordable racing. Cheap to buy, cheap to race, and a load of fun.
The most unlikely race bike.
Yes, yeah, you'd say that. But I think being light, being the twin keeps it nice and narrow and the weight nicely distributed. Great to see Marcus Priest still enjoying his first race day out. Jason Brown just crossing the line now, another person having his first race meeting here at Baskerville. Bit of a lonely ride, unfortunately, but he'll still be learning a lot. Good battle still going on further back there with Larry Eaton. Now we've got, that's Jim Abey, Chloe Honeychurch. Is Chloe actually on? She's on the Ninja 400.
400, yep.
They're giving away a fair bit in capacity to the 650 in front of her. Look at that around the outside. That's a big, big move. I'm not scared. I think last time she was here, she actually lost the front going into turn 2 up there. So she's put on a blinder of a move there. The way she's going, she might have to be swapping with Scott. She should take the Superbike and Scott take the 400.
Take the 400, yeah. There goes Josh Vanderputten across the line again, completing 2 laps to go.
Yep, blue waves flagging, which tells the riders they're about to be overtaken. So still, this Larry Eaton, Chloe Honeychurch, Ben Aby battle continues. They've dropped off Peter McEldowney, and Peter's got Ben Aby right behind him. But really, it's that battle with Larry Eaton going down through the S's at the moment. I think Chloe Honeychurch is fancying an overtake here.
I think you're right. She's closing and closing every lap through the S's.
She's loving these race tyres then. What did she have on before that?
Just road tyres.
Interesting to see the difference in straight line speed between the two of them. So the bike of Larry Eaton is a 350, KTM 350 XCF. Obviously a 4-stroke Euro bike, converted for road racing. So very similar capacity between the two. The 400 Ninjas have to have a modified ECU to take a few revs out of them. But looking for run up the inside of Larry Eaton. Whoa, that's tight.
Very close.
But she gets it done. Larry's thinking, what was that? So last lap, I think Larry's, except for lap traffic, which Chloe thinks nothing of, straight around the outside of, that must be Jason Brown, I think. So she's gone. She's dealt with the boys. Tell you what, Sean.
Yeah, we've got Josh coming around for the checkered flag.
Yeah, very comfortable in there. So you can see Harley Phipps best time so far of 67 on the 600. So used to running the smaller bike. He's good to see him coming to terms with that. Heath Fielding picking up second place. And then we're back to Chloe Honeychurch, who will actually pick up third outright. What an outstanding ride from Chloe. Certainly the best lap time there. Flat 62. Actually, 61.81.
Yep.
It's same time as Heath Fielding in front of her, 61.1. So if she got away well, she could run with Heath Fielding.
It's good.
How about that?
It's a good effort on a 400 production bike.
Well, look, we saw last year with Jesse Woods that the production bikes are actually very competitive with the GP bikes around here.
Yes. I mean, the rev limiting on the Ninja 400s actually limits the revs about 100 revs into the power part of the curve. So if they were unrestricted, I think they'd be a fair bit faster.
Yeah, there's no doubt it takes a bit out of them.
It takes it's not like riding a two-stroke, but it takes a bit of finesse to actually keep them in the power.
Yeah, certainly not the way they were designed.
No.
But, it seems to work to keep them reasonably well matched with the other bikes in the Super or 300 Super Sport class.
Yeah, some of the problems in the national Super Sport 300 class, the Yamaha R3s are basically not limited at all. They run YC World Super Sport kits in them and things like that. So that's why you don't see many of the Kawasaki's at the pointy end.
It's proven to be a very popular race class, though.
Oh, absolutely.
So too the junior class. What do they call that? Is that the Yamaha Blue Crew? It's sponsored by Yamaha, isn't it? Because they're all R15. But yeah, like our little Tassie Junior class down here, it's certainly great to see the kids getting out. And last time I watched a race with all of them, they looked like a swarm of bees going around together. Not very fast, but there were that many of them.
Yes. Well, at the Australian rounds last year, they the presentation from Yamaha and from Rd1 Leathers was brilliant. Rd1 supply all the leathers for the kids. Yamaha were doing all the bikes. I think they supplied a crew person for each of the kids as well. And they all look like they're having a lot of fun. I know they were taking the kids out, kids on the mainland, they were taking them out most weeks to go-kart tracks. And Damien Cudland, I think it was, one of the Cudland brothers, was training the kids, which brought the level of competition up again.
Yeah, it's really good to see. I think Australia's needed this for quite a while, a junior entry class, because in Europe they've been running junior classes for a long, long time. And even though Australia has produced some fantastic international road races, there's no doubt about it, the earlier you start, the better opportunity, or the more opportunity you have, and the better you're likely to be. It's interesting that a lot of our Australia's best road races have come out of dirt track.
Yes.
So the likes of Casey Stoner, Wayne Gardner, a lot of them have done a lot of early dirt track, and they're very used to and familiar with their bike moving around under them. But Jack Miller, yeah, many of them. But as I say, there's certainly an advantage in getting into road racing as early as possible, and it's a great initiative. I think everyone's all for seeing more Australians in the international moto classes.
Absolutely.
Fantastic to see Remy Gardner in MotoGP this year.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how he goes on the KTM.
Yes. Big step up, but look, he's shown the potential, so fingers crossed. It'd be great to watch him.
He's matured a lot over the last couple of years as well, which is...
Yeah, and for those of you who were lucky enough to follow his dad, Wayne's career, Wayne was an exciting racer to watch. He was so courageous, really used to ride with his right hand and not afraid of giving it the berries.
Yeah.
It was always heart and mouth, but what a great rider Wayne Gardner was.
Yeah, it's something he said one day. You never know how fast you can go around any particular corner until you've fallen off there.
Well, that's true. You can't argue with that. Anyway, ready for race start for our Tassie Juniors. Red light is on. And racing, unfortunately, Isaac Simmons didn't get the best start, but Ollie Skinner did. He's away and leading the field. Gus O'Halloran, he's almost been the standout in the junior class this morning. He gets away in second place. Isaac Simmons did recover, but David Coward rounds him up to put a pass on through the S's. So Ollie Skinner away to an absolute flyer. Isaac Simmons, just like race one, there's a fair bit of work to do. I mean, he did it in race one, so let's see what happens. And then further back, we've got Jet Pryor heading Ava Connell as they go up the hill for the first time.
I think Isaac may have not been in first gear. I saw him have 3 goes at the gear lever going up, heading towards the bridge.
Oh, that old problem. It's better than neutral.
That's better than neutral.
Yeah.
Or neutral then first.
True. But here we go. Look, Isaac's already made up plenty of ground over the back of the circuit. In fact, look at Ollie Skinner. It looks like almost a rerun of race one. Is he even going to put a pass on through the chute? Wow, how about that? 4th to 1st in 1 lap. So Isaac Simmons certainly got the bit between the teeth. Gus O'Halloran, again, just ahead of David Coward. So what can David do about reeling in Gus O'Halloran? They had a ding-dong battle in race one.
I think Ollie might have been a bit surprised when Isaac came through then. I don't think he was expecting him.
Yeah, look, don't know. I guess Ollie probably did not know how far back Isaac was, unless he had a look over his shoulder. But given that Isaac got the better of him in race one, he should have been
expecting him
somewhere. So who knows? Only Oliver knows that. But now it's Isaac Simmons leading the field onto the back straight. Looks like he's gapped Ollie a little bit, so what can Ollie do? He can't, like this is the time he's got to dig deep to try and stay on the back wheel of Isaac. But Isaac really, credit to him, just riding absolutely beautifully.
He is.
Nice, clean flowing lines. It's like I said this morning, he's only very new to road racing, probably, 2 or 3 meetings old.
I think he might be getting a fair bit of coaching from his dad.
Well, there'd be no doubt at all about that, but it's not like he's doing it easy. He's had a couple of big stacks already.
He has.
And, it's not taking the edge off him. I guess that's the advantage of youth, isn't it?
It is.
Those of us who have been around the block a few times,
sometimes it's hard to get up.
It can be a bit hard to get up and back on. Not just psychologically, but physically. Yes, anyway, so as the race wears down, Isaac Simmons heading down over the hump. Nice little gap now on Ollie Skinner on the KTM 85. Again, they're the two-stroke bikes leading, but the battle here for third and fourth, David Coward has actually closed up on Gus O'Halloran, so this is worth watching. Both Yamaha R15s, so there should be nothing at all in it between the two. Last lap, so David's really going to have to find something here to close that gap down and put a move on. In fact, look at that, around the outside, is he going to get it done? It's a difficult manoeuvre, isn't it, Sean, around the outside there?
Oh! Trying to go up the inside that time.
Holding no prisoners at all. Gus O'Halloran elbows out. So, Gus O'Halloran, a bit of a gap over David Coward. David's going to have to really extend himself here to try and get maybe a slipstream down the back straight.
Yeah, I don't think David's close enough this time around.
I don't think so, unless he's got a good run onto the back straight, which we can't see from here. No, I think you're right, Sean. I think Gus might have this one in the bag. But speaking of in the bag, Isaac Simmons, he will come around and pick up the checkered flag to make it 2 from 2. Good ride, 2 from Ollie Skinner.
Skinner in second. Yes, and Gus holds out David.
Yep.
And he's excited as anything.
Big steering shake over the start finish line, intentional, but shows his jubilation as picks up second, third place of the day. Great work, Gus O'Halloran.
You've never seen that go wrong, have you, Chris?
No, not at all. No, at least it wasn't a proper tank slapper. I've seen those ending tears here at Baskerville over the start finish line.
Yes.
Jet Pryor, he will crosses the line to pick up 5th place and not too far behind Ava Connell. Rounds out the field. So another great race there from our Tassie juniors.
And you look at the times that Isaac's doing, it's like 108.3, and Ollie Skinner on the motorbike's 109.9. So there's a little bit of advantage in the GP bike, which, as you said earlier, is probably aerodynamics.
Well, yeah, that and or Isaac's just riding better. You don't know.
You don't know.
But he's whatever it is, it's working.
I bet he can't wait to get on his old man's bike, the 125.
Well, look, what better preparation than riding this? It's an 80 or 85? 85, isn't
85,
it?
I think.
Yeah, on RS 85 around. So yeah, I'm sure he'll really enjoy getting on the 125. It makes you wonder what sort of future Isaac Simmons is going to have. He certainly. Between his dad Brett and granddad Eric, there's plenty of years of race experience there, and I'm sure they'll be there to support Isaac all the way through his career, which would be fantastic to watch. Well, Sean,
Yep.
time for the adrenaline shot again. The Tas Supersport are about to roll out.
Better just take a seat, Chris, and just have a little relax before that comes out.
Yes, race 1 was super exciting. Matt Long, our pole sitter, he managed to get away in the lead and stay clear of the battle that was happening behind him and managed to gap the guys a little bit. So I think start is absolutely critical to this race because they're so evenly matched. Be interesting to see what Mitch Hawksley can do. He looked like he was just off the pace a fraction in race 1, so he'll have gone back to the pit, had a bit of a think about that. Having said that, it's a long championship. Mitch won't be too fast. He knows that there's plenty of time to make that up, and he's still getting very, very good points. Nothing wrong with second place, but no, Mitch, he'll be pretty keen to go out there and see if he can turn things around.
Absolutely. As long as you accumulate points in the first couple of meetings of the year, you can always make the big comeback at the end of the year and score those wins that you need.
Yeah, that's right. The old Barry Sheen saying about to finish first you have to finish.
That's it.
And championships are all about making sure you're there, getting the points.
Yep.
And choosing your battles. When you think about when you have to take the chance and when you don't. Of course, you can't always anticipate. Sometimes you get to the end of the year and think, oh, gee, I wish I tried harder in that race. But typically, as I say, sometimes it's a case of choosing your battles. If you're overextended and you think it's going to be too much to pick up another position, maybe you leave it for it to fight the battle another day. You've got to be a thinking racer. And we see that in MotoGP all the time as well. The guys obviously out there doing their best, but they also they plan their races and they think a lot about them and what points they need to carry forward in the championship.
That's it. If you just got to keep accumulating those points and taking the opportunities when they arise.
That's a big part of it, Sean, without a doubt. So it's going to be very interesting to see here. Like I keep saying, I think the start's going to be critical, and how that plays out is really going to determine the outcome of this race, I think. I thought some of the guys behind Mitch looked like they had a bit more pace, but they couldn't find a way through. So if they do get a good start, it's going to be interesting to see if somebody can challenge Matthew Long.
Yes, now with a few more laps under his belt, I think Tarbin is going to do better in this race. It looked like mid-race last race he slowed down a little bit. I'm not sure if he wore out or he ran out of tyres or what was going on. But I expect this time around he'll be, even though he did a sensational job in the first race with his lap times, I expected him to be a bit quicker this time around.
Yeah, he could have just lost the toe on the front guys, and he would have been trying 10 tenths when he was behind them. And once you lose the toe, you might back it out to 9 tenths because you've got no one behind you. It could have just been that. So I think, as you said, one race under his belt, a good start. There's every chance he's going to be in the mix as well. But keep an eye on the start. As I keep saying, I think that's the crucial part of this race. Matthew Long does get good starts in P1, but we're about to find out because the red light is about to come on. It's on now. Racing, and sure enough, Matthew Long gets away beautifully. Mitch Hawksley, too, comes off the second row. I think he'll pick up second place or not. Yes, he does. From Marcus Delaney. Tarbin Walker looks to go around the outside, but has to sit it up. They can just heavily going into the top of the S's there. Oh, still fighting for position. So it is Tarbin Walker who will get third from Marcus Delaney. But it is Matthew Long who will lead the field over Rasakis for the first time. Mitch Hawksley right on his heels. So Mitch looks like he means business. He's going to try and turn this around.
Yeah, he's much closer than what he was in the first race.
Looks much hungrier, doesn't he?
Yes.
So I think he's on for it this time. Had a bit of a think or change of bike setting or something, but look at the flight and the back straight. These 600s are not slow. Marcus Delaney up the inside of Tarbin Walker. What's Tarbin going to do? Not much, because it's a great move for Marcus Delaney. And then we've got Lockie Curtis, is it? Right behind him.
Right behind him, yep.
from Jono Hughes, from David Bartels, from Jesse Woods, who got away to a better start. Bit of shuffling through turn 1. Very tough place to put an overtake on. But look at that, Mitch Hawksley. I didn't catch where that happened, but he's put a move on Matthew Long. Did you see that, Sean?
Middle of turn 1.
Middle of turn 1, wow.
Yep. Big move.
So, as we said, that was Mitch's readjustment, race 1. Getting his head back in the game here after his nasty little incident at the 2 hour. But it's not to say he's going to have this all his own way. He's still got Matthew Long right on his heels, and so too, right behind him.
Marcus Delaney.
It's Marcus Delaney. Looking to go down the outside.
So good under brakes.
Yeah, but Matthew Long just lets the lever off a fraction and holds the line. Look at this. How many bikes he got in there? Probably at least 8 bikes. All over the start-finish line almost at the same time. Matthew Long looking for a way through on Mitch Hawksley in the lead. Marcus Delaney right behind him, and again, Tarvin Walker, what a great ride from him. First time here at Baskerville. And Lockie Curtis, you can't say enough about him. His transition to the 600 has just been absolutely sensational. There's that David Bartels on the back of Lockie Curtis. Wow, what a ride from David. We knew he was going to be strong here, but I didn't know he was going to be that strong.
Jono Hughes is right in there as well.
Just incredible. Look at that. 3 laps in and nothing at all between. Look at you can't call enough things at one time. Matthew Long looking to go down the outside of Mitch Hawksley. Then you've got Marcus Delaney, big lunge under brakes. Lockie Curtis all over the back of Tarvin Walker. Who's that? Jono Hughes down the inside of David Bartels. It's going on everywhere. And look, Jesse Wood starting to reel them in too. So if he gets in this mix, look out. Josh Ree's not far behind that.
Top 8 bikes are all doing 57s.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised if they go faster than that because the pressure's on. Mitch Hawksley only just holding off Matthew Long.
Yeah, they're all within half a second of each other.
Oh, brakes at the end of the straight. This is going to be huge. There's nothing at all between at least the front 4, then only a tiny gap to the 5th place bike. So drag race down the back straight, absolutely tapped under the windscreen and then a massive lunge under brakes. Who's the bravest?
Look how fast that Marcus Delaney's bike is. That is sensational.
It's not really working that well for him. Like the extra acceleration's there, but it's not enough to really put moves on at the moment. Look at that up the inside. That's going to be brave. Oh, Lockie Curtis, I think it is, gets that done. That's a very brave move. I think, who's that? Johnny Hughes. Who's that off? Is that Lockie Curtis? Is that... Oh, spin up at the bottom of the hill from Marcus Delaney. So I can't quite pick who that is. Certainly fairly harmless little front ender going into the top of the S's, but that's the pace these guys are running. There's not a lot of margin. So down the back straight now, it's Matthew Long trying to outbrake Marcus Delaney, I think it is. But still Mitch Hawksley at the front. So Marcus Delaney right behind Mitch Hawksley from Matt Long, Tarvin Walker from Jono Hughes and David Bartels. So it was Lockie Curtis who lost the front there at the top of the S's. Absolutely no shame at all in that. Maybe still a little bit of adjustment to get onto the bigger bike because it won't go through those S's as easily as the VFR 400 did. They don't, with the extra weight, they don't corner quite as well, and that's all part of the learning exercise. But matching with these guys, you can't say enough about the job that Lockie Curtis has done.
No, it's been sensational. In race 1, he was carrying a lot more speed than most of the bikes through that part of the corner, and that may be what just came back and bit him. Yeah,
well, as I say, you've got to adjust. You know, it's not a small and light of VFR 400. Look, we don't know what it was, but it's just a shame. He was giving it his best, and luckily it was only a fairly harmless little fall, so hopefully he'll be back. But back at the front, Mitch Hawksley still leads the way from Marcus Delaney, Matthew Long, Tarvin Walker, and Jono Hughes. So lap time wise, last time through, Mitch Hawksley 56.64, so they're only getting faster, Sean, not slower.
That's it, and 2 laps to go.
It's hard to pick it from here. I'd still be probably going Mitch Hawksley. But I tell you what, the two guys behind are breathing down his neck, and they disagree with me, I think. I reckon they'll be saying, I already know where I'm going to pass this guy. Big group of riders going into turn 1 at the moment as well. Who have we got in that group? I was trying to pick who that was, but lots of overtaking there. Down through the S's at the moment. That's Matt Coward and
Sam Delaney in front of him.
Yeah, so you probably have Stephen Oliver in there. They're having a great battle between them. Back here at the front, Mitch Hawksley still holds off Marcus Delaney. Matthew Long. Tarbin Walker starting to lose touch with the lead group. John O'Hughes looking for a way through, looking up inside. That's tight. That's a horrible feeling when you try for the move and you've got to back out of it at the last minute. You hope your brakes are big enough.
Jono's brakes are always big enough.
But look at this battle at the front. The lead 3. It's really anyone's race to win.
I think Marcus might be close enough to have a go this time around.
Well, you've spoken about the extra speed that's got down the back straight, and you might be right. Good to see Lockie Curtis back in the pits. He's riding the bike, so that hopefully means he's going to be... In fact, he's actually going to rejoin the track. I don't know if that's allowed without scrutineering, is it, Sean?
Oh, not really.
But the lead is coming around now. Checkered flag, and Mitch Hawksley will pick up the win in race 2 from Marcus Delaney, Matthew Long, Tarbin Walker, and John O'Hughes. Good ride too there from Jesse Woods, starting to find his feet. Josh Rees, nice ride into P7, best lap of a 58.2. Matty Coward just holding off from Sam Delaney. And then we've got Stephen Oliver behind him. Matt Carey probably not in his best form today. I don't know what's going on there. He's a very competitive racer, Matt.
I think Lockie Curtis actually didn't come into the pits and didn't get the bike brought back in the van, so he's quite entitled to jump back on the bike on the racetrack and continue.
Yeah, okay, yep.
He did go through pit lane though, which is part of the racetrack, so that's not my steward's opinion.
No, that's just your own.
My personal opinion.
You haven't got that hat on.
No, I haven't got that hat on at all. So I think he may have just been doing that to complete the race and get points.
Well, that's good thinking in that case. And importantly, it's good to see that he's fine and the bike's still running. So that means he's going to be back for race 3.
Yes.
And look, as I said, outstanding effort. It's no surprise at all that running at the front with these guys is no mean feat. He's not as familiar with the 600s as the guys around him, so that's what happens. It's a learning exercise, and he's just asked a little bit too much at the front. But look, at the same time, it might just be he knows exactly what he did. He might have bumped the front brake lever when he didn't mean to, when the front folded. He might have run over something on the track. You just don't know.
No.
I know I've almost fallen off once because I had part of my glove actually snag on the front brake lever and it jammed it on very quickly. And those sort of things can happen. And you don't. It's not part of trying too hard.
Yes, I've had that with a glove catching the lock wire on the throttle and not being able to close the throttle.
Ooh. Yeah, I'd rather have the brake issue than yours. But I tell you what, these guys are turning it on today.
They are. I can't say it often enough. It's just absolutely fantastic racing, fantastic day at Baskerville, and a fantastic crowd on the hill.
It is, and like you've been around long enough to see how the club and the sport's evolved. You might, take us back to yesteryear, Sean, when the club was not as viable as it is today.
Well, I've got to say, Chris, through the effort of you and the current committee and committee from a couple of years ago, the club has never been in a better position. It's strong. We've got lots of members. We have fantastic racing. Financially, we're very stable, and I think the future for the club is rosy.
Yeah, well, I'd have to agree, Sean. I think the future of both clubs would appear to be very strong. We were saying this morning how good it is to see our sport growing here and largely defying a national trend. And it is due to the hard work of many people. But it's always challenging. You spoke to a few things that are going well. We always find it hard to find enough volunteers and helpers because putting on a day like this does actually take a large team of people, and they're not always that easy to find. So, if anyone there on the hills listening and you want to get involved in helping our sport, we're all too willing to help you out and show you what you can help us do.
Interesting. I found a program from 2001 at work during the week, and I should have actually scanned it and put it up on Facebook. It was a program from a race meeting, which was a TRC that we held here. There were in total, I think it was 26 entries.
Wow.
Across all the classes. And just about everybody was racing in every race.
Yeah, well, that would have been interesting. Tiring
for
everyone.
Just about everybody. The change going from that fewer number of people to what we have today, which is 80 something.
Oh, we have 74 entries in their own right, but including cross entries, where I think we're at about 95 or 96.
Yeah, that's absolutely sensational.
It really is. It's a great turnout, and as I keep saying, it appears that it's only growing and getting stronger. So that's fantastic to see. Obviously, we're one-eyed about our sport. We love it. I think there's a lot to love about it. So I'd like to see it continue to grow. It is hard to continue to push the boundaries because, I suppose minor sports like ours don't get a lot of public support. It's very, very hard to get any media attention. Something I often hear is, why aren't you in the paper or on the news more often? Well, it's not from lack of trying. You just get complete dead battered from these people. They don't return your phone calls. I shouldn't say that. That's generalisation. There are a few who have supported us. But on the whole, it is very, very hard to, I shouldn't say overcome the prejudice, but just get people to pay us any attention.
Yeah, I think for the media, it's much easier for them to, for example, log on to Cricket Australia and get all the local cricket scores, not actually have to go out and do any reporting as such, and fill the back of the newspaper with cricket or football scores rather than chasing us around out here trying to get information about our sport.
Yeah, look, quite possibly, and I suppose, to be honest, I don't really know the politics or the reasons behind it, but all we can do is what we can do, and we do our very best. Part of the whole idea of video live streaming is to try and add to the promotion of our sport and have further reach into the community so that people become more aware of what we do. And we do it as well as we can out here. So,
yeah, absolutely. And an interesting thing, Chris, since we started doing the live streaming, and it is, it's not MotoGP, obviously. Very limited resources, very limited number of cameras and people to run it. But we've had over 20-odd thousand hours of viewing time.
It just goes to show that the interest is there if you can create or deliver it to people.
Yep. From all over the world.
Yeah, I know. It's absolutely incredible.
You look at where people are watching. There's someone watching from Rd1.
Yeah, well, that's just amazing.
It is.
And then, of course, we have events like the Motorworks Michelin 2 Hour, which now have national recognition.
Yep.
We have some of the best racers in Australia come and attend that. So it's all progress for our sport and our club. And I suppose all that leads to what we've got here today, Sean, which, as you said, is some fantastic racing and some good entry numbers.
Yep. Now, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all our volunteers for the effort they're putting in on days like yesterday and today You know, it's a big ask to get someone to come along and sit in the best place in the racetrack and flag with for a day out in the sun and the heat. We try our best. We give people a free feed, and they'll get a ride day voucher for their efforts. But again, I'd just like to thank them all for doing all the grunt work out in the field.
Yeah, second that, Sean. It's I guess sitting out there in a flag box for a while is really enjoyable, but particularly on a day like this, later in the day with the sun belting in, it can become a bit tiring. But look, having said that, I tell you what, I love a day's flag marshalling. Unlike sitting here
in the air conditioning.
In the air conditioned office, it might sound like we're just rambling, and actually we probably are. But yeah, just being able to focus on just sitting there in the flag box and watching some fantastic racing up close, it is a good day.
Yeah, so we've got the Superbikes out on track now.
Yep, Jason Wiley on the Ducati Panigale. He's just looks like he's stalled in the pit lane, but he's out on the racetrack proper now. So, can you see anyone beating Jason Spencer, Sean?
Not really. I mean, Jason's so smooth. The bike he looks very, very comfortable on it. He's going fast. It doesn't look like he's trying really hard.
No, and that's a sign of somebody, I think, who does have a setup. They're a confident rider. They understand what they're doing. They're well in control of it. That's not to say that he's doing it easy. It's just that fast riders look slow.
Yep.
Now on board, it's still pretty hectic. There's a lot of wheel spin and sliding and fine control going into it. But from a distance, it looks like he's just riding to the shop.
I think there'd be a fair bit going on in his brain.
Yeah, very, very experienced racer, Jason. Yeah, everyone's different when they jump on the bike, but in the pits you wouldn't get a more relaxed, laid-back guy. But now we often talk about what riders are going through sitting down there on the grid. It's a very anxious time. Some people are, they all have their own little routine. But right now is when the adrenaline starts flowing. It'd be interesting to measure their heart rate, because now it's probably as high or higher than during the race itself. There's a lot of anxiety. But red light is on, racing, and Jason Wiley will get the better of Jason Spencer this time.
Fabulous start. Chip Seller's got a fairly poor start that time round.
Yeah, he said he's struggling with the clutch on that ZX10 a little, but still he got away reasonably well. I think it's Jeremy Huddleston up there into fourth place. Scott Honeychurch in third, but so far Jason Wiley will hold off Jason Spencer. So this will be interesting. Ducati's not slow. In fact, there you go, big wheelie, and Jason Spencer looking to go up the inside into suckers. Wow, that is a commanding move. That's a tough place to put a move on.
Jason goes straight back past. Jason Wiley goes straight past Jason Spencer.
So drag race down the back straight. I don't know the Honda will go past the Ducati. Big wheelie, Jason Spencer will outbrake Jason Wiley. Big move, because we know, runs very wide. Keep it up, Jason. He does that. Yep. Now he's got a bit of work to do. So that just goes to show how hard it is to outbrake Jason Wiley. So I'm not going to say rookie error. I think that's just how hard it is to get past Jason Wiley. So it just made it a bit interesting for Jason Spencer. He's got a bit of work to do from here. I'm not going to put it past him. This is probably what he needed to really get himself motivated. It's a bit different to riding around by yourself at the front, having to chase people down. I think we're going to see some lap times from him. But now it's Jason Wiley with the race to lose. He's got a nice little gap out there in front. I think behind him is Scott Honeychurch. So Jason Wiley does head the field over the hump, under brakes. Yes. Scott Honeychurch, another guy with so much experience. He rides these big bikes so well. Looks great on a bike. He just looks like a natural racer. So Chip Seller's just ahead of Jeremy Huddleston. Jason's having a great ride too. Starting to come to terms with that R1. Oh, that's tight between Wade Schrader and Don Fenton. Don's still trying to get around the outside of him, and finally does so. So, yeah, Jason Wiley, interesting to see lap time here because he doesn't look like
55-1.
Yeah, I don't know that Scott Honeychurch is going to be able to do much about that. It's a good gap.
No, Scott's doing 56.2, so
Jason Wiley just under brakes now at the end of the back straight. Now, where's Jason Spencer? He's coming past Don Fenton at the moment. Coming right up behind Damien Ford's that'll be. The problem with Spence is he's going to, every time he has to pass someone, it costs him a bit of time. So looking for a way up the outside of Damien Ford, round the outside through turn 1. Wow, that's humbling.
Jason's doing 54.9.
Yeah, and that's in lap traffic. So
Yep.
Bit of clear track now before he gets onto the back of Jeremy Huddleston. I think you'll see a very good lap time. In fact, you can see how much it was spinning up there at the bottom of the hill. He's certainly got his head down. Yeah, I think this could be a very good lap time. In fact, he's going to get Jeremy even before the end of the back straight, I think. So as long as he doesn't get blocked for a run anywhere, I reckon this could be a blinding lap time. He might just get caught through the sweeper. Right onto the back of Jeremy Huddleston now. So, yeah, I think he's looking to go around the outside of Jezza and does so. Wow. It's
very tight.
So it goes through, well, take it back, 55.2. So, 54.9. No, that was his best lap. So 55.2 was his last time round. So it might have just been a little bit of lap traffic because he certainly looked like he had his head down. So Hamish Sellers is next in line for Jason Spencer. Carrying some good speed down at Calvin, so it's going to be a drag race between the ZX10 and the CBR 1000 down the back straight. It's not a slow bike, that bike of Jason's, but neither is the ZX10. Look at that. In fact, Jason has to decide to do that somewhere else, I think, because he did not make an inch on Chip Sellers down there. Maybe into turn 1?
I think so, into turn 1. He's closed up nicely. Yep.
He carries some speed through there. Almost runs wide, but yeah, Chip Sellers is no slouch. Jason Spencer rounded him up pretty comfortably there, you'd say.
Yes, with 3 laps to go, I don't think he's going to be catching Scott Honeychurch.
No, or Jason Wiley. Jason's done a great job out there by himself. So look, credit to Jason Wiley. He's forced the mistake from Jason Spencer, so he totally deserves this.
And he's looking pretty comfortable out there in the lead as well. I don't think he's, at times he's doing 55.1.
Still spinning up pretty hard there on the entry to the chute. So 55.8 last time through. 55.8 last time through for Scott Honeychurch, so nothing at all between that, the two of them. And Jason Spencer, 54.75 last time through. That's the fastest lap of the race. So is Jason Spencer going to catch Scott Honeychurch?
The last lap board coming out next time round. He's. I don't think he's catching him.
Well, there's only, there's almost a second a lap between them, with the gap being 2.5 seconds. So it's going to get close, but I think it's not close enough. Big wheelie from Scott Honeychurch over the hump, so to Jason Spencer. So last lap board being ready now for Jason Wiley. Look, I think it's going to come down to the wire here, Sean.
Going to come close, but Scott's a very hard person to pass.
Yeah, well, we've seen Jason Spencer. He's capable of putting on passes in a lot of parts of this racetrack.
He's closed right up on him. Top of the S's there, so
I'm going to go for a pass under brakes at the end of the back straight. I think he will be close enough.
I think you're right there, Chris.
Now, the only thing in his mind is he outbraked himself, spun up there at the bottom of the hill. I don't think it cost him too much, but it just goes to show he's not messing around.
No.
So right on the back wheel of Scott Honeychurch now. It'll be a drag race down the back straight, and I think a lunge from Jason Spencer under brakes. Oh, is he close enough? No, he's not.
He's not.
Still could be a chance over the start-finish line if he gets a good run through the chute. And he's getting a good run, but is he going to be close enough? I don't think so. It's going to come down to the wire as we thought, but Scott Honeychurch does enough. So, look, I don't think Spencer's going to be cursing himself. Third's still pretty good. It's a good bag of points, as we were saying before, Sean, about championship riding, but I know that he'll be reflecting on that little error on lap 1.
Knowing Jason, something he probably won't do again.
Yeah, look, most likely, but at the same time, results aside, I'm sure he would have really enjoyed that. A ride through the field like that has got to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, some of the places he was passing people are not the normal spots.
No, it's really good to see Jason riding in that sort of form.
Chris, just to mention, we've got a visitor from Mongolia.
Mongolia?
Mongolia. He looks like he flew in this morning.
Yeah, well, he could do with a bit of suntan. Could from Mongolia.
Yeah, that's a well-known mechanic from the club and a club member for years and years and years. It's Craig Rugen, good friend of the club, and a good friend of anybody who's got a two-stroke.
So, fantastic ride there from Jason Wiley, really well deserved. And so too Jason Spencer, big ride from last place. Great ride from Scott Honeychurch, and so too Chip Sellers. First time racing that ZX10 for Chip, so obviously there's bigger and better things to come from him. Good ride, Jeremy Huddleston. Like I said, he's really starting to come to terms with that R1, and we've seen what he's capable of on smaller machinery. In fact, he led a quality field of lights bikes in the Lights 20 lapper here a few years ago to almost be lap record pace for 20 laps.
Yes.
It was a fantastic ride from Jezza.
And speaking of the lights, we've got them coming back out again.
Wow. All right, who are you putting your house on?
Yeah, it's a tough one. If Brett has sorted his gearing and his engine out, and he's doesn't get too tired in 8 laps, he's in with a chance. But Taranation or Josh Vanderputten, I think there's equally as much chance of winning as for all 3 of them.
Yeah, I think you're right. The only thing in my mind, Sean, is that Josh is riding high on confidence. He hasn't been beaten yet today. He was overtaken by Brett and put a move back on Brett, and that's a big thing for Josh's confidence. That until now he didn't really know what to expect from Brett.
No.
He knows that Brett's the man, so he'll feel like he's well and truly up to the challenge if Brett's there next to him. So look, I just think it's going to be a fantastic race. So good to see Brett is rolling out this one. He missed the Formula 3 race.
It's Mark de Jong just rolled up beside Taranation and threatened to turn his fuel tap off.
Yes, the old reminds me of the old thing you do for your mate's road riding. You pull up at a red light and turn their kill switch off just as the light turned green. Not a nice thing to do at the racetrack, though.
No.
Tom Turner, one to watch. Going very well so far on that 125. I think it's a Honda RS 125.
Yes.
Bike number 66. I think it was around about 6th or 7th in race 1. But certainly somebody to keep an eye on. One of the graduates from the Tassie Junior class. And as I said earlier, also the Tassie Junior lap record holder here.
Yes, we've got Rob Scott out on the start line waiting for them to come around. The first bike's coming down at the end of the back straight now. Rob's bravely holding the red flag in front of him, hoping that they all remember it's only 1 lap for a warm-up lap.
Fortunately here at Basketball you get a fairly good view of the start-finish line. If they can't stop in time for that, then they're not watching where they're going. So Taran Ocean, first bike to line up. I think he probably feels like he's got a little bit left in him, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's out to make sure he can do that in this race. I reckon he's going to be absolutely determined. I think he felt like he probably was held up a little bit in race 1, so I think bike 69 there, Taran Ocean, is one to watch. Brett Simmons, he's certainly going to bounce back hard. He doesn't like being beaten. He knows he can run with these guys, and I'm sure he's confident he can beat them. So he'll be out there for the win. And as we said, Josh Vanderputten on bike 93, P1. He's riding high in confidence. He hasn't been beaten yet today.
Yes, they're lined up. Rob Scott's, they're just about under control. I think everyone's there.
Reece Tan, bike 39, head of row 2, is one to watch as well. He's been riding really well. But the red light is about to come on. It's on now, so we're about to find out. Racing, another great start from Josh Vanderputten, and so too Taran Ocean got away beautifully. Larry Eaton might spoil the party for a few of them, and does. He gets through and puts a gap in between Josh Vanderputten and Taran Ocean. Taran down the inside of Larry, so that's worked. But Brett Simmons, where is he?
Got a shocker. The Australia's coming around the outside now. He's made it pretty hard for himself, though.
He has made it hard for himself. He's close enough. He's got Dane Griggs in front of him, I think, and then Heath Fielding in front of him, then Larry Eaton. So a few to get past. I think he would probably get that on the back straight. He's already got past Dane Griggs. But Josh Vanderputten, he's the man. Bike car down on the outside of turn 1. Didn't see what happened there. Wouldn't be surprised if just coming together with another bike. But picked up and moving. I think that might be Marek, is it? I'm not sure.
I think it is. Yep.
But back to our race lead. Josh Vanderputten, he's got a little gap now over Taran Ocean. As I said, I think Taran's going to be absolutely determined here to do something about a win.
Yeah, Brett's moved up into the 3rd place.
Yeah, as I thought, he might recover those positions on the back straight. So he's now got a bit of clear track. It's going to be very interesting to see what Brett Simmons can do. Big battle going on further back there with Larry Eaton, Chad Wiley. Somebody's off in the dirt. Keep it up. They've run wide between 1 and 2, and I think they are going to keep it up. Nervous time running off on grass at race speed, particularly if it's wet.
All long, like that grass is there.
Yeah, a few snakes out there. But look, that rider is back on track, so I don't know if it's Aaron Wade, is it? Looks like his colours. It's a bit hard to keep track of everyone in this race, but leaders coming down the back straight. Josh Vanderputten still holding that little margin over Taran Ocean. Brett Simmons, I think, has closed down on Taran, so it's going to be very interesting to see what the lap times are. So Josh Vanderputten goes through at a 58.8, 58.9 for Taran, 58.4 for Brett. So Brett is the fastest man on track. Still only running the times they did in qualifying and race 1, but importantly, Brett's the fastest man on track, so expect to see him continue to close down on the 2 men in front of him.
If you look at the first lap there, Chris, Brett was nearly 3 seconds slower than Josh on the first lap. Yeah,
Brett not at all used to getting bad starts. He's just about always the first man into turn 1. So bike rolling down the back straight there, is it? Looks like they're going to park against the rail, which is good. So I don't think there's any change there at the lead. With the lead, the gap's about the same. Although I'd say Brett's closed down a little bit further on Taran Ocean.
Yep, just a couple of bike lengths.
So certainly this time, Taran not being blocked for a run. I think he's trying as hard as he can, not really making inroads into Josh at this stage. But look at that, flies down into turn 2. He's made up a lot of ground through there on Josh Vanderputten. That's certainly Taran's strong point.
And Brett was the fastest bike on track again that time round.
Yeah, so there's plenty of laps left. Yeah, I think we're going to see Brett Simmons in the mix at the front here.
It's nearly half a second quicker than Taran and Josh.
Yes, and Brett does know how to overtake. He's, as we keep saying, a very experienced road racer, so he will get through if the opportunity presents. Now Terranation noticeably closer to Josh Vanderputten. Wouldn't be surprised to see a move even into turn 2, because we saw last time round he was very confident on the entry to turn 2. So all over the back wheel, maybe even into turn 1. I think he's going up the inside and does so. Big move from Terranation. Does it stick? Yes, it does. So that's what I was saying. I thought Taran was out there for the win this time. I'm sure he thought he had something more to offer from race 1. And now Josh Vanderputten with Brett Simmons all over his back wheel. Tell you what, Sean, I'm going to need a beer tonight.
Oh, yes.
Brett Simmons up the inside of Josh Vanderputten, but does not stick. Josh back around the outside.
He's closing up again, coming onto the back straight.
So Terranation leads. Josh Vanderputten, Brett Simmons, nothing at all between them. Lap traffic, probably a lap away. Eleanor Renton just entering turn 1 at the moment. Terranation still in the lead, but nothing at all over Josh Vanderputten.
3 laps to go.
Yeah, in fact, they're going to get Eleanor before the end of this lap. Last lap through for Terranation, 58.2, 58.4 for Josh Vanderputten, 57.99 for Brett Simmons. So Brett certainly got the pace. He's right on the back of them, and he'll already be thinking about what he needs to do to win this race.
Josh has closed right up on Taran again.
Yeah, I think being overtaken has spurred Josh on a little bit. He's found a little bit more time. Bikes run off track at the end of the back straight. Now, I think that's maybe Ollie Skinner and it's certainly Ninja 400. Let's hope they don't interfere with our leaders here.
Josh is back in the lead again.
It must have been our slipstream down the back straight, I think. Brett Simmons now looking for a way through on Terranation. Nothing at all between these three. Apologies to everyone else in the race. It's just so hard to look anywhere else at the moment. That was Chloe
coming in.
And maybe Ollie Skinner. I'm not sure who the other bike was. It looked like a KTM. But Josh in the lead. Terranation still right on Josh's back wheel. So last time through, 58.1, 58.5, 58 flat. So really still nothing at all between them. It's just ebbs and flows depending on where they're getting traffic, what sort of run they get, but they're all running the same lap times. Scott Cleary, I think that is about to be overtaken down the back straight. And maybe John Crans. Brett Simmons looking for a lunge up the inside of Terranation. Can't get that done. So lap traffic. Again, let's hope these guys stay nice and tight through the sweeper because they've got a freight train of GP bikes coming past them. All good, yes.
We've already through safely.
Now Scott Cleary, hopefully he's got the blue flag and knows they're coming through. That's a difficult place to find a lap bike. They don't want to cause problems. Josh Vanderputten looking for a run around the outside, finally gets it done. All three of them pass. Poor old Scott. Look, nothing at all between them. Who's that? Who's going to go through first into suckers? It's Josh Vanderputten who'll come out first. I think it's still Terranation second.
Taran and Brett third, yep.
So laps wearing down. We're last lap board being prepared. So this last lap is going to be one to watch because this is what matters.
Well, there's Brett has gone past Terranation, who's closed right up in the back of Josh Vanderputten. This is a checkered flag coming up.
It is a checkered flag. Oh, I'll tell you what, I think, what's their timing saying? Josh Vanderputten by 0.05 of a second from Brett Simmons from Terranation. I actually thought that was the last lap coming up. I lost count there. But I'll tell you what, Sean, what a race.
What a race. Yep. And that last lap, surprisingly, last lap, all three of the bikes in the lead were all did 59s.
Yeah, probably a bit of lap traffic, I'd say.
Yes.
But look, just absolutely outstanding racing. So first of our production bikes.
This is also the first race today that Grant Boxall's managed to keep his TZ running.
Well, that's good to see.
It's promising.
Lights production. First man over the line was Chad Wiley from Larry Eaton. So Chad this time getting the better of Larry. I think Larry took the flag in race 1. But yeah, once again, it's so hard to keep an eye on these guys when there's so much happening at the front. But I tell you what, just watching them come back in, there's some very, very happy, well, one very happy Josh Vanderputten, and so he should be. That was an outstanding ride.
Yes, Brett's done the right thing, and looks like he's done a plug chop on the way in, so you can see what the engine's running like.
Tom Turner, I mentioned at the start to keep an eye on him. He finished 4th, bike number 66. With a 59.4, so a little way off the guys in front, but you know, 4th is certainly impressive. You're only new to this class, and as you well know, Sean, riding GP bikes is not just about what you do on the track, but there's a lot of preparation and fine tuning that goes into them.
Yeah, many hours of making them work.
So he's got all that to think about as well. So to be finishing 4th is a great effort from Tom.
Absolutely. And Heath Fielding as well on another GP bike. That's a great effort on his part, coming in 5th. I guess doing the Formula 3 race as well is helping him a fair bit in learning the motorbike and learning how to make it go fast.
Yeah, he's certainly a talented rider, and so too Reece Tan. Getting the better of Nate Green, and yeah, Nathan's certainly a very experienced GP rider. So there's plenty of guys putting in some big performances today.
Yeah, it's good to see so many of the light spikes out for the first round. I think it's a class that may actually grow a bit this year.
I think it will too. I think about lights a few years ago when it was still a big class, but it was made up of a lot of older 4-stroke 250s, and now what we're seeing is a mix of very competitive GP bikes and newer 300 Supersport style bikes, and we've got a capacity grid. So I think the quality of the field has lifted, but we're still getting that really good you know, close racing that you get out of these small bikes, and that's, I think, what makes it so good.
Yes, when you get the first half of the field no more than a second and a half or 2 seconds apart, and then the next third of the field another second apart, you know, it's always going to make good racing.
Yeah, and look, I think for as long as I can remember, the small bikes have always turned on good racing, because it's not all about just wheelies down the back straight. They have to fight the corners so hard. You get a big group of riders together. I think back to the 125 GP days. You know, the sorts of Australian riders like Gary McCoy who came through that class. And I remember races where there were, like Moto 3 these days, I suppose, you know, 10 or 15 bikes in the lead group. You couldn't separate them.
No. And the bike in 10th or 15th is likely to get across the line first.
Yep, all that slipstreaming, and yeah, there's so much changing position. But as you say,
so especially on those bigger tracks, the longer straights like Phillip Island and Eastern Creek and the international circuits.
Oh, it must be heartbreaking to find you're finally at the front, come on to the back straight, and you're 10th by the end of the straight.
It must be frustrating.
Yeah, but a lot of fun at the same time. Getting those long straights and actually getting the benefit of the slipstream is it's a bit of fun, because your bike, when you pull out, you are actually travelling faster than you would by yourself, and yeah, it's nice blowing by the guy beside you, because you get that bit of a slingshot out of the slipstream.
Yes, I've seen it a few times when the bike behind pulls out and actually stops. and doesn't pass the bike in front of it.
Because they haven't got the power
They haven't
to.
got the power to pull through the without the slipstream.
So our Golden Era Open, our pre-modern Super Sport and pre-modern Open bikes rolling out on grid. So who was our race 1 winner here? Was it Don Fenton? Did get the better of Jason Wiley? Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
So Jason Wiley got a new rear slick end, so maybe he thinks he was struggling a bit for grip in that last race. So he's on the Golden Era GSXR 1100. And of course Don Fenton on the pre-modern CBR 1000. So newer bike, and obviously as we saw in race 1, a lot more straight line speed, but that GSXR 11 in the hands of Jason Wiley still very, very competitive. Okay, so bikes just rolling around to grid up for race 2 for a Golden Era Open, pre-modern Open and pre-modern Supersport. Also having a quick change in commentary. Sean's off to attend to some other business, but welcome to commentary, Ken Young.
Thank you very much.
Somebody not unfamiliar with commentating, Ken, you hold station at Symmons Plains and have been actually commentating Tasmanian road racing for many, many years, even when I was racing.
40 years?
Well, I wasn't racing 40 years ago.
44.
You've been doing it a while, so my thanks to you for that massive, massive effort in Tasmanian road racing. We'll chat a bit more shortly because we're about to get to a race start. You're picking this one, Ken?
Jason Wiley.
I think so too. New rear slick in. We are in the starter's hands. Racing and a beautiful start there from the GSXR 11 of Jason Wiley. So too Oscar O'Donovan on the ZX7. So I think Don Fenton's the man we're looking out for. He's in P3, so he's the race 1 winner. And
hasn't he picked up his game too, Don Fenton?
Absolutely fantastic, Ken. I was just saying before, I think the 2 hour he did down here really helped him because he's coming out, he's dropped his lap time from almost a minute to 57s.
And moved permanently up into second. Nearly lost it again at the top of the hill, but back into second place behind Jason Wiley. And Jason on the old, shall we say, GSX.
Well, it is an old one compared to the other. Look at the extra horsepower at the CBR 1000 though.
Wow.
And look at Jason Wiley back down under brakes now. That's a big, big effort on an old bike.
Jason doesn't like second if first as possible.
No, I've noticed that. He's a hard charger and good on him. That's what racing's about.
Donovan in third, doing a great job there. And fourth,
that's
James Ryan.
James Ryan on the FZR 1000. So great mix of bikes, and that's what this class does, isn't it, Ken? It matches a whole lot of different bikes, but I'll tell you what, it produces good racing.
Absolutely, and James Ryan has been the man that's dominated the class for quite a while, so he's got the job in front of him this time, which is a bit of a surprise, but it all changes every year.
Well, it does, and that's the great thing about it. It's what keeps us interested, what keeps us coming back. And you see the progression of riders through the classes, the development of their bikes, and as you said, it keeps changing every year. But look at this, Jason Wiley heading that CBR 1000 down the back straight, hard under brakes.
Absolutely, and for a man riding 2 bikes on the day and 2 powerful bikes like that is a top effort. Hello, who's in trouble there? O'Donovan.
Yeah, I think he might have run in a bit deep or missed a gear. He's going again now, but certainly you called it well, Ken. He sat up there and was pretty slow to resume.
But got it back in under control and back a few places, but still in with a chance of a podium.
Yeah, he's been riding very well. First time out on that bike, so he's still learning his way. So that's Bob Sellers on the Yamaha R1 in third place.
And he's been around nearly as long as me too.
Yeah, well, we won't go there. It might be a bit awkward for a few people, but certainly many a year, let's put it that way.
But certain congratulations to him on still being able to ride this quick after a number of years, shall we say.
Oh, absolutely. And look, he still loves it. That's the thing. That's what keeps people going, your passion for it. Look at Don Fenton looking to go down the outside of Jason Wiley, but there's no room down there.
She's a quicker bike in a straight line, but Jason doesn't know where the brake lever is.
No, that's for sure. But look, that's what we're saying. That's what you get between mixing these classes. Your pre-modern open and your golden era open, two very different periods, but it produces good racing.
Absolutely, and these two are really firing it up out the front. And of course, in third place, Bob Sellers. James Ryan is running back there in a fairly competitive battle with Oscar O'Donovan. So Oscar's trying to recover after that small off and returning to the track and putting James Ryan under incredible pressure at the moment.
And he's done that. He's actually put a move on James up at Suckers. Not an easy corner, as you said, Ken, to put a move on. But back at the front again, Don Fenton out-drags Jason Spencer down the back straight. But Jason Spencer, I don't know how big the brakes are on their bike. I think you're right, Ken. There's no front brake lever on it.
Looks like it, and of course Don Fenton just the ultimate pest in trying to get there and knock off Jason Wiley, but not able to do it in the tight bits or under brakes. But in a straight line, that bike is quick. But you've still got to have some ability to ride it that quick, even in a straight line.
Oh, look, without a doubt. But look, these guys would just be loving this. This is what racing's about as a competitor. They're both on different bikes, but this is what they'll be talking about all weekend.
Absolutely. Great fun of it. It doesn't matter whether it's up the front or a little bit further back. If you've got someone to battle with, that's what the day is all about.
Yep, that's it in a nutshell, Ken. And that's why, you go down the pits after any race and you see so many people with a grin on their face, even if they weren't at the pointy end.
Good example of that at the moment, just climbing the hill at the moment, is Karen Webb and Gavin Brooks having a good old ding-dong. But it's not for the lead, but it's a battle to beat one another.
Yeah, both on GSX R750s, I think, Ken, so they really are well matched.
I think that, yeah, they both are. This class well dominated by the beautiful GSXs, the super quick, super nice bike, and I'm sure you know just how good they are.
Yeah, I've done a few laps on them myself, Ken, so you're right, they are a very nice bike, and in the hands of somebody like Jason Wiley, it shows you how capable they are. I was saying to Sean earlier that the 1100 was actually more sports tourer than an outright sports bike. But, well prepared by Billy Newton and Jason Wiley, and in the hands of Jason Wiley, look at what he can do.
Absolutely. So he's doing a fine job this time once again. We'll see if the pest, Don Fenton, is able to out-drag him down the back straight or not as they come into sight. Getting close as they get to the end of the back straight. But again, Jason Wiley under brakes has got it under control. So that's going to be tough for Don Fenton to get him round through the chute and across the start-finish line. And we must be getting down towards the business end of this race.
Yep.
But boy, he's close.
2 laps to go. So it's... I'm sure Don's thinking very hard about where he might be able to put a pass on. The obvious place is under brakes at the end of the back straight, but Jason Wiley's just so strong under brakes.
Really is. And I tell you what, though, not all that far behind now is Bob Sellers, and he's dragging Oscar O'Donovan along with him. So it's getting fairly tight, in fact, at the front, the leading 4 riders.
Yeah, well picked, Ken. I actually was watching the front 2 and not Bob Sellers. Bob's coming from a fair way back. And just looking at the lap times, 58.1, he was the fastest of the lead group. Actually, Oscar O'Donovan, flat 58, was the fastest of the leaders. So
they are closing up.
Another big braking battle between Jason Wiley and Don Fenton. And now Bob Sellers right on their back wheel. So this is shaping up to be an absolute
with one to go.
With one to go, last lap board. In your hands, Ken. Go for it.
Make or break as they go into the first corner there. It is Jason Wiley leading this one from Don Fenton. And right in his wheel tracks now is Bob Sellers and Oscar O'Donovan. I wouldn't discount him for a podium there. He is right in with a chance as they go up the hill, and there's quite a possibility they'll catch the tail light just as they're about to cross the line. So this is going to be a ripper. Don Fenton, I think, is as close as he's been going up over the top. And wow, are they getting close now? And Bob Sellers, the old stager, watch him try and put his nose in there where it's not wanted at the end of this. As they get to the braking area at the end of the back straight, the only hope is that all four of them do make it to the finish line. And there's the big move by Don Fenton up the inside. He's got there. And Oscar O'Donovan round the outside of Bob Sellers. And Don Fenton has gone straight through into the sandpit. So that's let our race leader now. Oh, is he going to win it or not as they cross the line? Wow, I think it does go to Jason Wiley and Oscar O'Donovan. Congratulations, Oscar. What a ride that was. Oh, wasn't it a beauty?
What a race that was.
Boy, are they into it, and very, very close. But Don Fenton is coming across the line. I don't know whether it's speaking out of turn, but I wasn't expecting to be up here for this, but talking to Jason Wiley, and I said, what went wrong?
Just noticing a bike running off into the gravel trap and into the back straight. Managed to keep it upright, which is the main thing.
Rode out of the trap and into the grass, so he should be... I might be maligning. It could be she. It could be I'm not sure it's Karen Webb or... No, it's not. I think it's more likely Gavin Brooks trying to pass Karen Webb.
Maybe, yeah. Bike number 6.
It is Gavin Brooks.
Yes.
Trying to make the big move on Karen. Yeah, I was talking to Jason, and I don't know that it's talking out of turn because we were just talking on a personal level, but he tells me that in his opinion, the reason he went straight through in that Superbike race is he was travelling a little bit harder to try and match it with Jason Wiley, went slightly deeper, and by doing that, he reached the bump stop on the bike, got down to the bottom of it just as he was about to brake, which meant there was no braking power because you were already down there. He said, he knew straight away, this is not going to happen. I'm not getting round the corner.
Wow.
So I ran straight through. But that is the fine line they ride, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I was just saying to Sean before about Lockie Curtis's little off at the top of turn 2 there. No discredit to him at all. He's running with, the front runners in a very competitive class. To just lose a bit of edge grip on the front tyre through there on a bike that he's not that familiar with yet is no shame at all. He's put in an outstanding ride here today. And I think to your point, Ken, it just goes to show the level they're riding at and the fine line they're walking.
Absolutely. And I think that was a tremendous performance by him. To say first race meeting out on it. And it's a great effort because the power difference between each class is just phenomenal. And he's come from a 400cc up to a 600.
That's right.
It's a big difference. And he's come to grips with it nicely.
So we keep on saying today, how good this racing is in Tasmania now. Today, you can't miss one race. Everything has been so good.
No, absolutely. And with that as well, of course, I was speaking to someone earlier saying, okay, so we've only got 6 only, I use it in inverted commas, 6 juniors, but boy, haven't they provided some incredible learning experience. And look where last year's class is now. Oscar O'Donovan.
Absolutely.
In the last race.
Yep.
Brodie Curtis, Chad Wiley.
That's right.
Tommy Turner. All out of the juniors and running at the pointy end of their fields.
Clearly a great proving ground for these kids, a great learning ground. And that's exactly what we wanted. Our clubs have worked hard to introduce junior racing, and both clubs have backed it, and the results are showing.
And watching them this morning from the bottom of the hill, I watched the junior qualifying, and even with that I went over to a number of them and said, okay, I'm an old man that's only raced here a little bit, so take this with a grain of salt if you feel it, but I'm noticing most of you are mid-track when you get to the top of the hill. You've paid for the track, use it, get out to the outside and make it a real sweeping corner and see how you go. And I'm yet to get back to them to get the full report from the young juniors, and that's what we're trying to do. And saying, well, at the moment on your junior bike, it doesn't particularly matter exactly where you are, but get into the habit of getting on the correct race line, because when you move up, you are really going to notice it.
Without a doubt, Ken, I couldn't agree more, and that's what the class is all about, to learning racecraft, and these little bikes aren't well endowed with power, and that's part of the point of it. They get to focus on their race lines and making the most out of getting the most out of their machines. Sorry, Ken, you go.
Can I run in here with a slight unpaid commercial?
Oh, you can, absolutely.
The reason I'm down here, of course, is I'm covering this for Motorcycle News, the Australian Motorcycle News. The next issue out, I think it's next week, maybe. And I'm hoping, from what I've been told, this report that I'll be writing for this should be going in the issue after to cover the sport in Tasmania. And it's a real pleasure to be covering the sport that is just going from strength to strength and really growing. So I'm enjoying it. I'm having a blast taking the photos and covering it. I'm just hoping all you people are buying Motorcycle News to support them, to support our local riders, to get the coverage they deserve.
Yeah, and it's greatly appreciated what you do, Ken. And I think the results speak for themselves. That, like Sean and I were saying before, our clubs do everything we can to try and promote our road racing. It's not easy because we're not a high-profile sport like some, but I think we are making progress.
You mean we're not as high profile now as curling?
Well, yes, good point.
Yeah, well, let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on. I'll tell you what, just looking down here on the grid, Josh Vanderputten, the only bike left on the front row for our Formula 3 class. What a day he's having. How about that last Lights GP race between himself and Brett Simmons and Taran Ocean? And
he blew me away when he rode that big production bike at Simmons at the last meeting. He still rode it like a little Grand Prix bike. Knee on the ground on every corner.
Yep.
Everything scraping, riding it on 125 lines and flying.
So away to a race start. Josh Vanderputten again gets away well on the 125, but it looks like maybe he's at the SV650 that goes through into the lead of James Arby, is it? But no, look at that.
It's probably an Arby. There are a couple of them out there, and not real sure. They all look like Grand Prix bikes at the front.
Yeah, well, certainly Josh Vanderputten has picked up the lead again. He's not hanging around. He's straight back into the lead and leads the field over Suckers for the first time. I think it was actually Jimmy Abbey. Ben Vauxhall, was he up there as well? I don't know. It's very, very hard to pick up from here. We should have set of binoculars. But
yeah, I've got a set at home.
Oh, that's handy. But look down the back straight. Now they come back into the view and we can start calling who it is. I think it could actually be Heath Fielding. Got a good start and got up there with Josh. Yes, it is. It's Heath Fielding. Okay.
Wow, didn't he get a start?
He did.
Absolutely. And there's Abbey, James. And you can never get over, and easiest to pick out there, of course, is Larry Eaton.
Absolutely. It's the only motard there. It's bright orange.
Sit up and beg, but beg he does. He absolutely flies on that thing.
He certainly does. He's been doing it a while too, a good few years now. But look, he loves it, and he's also he obviously owns Motorworks Motorcycles. He's a great supporter of road racing here in Tasmania. So whenever we can, we need to say thank you to the sponsors of our events and our racing. And it's great to see Larry not only gets involved through support from his business, but he loves his racing as well.
Absolutely, and he's been in it for a while as well, because he came up to me when he first started and said, "Do you remember me?" I said, "Not real sure." He said, "Junior motocrosser, you were calling me then."
Wow, now we're going back a while.
That's a few weeks back.
It is a few weeks back.
What do we call it? Snow on the roof with that Larry?
Yeah.
But doesn't he fly on that thing?
He does. He does. Well, I think in Lights production, I think he took the win this morning. So it goes to show, you're right, he does fly on that.
Indecently fast. You look at it and say, oh, that can't be all that good. But he gets up there with them and he really gives them curry. He heads up the hill, and it looks like in the next group, the standout one could be Chloe Honeychurch making her return on the green meanie.
And isn't she having a good day? Certainly mixed it up with the guys and showed them the way around in the previous race. Yeah,
not afraid to give them what for and let it rip.
Just thinking, Ken, there was a period probably in the early 90s when motards become very popular. There were a lot of converted motocross bikes running around.
Yes, we ran what we call a Formula Single or something.
Look, I can't remember the class name, but it became very popular to convert a motocross bike to road racing.
So many of them were running 500 TT Yamahas.
Yeah.
Hello, there's trouble down on the start-finish straight for our second-place rider, by the look of it. Heath
with
Fielding, I think it was. He's now pulling up. And
yeah, it is. Oh, that's a shame.
After such a brilliant start, it's back to the pits. The thing has expired. It's an ex-road racer.
It is. Just looking at who's with Larry Eaton on track. That's got to be Jimmy Abbey, is it? Yeah.
That's a pretty good bunch going over the top of the hill too, of 4 of them. Fairly competitive and close together, and as we said before, the name of the game is to win, but if you can't win, at least have a good battle with someone.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, Ken. Certainly, Josh Vanderputten's taking the former, not the latter.
Yes.
He's not having a good battle, but he's certainly going to take the race win by the looks of this. So, yes, that was Jimmy Abbey with Larry Eaton there, having a bit of a ding-dong there.
And Chloe Honeychurch, the next one. And behind Chloe Honeychurch is, Peter McEldowney, Ben Abbey and Grant Boxall.
Yeah, good to see Grant actually getting a few laps in. He's had a bit of a few mechanicals this morning where he's been able to finish his races, but looks like he's loving it out there now. Another rider has been around a very long time, Grant Boxall.
To have his son racing with him as well. And in an interview recently we did for TV, he made the comment when they said, how's it like racing with your son? Very dry, very witty. Grant says, I don't get to see him much. He's usually behind me.
Nice one.
But not that far quite often.
Bit of a move down here under brakes at the end of the straight. It's still it's Larry Eaton and that's Jim Avey, so it still rages, that battle. As we keep saying, you wouldn't get two more different bikes. You know, the Motard SV650, at least they're both 4-strokes. That's about where it ends.
Oh, there's another similarity. We've got another similarity. The bike Larry's on is usually used for motocross, and affectionately we call those 600 bikes that the Abies are on, tractors.
Nice one. Larry Eaton just going back around the outside of the SV650 through the S's, so I don't know how many times they're overtaking in a lap, but they're having a great time.
And that thing pulls like a tractor.
They do.
It's suited to basketball. It really pulls out of the corners. But Larry's, of course, being a motocross-based thing, also has good out of corner. And Larry has just been passed, or has he? It's a side-by-side down at the end of the back straight. Abbey, no, couldn't do it. Couldn't do it there, but he's going to try and come back at him. James Abbey will try and make a go again. He's got the speed, definitely got the straight line. But Larry in the corners, look at the gap he pulls there.
Yeah, the Motard certainly has the corner speed, doesn't it? They're pretty light with lots of ground clearance, and as you keep saying, Larry's got plenty of experience on the bike as well.
Well, Larry's on a bike that the first thing that scrapes on the ground is the end of the handlebars.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, or his hip.
Or the hip, yeah.
One's going to go first.
Or the elbow scrapers.
I know it's usually the hip for me, followed by the shoulder, the legs, the helmet.
Yep, always the helmet.
The ambulance.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be about my ability trying to travel at that pace. But they're doing a great job, and they'll both come back with ear to ear grin saying that was good fun.
Absolutely. Just looking at Marcus Priest and Jason Brown crossing the line, both having their first race meeting ever here at Basketball. I don't know if they've raced at Simmons yet, Ken?
They don't look familiar to me, and the names don't, so I would say no.
So it's good to see people having their first race meet. It's a pretty nervous time for most people.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and at the end of the day, you start to think, well, was that really what I wanted? Well, that's where you start the day, but the way they're going, keep it upright on the black stuff, at the end of the day, that wasn't bad. And it becomes, as I've always said, worse than smoking. You get addicted to it and can't give it up.
Yeah, well, that's it goes beyond just racing to being involved in the community, like yourself. You know, it's been how many years for you been involved in road racing?
Well, I started road racing in 1970, so the maths there says too long. No, it's never too long. Always enjoy it. And that was checkered flag time.
It was. Another great win from Josh Vanderputten.
And who's going to win it out of Larry and Jim?
Oh, well, Jim's got back past down the back straight. Larry He's close, but I don't think he's close enough. So it will be Jim. Bit of lap traffic coming up, but I don't think it's going to change now.
Chloe got up there too for a nice performance. Chloe Honeychurch.
She's riding really well.
Getting quicker as the day goes on. And that's been the big thing. Speaking to a number of riders today, they put in their PBs and doing a top effort.
Certainly good conditions out there. For people who aren't here, look, it wouldn't get better. I can't see a cloud in the sky, really. And what would it be? Low 20s, 21, 22 degrees.
Beautiful, not even sunburnt, but it's warm.
Yeah, it'd be easy to get sunburned. It's okay here in the commentary box, but...
out there standing in the corners, it's taking photos, yes, it's a little unusual. The most unusual was talking to one of the other photographers as he came back. I said to him, wearing shorts, I said, you're not going to walk up that long grass to the top of the hill, are you? Yeah, I want to take some photos. And he came back down and said, no, the grass up on the tyre wall is up to your shoulders and I nearly trod on a snake.
Oh, no way.
He said, so I'm coming back down.
Wow.
Wouldn't that make your day? Fall off your bike and get bitten by a snake.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
But as I say, with all these riders putting in their PBs, one of them that was really doing it fine this morning with the efforts there was Davey Bartels. He said he wanted to get into a sub 57.
Yep.
He did 3:56s in his first race and he said, I'm on. And then the second race turned it upside down at the top of the hill. But he's coming out in the next Superbike, Super Sports race on Mitch Hawksley's spare bike. So he came out a lot better than his bike did.
All part of the journey though, Ken.
Oh, yeah.
It's
And that's the best thing you can do. Get back on a bike today so that you can get back to almost those same times with a bit of luck and you can forget about it. But like the last time, someone we know by the name of Mitch Hawksley that had a big upside down at the 2 hour, he's only just starting to get back to his pace.
Yeah, look, that's natural. It's
oh, yeah.
You know, we're human beings. We you can't just forget about something that either scares you or hurts you. You can't just put it out of your mind. I think people who say they can, I think they're lying. It does take you a little bit just to clear your mind up and get your confidence back.
Especially you get back to that corner and you go, oops, last time.
Absolutely. Well, let's say unless you're Mark Marquez, he falls off at 300 kilometres an hour and goes faster when he gets on his band bike.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do that.
And there's not too many of us here, not with the ability, not more with the money that he gets to pay to throw it down the road at those speeds.
Absolutely.
And this could be another vintage year in the MotoGP. Just a shame that the coverage now is, like so many others, gone to who gives them the most money instead of free to air. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. But look, it's always good to see the start of the MotoGP season. It's going to be an interesting one without VR46. He's been there for as long as a lot of people can remember. So, a new dawn, I guess. But we have some characters in there. We have some great talent in there, and it's always worth watching, I believe. All right, Ken. Well, look, thank you so much for joining us today. It's always a pleasure having you here at Basketball, and it's been a pleasure for me to share the commentary box with you for a couple of races.
Thank you very much. I'll go back to taking a few more photos and see if I can catch the ideal one.
All right, good stuff.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. So Tassie Junior is just ready for a start. Red light is on. Racing, another great start from Ollie Skinner. David Coward, he got a beauty, but Gus O'Halloran will just, I think, pip David to the turn. So it's Ollie Skinner from Gus O'Halloran, David Coward. Isaac Simmons again has a bit of work to do to try and get past some some traffic in front of him and get on the heels of our leader, Ollie Skinner. Jet Pryor getting the better of Ava Connell as well. So starting to play out a little bit like races 1 and 2.
And there goes Isaac Simmons up past Gus and David going up the hill.
You can certainly see the extra power of that 85cc two-stroke against the 4-strokes it just overtook. But, you know, Tom Turner's demonstrated those R15s are very competitive around here. I think his black record was something like a high 68 or something. I know he went under the 72nd mark. But look, Isaac Simmons already all over Ollie Skinner. So, bit of a repeat of races 1 and 2. So, it'll be interesting to see what Ollie can do to try and keep Isaac at bay or keep on terms with him, because Isaac's been the man to beat. No way through just yet.
Gus O'Halloran's doing such a fantastic job on that R15 for the first time.
Oh, he certainly is. It's, yeah, like we keep saying, you know, you change bike, it takes you a little bit to get used to it, but he's just, he's taken to it. Oh, but David Coward underneath Gus O'Halloran at the bottom of the hill, so certainly on between these two. Gus seems to get the better drive up the hill, drives up the inside of David. I don't know if that was just better gearing, but it was quite obvious, wasn't it, that Gus's bike certainly
quicker up the hill.
Yeah. So our leader's coming down the back straight. So now I think, yes, look at that, the extra speed of the GP bike. I think that fairing may be making the difference. Certainly, the setting up on the KTM 85 dirt bike style, you're not aerodynamic. You're catching a lot of wind, and these bikes aren't blessed for power. So
it seems like as soon as Isaac gets a little bit of head, he just pulls a couple of bike lengths and a couple of bike lengths right up to there at the top of the S's, where Ollie just pulls him straight back again.
Yeah, certainly Ollie not losing much through the turns, but maybe it's down the back straight that does make a bit of a difference. Up the hill would be interesting to watch. I think Isaac's still pulling out a little, but certainly down the back straight it looked like the road bike, GP bike, had a little bit of extra top end.
And Gus is pulling a couple of bike lengths on David as well.
Yeah, I didn't see where Gus got back past David. Maybe that was the drag up the hill.
That dragged up the hill.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But now Isaac Simmons certainly starting to stretch out on Ollie Skinner. So Ollie's going to have an answer for him. Really, on these little bikes, there's probably not too many things at your disposal to find another second a lap.
No.
You're right about Gus O'Halloran. What a great job he's doing. First time on this machine. Easy to pick up. The orange helmet, orangey red helmet, you'd say, of little Gus. And I do believe he's on barbecue duty at the end of the day, so he's going to be tired.
Yep, certainly is on barbecue duty. He's the man that's going to make sure everyone puts their $2 gold coin donation in the tin. And he's a hard taskmaster.
Yeah, you don't want to argue with him.
No.
As David Coward is finding out. Jet Pryor starting to pull away a bit from Ava Connell as well. As Isaac Simmons is doing with Ollie Skinner. So it must be close to last lap board. No, it's actually checkered flag time, is it? See, yep, it is. I missed the last lap board last time around. So it is checkered flag time for Isaac Simmons to make it 3 from 3. Another great ride from Isaac, and good solid second place there from Ollie Skinner. I'm sure he's a bit disappointed he couldn't quite get on terms, but another, what do you want to call that? Darryl Eastlake would have called it the hippie shake.
Yes. And that last lap from Gus was a 1:10.76.
Wow. That's a great time, isn't it? When as I was saying, I think the lap record's a high 68.
Yep.
So he's not far off that at all.
And David Coward as well. He did a a 70.71, so he was quicker than Gus on the last lap.
Well, isn't David improving? Jet Fryer just completing his race. Bit of a lonely race in the end for Jet. And so too Ava Connell.
It is so good to see the kids having so much fun.
Yeah, and the parents. Once the race is finished, the parents need to have fun, unless there was a bit of controversy on track. But really, it's I don't envy the parents, to be honest. I think it must be tough seeing your kids out there racing.
Yes, it'd be particularly difficult. I guess if you were an ex-racer and your kids are racing, it's probably not quite so bad. But as a parent who's not been involved in motorsport, it's probably a little bit more nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I guess it goes both ways. Ex-racers probably know what can go wrong as well.
Yeah.
So, look, I don't know. Speaking to a few racers who are also dads, they get pretty nervous watching their boys go around or girls go around. And I don't know that would ever really leave you. It's, seeing your own kids out there, it's, it's very different watching from the sidelines compared to being on the bike yourself. When you're racing, you know how in control you are and what's going on around you.
Or not.
Or not. Yeah, that's right. It goes both ways, but it's it can be very, very tough for family watching on. So that brings up race 3 for our 600 Super Sport. It's probably been, I'm not going to say the standout class of the day, but certainly one of the best classes of the day.
Yes, most definitely. I was just talking to Peter Woods, who's the clerk of course, and we're going to extend the day slightly till about 5 o'clock, just because we've a couple of delays picking motorbikes up and that sort of thing. So if we don't have any more issues, we should get through the rest of the races without any problems. And we won't have to shorten any races, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, well, that would be fantastic, because we do like to see all the races completed at full length. Mind you, by this stage of the day, a few of the riders, particularly the older riders, are probably starting to fatigue a bit, and they don't mind the idea of some slightly shortened races. But for the rest of us who really love watching motorcycle racing, it's great to see the race go full length.
Yes, I was just down at Oscar O'Donovan's pit, and that sensational race he was in prior to this one, his foot pegs were falling off and stuff, so he was doing it a bit tough. Apparently the Loctite didn't hold. It wasn't quite what Craig said about the mechanic who was working on the bike, but...
Okay. Yeah, well, look, it was certainly a sensational race. It was great having Ken Young here to call the last lap of that.
Yes, Ken's a bit of a legend around motorcycle racing in Tasmania.
Been doing it a long time, and as I said, I think he was calling races when I started, and that was a while ago now. So it was a pleasure to have him up here in the commentary box with us. So I don't know how we're going to pick this one, Sean. It's gone so far 1 to Matt Long, 1 to Mitch Hawksley, and Marcus Delaney right on their hammer. And then we had like John Hughes and Tarbin Walker. Unfortunately, Lockie Curtis just lost the front there in turn 2 in race 2. I think he's back out there. I'd be surprised if he wasn't, because he certainly rode back to the pit. So you'd hope that there hasn't been any other problem with the bike identified, and he's back on track. Yep, there he is. So I don't know. I'm going to go Mitch Hawksley again. I think when Mitch is on pace, he's very hard to beat. But he's on the second row, so it's going to come down to getting a great start.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough for him. If he gets a good start, I think you're right. I think he'll go away with it. But you can't discount Martin Long
Or
Marcus, or Matthew. Sorry, Martin. Matthew or Marcus or Lockie.
Well, we're about to find out, Sean, because red flag is in. We're ready for a start. And racing, and Matthew Long certainly gets away the best. So too Mitch Hawksley from the second row. Marcus Delaney up there, Tarbin Walker, so they're all in the mix. Tarbin Walker around the outside of two of them to pick up second place. That's a big move. And I think he will. Oh, no, just gets his nose cut off by Matt Long, so it didn't quite work. But sure enough, Mitch Hawksley through from the second row. What a start that was. So it is Mitch who leads the field for the first time up the hill. All lead bikes through Suckers cleanly and onto the back straight for the open the taps, lie on the tank and
see how fast Marcus's bike is down here this time. Well, he's a fair way back this time.
He is. Matthew Long right on the back wheel of Mitch Hawksley. Nothing much in it between the two of them. So it looks like Matthew's pretty well fired up to try and challenge Mitch. It's going to be interesting to watch. Tarbin Walker there holding down third, probably just losing touch with the front two a fraction. And behind him is Marcus Delaney, and that'll be Lockie Curtis then. Yes, it is, just ahead of John O'Hughes. So pretty much like we had in race 2, I think.
Yes, Matthew and Mitch are pulling a bit of a gap there on third place.
Yeah, not by a lot, but it's enough at this pace that you can't give too much away before the gap is too much to reel back in. Look at this, Matthew Long certainly looking for a passing opportunity. He's looking pretty hungry there. Oh, look at
Mitchell.
That's Marcus Delaney down the inside of Tarbin Walker. So that's a nice overtake.
He came from a very long way back.
So what can he do now with a bit of clear track? Can he pull in these guys in front? We're about to find out. It looks like Lockie Curtis still in front of John O'Hughes. They actually did a bit of racing together in Formula 3, both on VFR 400, so they know each other pretty well. But, Matthew Long looking for a way through on Mitch Hawksley. I can't see any opportunity for Matt other than where he's already been trying, which is at the end of the back straight, because Mitch Hawksley just covers his lines well. He's fast everywhere. And Matt certainly gets close down there, but yeah, look at how strong Mitch is under brakes. It's going to be very, very hard for Matt Long to force a way through there. And Marcus Delaney has actually closed that down a bit. He's visibly closer, and he's dragging Tarbin Walker along with him, I think.
And John O'Hughes has got ahead of Lockie.
Yeah, Lockie's still looking pretty confident there in the top of the turn too. So that little slip-off he had in race 2 hasn't really dented his confidence much. And look at Jesse Woods coming through as well to get on the back of John O'Hughes. Jesse Woods' quickest lap so far, 57.5. So, look, I think he was probably maybe hoping for a high 6, so he's not far off that. Certainly still doable. Oh, look at this. Matt Long on the outside of Mitch Hawksley, but Mitch, again, leaves the braking that little bit later. And now Marcus Delaney all over the back of them. So nothing at all between these front three. Tarbin Walker not far behind, so he still thinks he's going to be part of this. Matt Long looking for a way through into turn 1, but that's a tough move.
It looks like Jesse Woods is closing up on John O'Hughes and Lockie Curtis as well. I think they might be fighting with each other a bit, and Jesse Woods is taking advantage of that.
Yeah, I think there's every chance of that, Sean. I'm just looking at this front group. I think Matthew Long's got a bit more pace. He just can't get through on Mitch Hawksley at the moment.
I think you're right there. And I think Marcus Delaney is looking for the opportunity to go past both of them.
Yeah, so with Marcus in there as well, there could be a bit of elbows out shortly, and it could break this pack up. Look at Matt
How
Long.
close that is.
Matt looking for a way around the outside of Mitch Hawksley, but still there's not enough room. Matt up the inside of, he's going to go through. That's Mitch Hawksley up, but he gets it done. And what a great move from Matt Long. So I don't think Mitch was expecting that. It certainly sat him up. He hasn't lost any ground, so now it's up to Mitch to try and put one back. But like we said, it looked like Matt Long was being held up a little bit, so we're about to find out if he does have some extra pace.
Marcus is very close there at the top of the hill as well. He may well have a go at the end of down into Calvin's.
Yeah, or back down the back straight, as you've been saying, Sean. It's got some straight line speed, that bike of Marcus's, so we're about to find out. Matt Long still heading Mitch Hawksley. Mitch very strong under brakes down there, right on the back wheel of Matthew Long, but so Matt not really getting away, or Mitch has lifted his pace a bit. Mitch looking to go up the inside of Matt Long into turn one, and that's tight.
Ooh.
Oh, I tell you what, that looked like the front was starting to go on Mitch's bike, but he's put it one straight back on him. So that fired Mitch up a bit, I think, to put a move back on Matt right in the same place. That's a bit of a back in your place.
Yes, I think Tarbin Walker's getting a top view of all this going on in front of him.
Yeah, best seat in the house.
Yes, absolutely. And how good's his performance?
Yeah, we keep saying it. To come here and run this strongly at Basketball when he's never been here before. But to look at this race at the front, Mitch is certainly determined, isn't he? He's not going to give this up in a hurry.
Yes. Looks like Matthew's bike is just about as fast as what Mitch's is, but he just can't quite get past.
Yeah, that was a big move from Mitch up the inside of Matt. It really looked to me like that front was under a lot of pressure. Marcus Delaney looking for any way through on the guys in front of him. So with the last lap board out, it's coming down to the wire. I'm still thinking, given how strong Mitch Hawksley is under brakes at the end of the back straight, it's his race to lose. But running down the hill now into Calvin, so I think Matt Long, good run down there, so this is going to be interesting. The run down the straight for the last time. Sure enough, right on Mitch's back wheel, but there you go, Mitch very strong under brakes, so providing he keeps it all tidy here, he should be pretty safe, I'd say.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's very tidy, and he gets the checkered flag.
Tarbin Walker, a fantastic fourth place, and Lockie Curtis getting the better of John O'Hughes in the end, and a good ride through from Jesse Woods to pick up seventh. He goes through, he's still quickest lap 57.5, so enjoying his first outing on the 600, and that's what his intention here today was, to enjoy it. Yeah, another fantastic 600 race. I think, Mitch Hawksley, I don't think he necessarily was faster than anyone else. He was just put together such a complete race. The guys found it so hard to get past him, and he bounced straight back as soon as a move was put on.
Yes, being very smooth and very confident.
The fastest lap, the 56.1, so they're not messing around. All three riders, 56.1. It's a bit of a shame to see you can only have one winner in a race like that.
Absolutely, everybody did such a fantastic job. But you have to have a winner.
You do, but some absolutely fantastic racing. And good to see Lockie Curtis back out there. There's no doubt he's going to be a massive force to be reckoned with. Oh, Josh Ree's putting in a good ride today too.
Those 8 laps seem to go through so quickly. I was watching and listening to their Chris. I thought it was about lap 3 when the checkered flag came out.
Just unbelievable. Yes, it certainly does go quickly, and
now we've got Superbikes again.
we do have the Superbikes again, and what a race 2 was, with Jason Wiley actually taking the win from Jason Spencer, but a great comeback from Spence to come through and pick up 3rd place, I think it was, where he just got onto the back of Scott Honeychurch.
Yes.
So
didn't quite have enough time to get past him.
So Jason Wiley, I think, will be feeling pretty good after that. It was a very convincing win, albeit without Jason Spencer in front of him, or at least getting on terms with him. But even so, he rode really well, and he'll be feeling pretty good about going out there today. So, or for this next race.
Yes, I think Jason will come back very strongly from that mistake in the last race. And I think Jason Wiley's got his work cut out for him to get the better of Jason Spencer this time around.
I think you're right. But look, I know Jason's not going to give up without asking a question to Jason Spencer. So, as per usual, it's going to be fantastic to watch. I think Hamish Sellers has been outstanding today. First time out on that ZX10. And there's only going to be better things to come from him. So that's been great to see him in Superbike. Scott Honeychurch, as usual, is always impressive. And so too, Jeremy Huddleston's put in a great day.
He's done a great day.
So red lights on, racing, and a terrible start there from poor Chip. That clutch is not working at all well for him. But it's Jason Wiley who will get will pick up the lead into turn 1 from Jason Spencer, from Scott Honeychurch, Jeremy Huddleston, Damien Folds, Don Fenton, Wade Schrader, and poor-old Chip Sellers. That clutch is, you saw a lot of grabbing and shuddering through the drive line, so that was just awful. You could see him shaking his head as he finally got going. You can't give a field like this that sort of head start, unfortunately.
No. Jason Spencer just had a look up the inside of Jason Wiley at the top of the hill, but thought better of it.
Jason Spencer not quite finding his way through on Jason Wiley yet. Looks to go around the outside now. I don't know if he's going to get it. It's a big move.
It's a big move around the outside there.
Not quite up into turn 1 and does so. So certainly pretty quickly regains the lead. But Jason Wiley looking to go around the outside. That's a pretty bold move. Didn't quite work. And now Jason Wiley with Scott Honeychurch all over his back wheel.
Yeah, as soon as Jason Spencer got to the front, he's pulled a couple of bike lengths almost straight away. And Scotty Honeychurch is, as you said, all over Jason Wiley at the moment. I don't know how they'll work out down the end down here because I think Jason's bike's a fair bit quicker. Big wheel stand from Scott Honeychurch.
Yeah, these, as we keep saying, these bikes are not shy on power. They certainly, when they can stretch their legs down the back straight, they show just how quick they are. Jason Spencer now starting to gap the guys behind. So Jason Wiley got his hands full now. I think Scott Honeychurch fancies a second place here. And further back,
Damien Folds has gotten ahead of Jezza Huddleston as well.
Yeah, I mentioned before that Damo's riding with a a pretty bad cut to his the palm of his hand. So that's obviously getting a fair bit of pressure through the grip and wouldn't be very comfortable. He's riding with a bandage on it. So that can't be easy, and he's given that, he's doing an outstanding job there.
Absolutely. The bike seems so much better with the front wheel in the right way round.
Yeah, well, good thing he didn't have the rear wheel in the front. That would have made it even worse. But look at big wheelie there from Scott Honeychurch as he goes past Jason Wiley down the back straight. So that's a bit of a surprise. It looked like he actually out-dragged the Ducati, but maybe Jason had a problem coming onto the back straight.
The Ducati's stepping out a fair bit, coming through the sweeper there and spinning up pretty quick.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's getting great grip. So for whatever reason, that tyre not working for him that well from what we can see. Look at this battle further back though, with Damien Forbes, Jezza Huddleston, Don Fenton,
Chip
looking for a way through, and then Wade Schrader. I do wonder if Jason Wiley is struggling with a bit of grip there. 55.4 last time through for Scott Honeychurch. So it's not a bad lap time, but Jason Wiley has gone quicker than that. And it doesn't look like he's going to have much to say about it at this stage. He's holding on to Scott Honeychurch, but certainly not putting pressure on him. And further back we've got Damien Ford still holding off Jeremy Huddleston.
Chip
Sellers.
Yeah.
Wow, nothing at all between that group. I'm not going to try and pick. Well, actually, I will try and pick it. I think Chip Sellers will probably get past the two of them, but in front, being Damien Forbes and Jezza Huddleston, but they're doing a great job. Yeah, there he goes through on Jezza.
I think Wade Schrader's doing a great job keeping up with those guys as well. He's doing 57s, which is...
Sorry, just looking at Jason Spencer spinning it up through the chute.
Yep.
No surprise, because he just goes through at a 54.
Oh, sorry. Jason Wiley had a bit of a moment there in the middle of the chute.
Yeah, it does make you wonder if he is struggling for grip. So Chip Sellers now through, getting the better of Jezza Huddleston and Damien Ford. So Don Fenton, what a ride he's putting in. Don Fenton last time through 57.6. He's having an outstanding day. That is really, really good to see. Chip Sellers certainly now breaking away from this group behind, so finally recovered from that terrible start he had. But not a chance of doing anything about the guys further up the racetrack now. Jason Spencer just crossing the line, so we now have 2 laps remaining. Jason Wiley, that's getting pretty loose, isn't it?
Yeah, he's struggling a lot with that bike at the moment.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what's going on with that rear tyre, because it doesn't appear to be hooking up that well.
He has closed up on Scotty Honeychurch, though. Their times are almost identical.
Oh, look, it's certainly spinning up. But, yeah, having said that, they are doing mid-55, so the tyre is going to protest a bit.
Fair bit.
So you don't know what it is that, if Jason is being compromised by something and might be compensating for it with a bit more throttle. It's a bit hard to tell. I think he's not giving it away. In fact, there he goes, under brakes up the inside of Scott Honeychurch. Is it going to be an over and under? No, he gets it done very cleanly, actually.
Very clean.
And this time, still a bit of wheel spin through the start finish line, but doesn't appear as bad. So, look, I don't know. So last lap board out, Jason Spencer, our leader, just at the bottom of the hill. Very handy gap now over Jason Wiley and Scott Honeychurch. Bit of a lonely ride now for Chip Sellers. There's that Jeremy Huddleston who started to pull away from Damien Folds. Damien with Don Fenton all over him, so Damien's still got his work cut out, and Wade Schrader right behind that. In fact, there you go, Don Fenton up the inside of Damien Folds at the bottom of the hill. Not an easy move to put on a superbike.
I think Damien might be struggling a bit with his hand.
I think that's a pretty fair assumption, Sean.
Yep. Checkered flag for Jason Spencer.
Another fairly easy victory for Jason, and Jason Wiley will get the better of Scott Honeychurch. Chip Sellers, you've disappointed with that. I mean, he still comes through to pick up 4th place, but he knows he could have done a lot better had he got a good start. Jeremy Huddleston.
Oh, and Wayne,
right
Wayne
out.
Trader nearly pipped Damien Folds on the line. Missed by 0.0. I can't work that out. 0.1 of a second.
Yeah, well, he also used up all the real estate. He was right out there getting dirt off the white line. So next group up is going to be the
Lights.
The Lights. What a race that's been. I'm just going to have a very short break before that.
No worries.
We'll be back there in a couple of minutes.
Okay, we've got the Lights bikes heading back out on the track now for their 3rd race of the day. Again, we've got a good mix of 4-stroke GP bikes, 2-strokes and 2-stroke GP bikes. Got Rob Scott bravely standing out in the middle of the track again, waiting for the bikes to come around and form up. They start to come down the back straight. I think we've got nearly a full field of Lights this weekend.
So good to see, Sean. This, as we keep saying, these Lights are been turning it on for a while for us now, and to have almost a capacity grid this weekend has been absolutely brilliant, and they haven't let us down. The racing at the front of this class this weekend has been some of the best I've ever seen, I think.
Absolutely. And like some of the racing, you can get into this sort of racing relatively cheaply on a 250, 300, 400 production bike that fits into this class. Whether it's an older grey import 250 or a modern 400 Kawasaki, there's a place for them in this class. And it's relatively cheap racing. They don't use a lot of tyres or a lot of fuel. So you can do a fair bit of racing on a reasonable budget.
Yes, that's for sure. So I guess once again the big question is going to be which of the leading three are going to win this race, because it's been impossible to pick from here. I think it's Brett Simmons' turn.
I think it might be.
Bike number 19. We're about to find out, Sean.
Red lights on.
Racing, Jesse. Oh, yeah. Oh, gee. I was looking at Larry Eaton. He comes through and splits the group. It's Josh Vanderputten. Look at that. Is that Taran Ocean up the inside? Where's Brett Simmons? That's the big question.
Fair way back. He's coming around the outside of a few people there at the moment, the bottom of the S's.
Oh, he's had a shocker. Somebody's off in the dirt. Are they going to keep it upright? Let's hope so. I think that could be. Is that Heath Fielding? Last minute. He's absolutely okay, which is good, despite Sean's exclamation.
Sorry about that. Yes, no, he's perfectly okay. He just got tangled up in the dirt in the gravel trap and fell over the handlebars. Yeah,
not a good place to ride a road race machine, but look back at the front. It's almost a repeat again of what we've seen in race 1 and 2, which is great for spectators. Oh, look at Taran Ocean up the inside of Josh Vanderputten and actually gets the move on. So absolutely fired up, Taran Ocean. Now Brett Simmons still finding his way through the lap traffic behind. He's certainly made life hard for himself. He's behind Nathan Green, I think, at the moment. So once he's past Nathan, he's only got the two guys in the lead to try and reel in. But geez, he's a big gap.
And the bike of Nathan's seems the equal to Brett's on the way up the hill.
Yeah, it certainly does. Brett's now down the inside of Nathan on the run down to Calvin. So Brett's now got clear track. But these guys out the front, look at them. They're at it. Taran Ocean, though, still holds off Josh Vanderputten. I think Taran this time is saying, this is my turn.
Yes, although Josh is arguing.
I think he'll continue to. Like I've been saying, he's certainly riding high in confidence. So now Brett Simmons has some clear track. What can he do? What's the gap? It's 4.6 seconds. So it's a fair bit, particularly with the pace these front guys are running. Taran Ocean so far keeping Josh Vanderputten at bay. And as you said, Josh certainly happy to argue about it. And look at that, looking for a run down to Calvin's. He's certainly looking very impatient there. So down the back straight, Taran Ocean just holding off Josh Vanderputten. Nothing at all in straight line speed.
It's surprising with Taran being a fair bit bigger than Josh. You'd think that would make a fair old difference down at the end of the back straight, but
look, it could be a horsepower difference between the fourth stroke and the two stroke.
Yeah,
I don't know. So looking at lap times, Brett Simmons 58.8. That's only it's actually a little bit slower than the guys in front. So Brett's not going to reel in the leaders running that pace. And maybe he's realised there's no chance of that, so he will just circulate for third.
I've got to say, Chris, that's never actually happened before.
Settled for third?
No.
Look, there's always a first time, I suppose, and Brett is starting to mature in his racing, you could say. But Josh Vanderputten, I don't think he's going to give up the win here easily.
No, he's all over Terranation.
It's great riding from all these guys at the front. Talk about entertainment. Tom Turner, look at that. Up there in 4th place again. 59.81, his best time. Chad Wiley heading up the GP class. Sorry, production class, I should say. Heading Aaron Wade, who's in the GP class, and Reece Tan. So great ride there from Chad Wiley. Oh, side by side down the back straight. It's Terranation, Josh Vanderputten, Taran deep on brakes. Is he going to pull it up? Yeah, so far, Taran managing to keep Josh Vanderputten at bay, but I tell you what, he's almost irrepressible. Just looking at lap times, Brett Simmons 58.76, so matching the time of the front guys, but not enough to actually to reel them in. Good battle further back here at the bottom of the hill as well. You got Nathan Green, Chad Wiley's in there. I think that's Aaron Wade. So 2 GP bikes and a production bike.
With Reece Tan there as well, and Brody Curtis and Dane Griggs all fighting it out.
So back at the front, Terranation still just holding off.
With only 2 laps to go, Josh is going to have to pull a big move somewhere to get past him.
And again, with lap traffic coming up, that could be crucial. We've got Eleanor Renton right in front of them now, so they're probably going to encounter Eleanor as they go over Suckers. And then I think John Crans and maybe Scott Cleary a bit further up the track, so that could play out in the finish of this race. Both pass Eleanor cleanly as they go down towards Calvin, so certainly laps running out, the last lap board being ready for these guys. Oh, look at that, Josh Vanderputten got a beautiful run down the back straight this time, but Terranation just says, no, I'm just going to break that a little bit later. Still holds it together, and I think both race 1 and 2, they've passed these guys in exactly the same spot through the chute, go past John Crans and Scott Cleary.
Yep.
And now Terranation has a tiny gap, so Josh Vanderputten's going to have to work very, very hard for the victory here, Sean.
Taran actually just did the fastest lap of the race as well.
Being a 58.28.
2.8, yes.
So Josh not giving it away, but just a bike length or 2 further back than he was on the last lap. But we saw he can get close down the back straight, so it could come down to a braking move again. That's what we're going to have to watch out for. So they're on the back straight now.
We've got a couple of back markers there that may play into it as well.
Let's hope it doesn't. But Josh Vanderputten got a beautiful run this time, and but not enough. Terranation, look at that. He lets the brake off, out breaks Josh Vanderputten, back markers, and Terranation, what a performance. And he will take the victory. Absolutely ecstatic, pumps the air, and so it should be. What a ride. But so too, Josh Vanderputten gave it his all.
Absolutely. Sensational racing again.
No doubt Brett Simmons will be disappointed with that. Got a pretty ordinary start, and really his race was over right there.
Yes, he was nearly 5 seconds slower on the first lap than the front pair, so that's a long way to come back in 8 laps.
Chad Wiley picking up the Lights Production victory, and also getting Nathan Green over the line. So great ride there from Chad. And just another fantastic lights race, Sean.
Yes, absolutely. And the Lights Production bikes are doing such a great job in the 102s and 101 for Dane Griggs, and there's actually 4 bikes in the 101s in production bikes, which is, for what they are, is bloody sensational.
Oh, without a doubt, that's a very impressive lap time.
I know a lot of people who ride superbikes on ride days that would like to get to that sort of pace.
Yeah, something we often say here in commentary that, to put it in perspective, there are a lot of guys that fancy themselves as being good or fast road riders. They come out here and, like you say, on the superbikes, they're lapping those sort of times. And here are some people on, Ninja 400s, doing the same time. So the reason for that is that riding a racetrack is very different to riding on the road. The bike is behaving differently because it's working harder. It takes practice, and it's a different ball game. So just because you ride fast on the road does not mean you can translate that to riding a racetrack.
No, not at all. And if you're riding at this sort of pace on the road, it's going to end in tears anyway.
That's absolutely right, because you're not going to have the setup for every corner. You're not going to get the heat in the tyres. You're not going to be able to ride the corners with the same degree of commitment because you don't know what's coming. So, yes, it is going to end in tears, and of course, you shouldn't be speeding.
No. So, coming up next, we've got the golden era over 500 pre-modern superbike and pre-modern supersport.
And what a fantastic race that was. Race 2. We had Ken Young commentate the last lap of that for us, and that was an absolute ripper.
Yes, I'm sure everyone's very excited about this next race because the last race was absolutely sensational. It was Oscar O'Donovan did a brilliant job.
Even with foot pegs
falling off.
Yeah, and that battle front with Jason Wiley on the old GSXR 11 versus Don Fenton on the CBR 1000, the pre-modern open bike. Wow.
Yeah, that's been great all day.
It has.
And Don's come on leaps and bounds as well over the last couple of race meetings.
He's had a huge weekend. I keep saying that, but that's because he's really impressed me.
Yep.
He's done a lot of riding today. It takes a fair bit to be doing 2 races, or let's say 8 races per day on a 1000cc superbike. It's really been impressive.
Yeah, so even thinking back to the last race meeting when we were handing out the trophies, it seemed to be the Don Fenton bloody benefit. We were handing trophies to him all afternoon.
Yeah, look, credit to him.
Yep.
He's putting in the time and the commitment, and he's clearly a capable road racer as well. So good to see.
I think we're just waiting for the recovery vehicle to come back. They're just entering the pit lane now, so won't be long before we get underway.
I guess they're picking up the bike at the bottom of the hill, whoever that was. I think it might have been Heath Fielding, wasn't it?
Was Heath Fielding, yeah.
That's a bit of a shame because race before that, his bike expired and had to return to the pit, so not the way he wanted to end the day. But it was a fairly minor little incident, again, despite your exclamation, Sean. So hopefully there's no reason he can't grid up again. Remind me to take my earphones off if we actually have a large accident.
No, sorry. It was more a bit of a surprise. I thought he'd actually managed to get through the dirt without throwing himself over the handlebars. There was that last metre of dirt that got him. It looks like we're ready to send them out.
Yeah, bike's about to, certainly on in pit lane at the moment. Not far off, ready to send them out on their sighting and warm-up lap. And off they go. Green flag is out. So opportunity for riders to have a quick look around the circuit, see if there's anything changed from last time they were out. Just get a little bit of extra warmth in their tyres and stretch the legs a little bit before the start of the race. I think I'm going to pick Don Fenton in this one. Sean, I think he's had enough of a look at Jason Wiley now on the earlier GS6000. I think he's probably realising where he may be able to make the difference.
I think you're right there, Chris. I think he's had enough looks to see where he can pass, and I think he's going to pull it off this time.
Admittedly, that's a big call against Jason Wiley. So I'm quite possibly going to be eating my words shortly, but I wouldn't be surprised if Don realises, or he's closer to realising what he needs to do to get the better of Jason.
Yes.
Oscar O'Donovan too will be one to watch. He was certainly quick in race 2. If he gets away well, I wouldn't be surprised if he runs with these guys.
We've got someone coming back across the infield there, Chris. I'm not sure who it is. Looks like they've pulled out.
Yeah, not sure. But Bob Sellers, he was a late charger in race 2 as well. So keep an eye on bike 57, Bob Sellers. So almost ready for a start. Red lights on. Racing, and again the older GSX-R11 of Jason Wiley gets away well. Oscar O'Donovan right on his back wheel. Stuart Bugg gets a nice run up into turn 1. And just looking Don Fenton, unfortunately for Don, he got a fairly poor start and is back in about 6th place. So Don's got a bit of work to do. Jason Wiley, however, he's the man at the front. Holds the lead as they file over suckers for the first time. Got a problem there with a bike. I'm not sure who that is, just going over suckers. Certainly looks like they're slowing up a little bit. Anyway, back to the lead. It's Jason Wiley who's got a handy little gap over Oscar O'Donovan, but Oscar's close enough in this one to maybe challenge, because he's certainly looking strong in race 2.
He is, with Bob Sellers right behind him. They're a little bit more spread out this time around, Chris.
Yeah, I think Don Fenton didn't get a good start at all. He's back there in about 6th position. So he's going to find it pretty hard from here. Maybe I'll put the mockers on him. Now, why have we got a yellow flag there at the bottom of the hill? Have we got a bike down? Oh, Matthew Coward, is it? At the bottom of the hill. His bike's, you only just pick his bike up.
Oh, over on halfway up the hill there.
Yeah, so that's a fair way up the hill to be falling off. I wonder if he actually ran into the dirt. I didn't catch that.
No.
But look, back to our leader, Jason Wiley. He's still got that little margin over Oscar O'Donovan. Last time through was a 61.2, Oscar O'Donovan 61.8, so they're certainly capable of running quicker than that. Now Oscar's going to be putting in here. But a bike of this shouldn't be too slow, being a ZX7. I don't think it's quite going to have the straight line speed of the older GSX-R11.
Jason's doing 58.3s and Oscar's doing 58.6s.
Beg yours. Looked at the wrong column there, but thanks for correcting me, Sean. So Don Fenton, I think, certainly is not going to have a say in the victory here. He's still struggling to get past, I think, Stuart Bugg at the back of the, or further back in the field. So back to the leaders, just looking to pick up Jason Wiley coming over the hump. Yeah, I don't think he hasn't pulled out on Oscar O'Donovan at all, but I don't know. Is Oscar starting to close that gap down? I think he might be, Sean.
I think he is. He's just inching closer and closer.
So that's going to be interesting. He certainly is.
He's actually the fastest bike on track.
With a 58.1, is it? Yep.
Yep. So he is closing down on Jason Wiley.
Look, Jason's capable of going faster than that. I'm pretty sure he's been in the sixes on this bike. So, question is he going to ramp it up when he needs to? Oscar's not going to be shy here, I don't think. If he can sense there's a chance of victory, he's going to go for it.
He's closed right up around the top of the hill too.
So this is certainly worth keeping an eye on. Yep, right on Jason's back wheel. Look, it's not slow down the back straight. It hasn't quite got the legs of the big 1100, but it doesn't get too much away, and it's going to be a much nicer bike to ride through the turns. And with foot pegs, hopefully.
And with foot pegs, yeah.
So the question is, where is he going to put a move on if he's going to? Last time through, 58.7 from... 58.6 from Jason Wiley, 58.4 from Oscar O'Donovan. So pretty well locked together now.
Yep.
Nothing at all between them. I'm sure that Oscar's going to have a go here somewhere.
Yeah, he's picked up another half a bike length there just through the top of the hill. So I think at the end of the straight here, he may well have a go.
Yeah, if he can stay close enough. The 1100, I think, still got a bit of acceleration. A little bit. But we know how strong Jason Wiley is down there under brakes. That's what he needs to be careful of.
Getting suckered into a mistake.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a move in turn one from Oscar. He's looking to go around the outside now. Maybe a run up the inside. No. Oh, that got untidy. Got a bit loose under brakes, but luckily saved it.
James Ryan's got ahead of Bob Sellers now into third place.
Yeah, that's Stuart Bugg and Don Fenton really struggling to get past this group. Surprises me a little bit because he's certainly got some acceleration on that bike. I would have thought he'd get past Buggy down the back straight. Maybe not Bob Sellers as easily.
He's only a couple of tenths quicker than the two bikes in front of him, so... Leaders back into the end of the back straight again.
Oscar O'Donovan
outside.
I think he might get that done. Looking to go around the outside of Jason Wiley. It's going to be brave to stick that out.
Brave.
Is he going to try into turn one? No. After that little issue he had prior lap, but Jason Wiley certainly knows he's under pressure. Don Fenton through on Stuart Bugg, now behind Bob Sellers, so he's not going to be able to drag Bob Sellers down the back straight. He's going to put a move on somewhere else. And then you've got James Ryan in front of them. He's on a 1000cc machine as well. So probably not very easy for Don Fenton from there. But look back to the lead. Jason Wiley just holding out Oscar O'Donovan as they come onto the back straight. What's it going to be this time, Sean? Another braking lunge from Oscar O'Donovan? I think it will be.
Yep.
Down the outside, but there's no room there. Oh, he's going to turn in on Jason Wiley. And I think he's got it done this time. But Jason, I'm sure, is not going to give it away that easily. So this is going to be interesting. Last lap. What can Jason Wiley do about it?
I think he'll have a go into turn one. Well, no, he doesn't.
Oh, down the inside into turn two. What a great move. Older, less nimble bike and puts it right up the inside of Oscar O'Donovan. I don't know that Oscar saw that coming, but great move, Jason Wiley. So now Oscar's got it all to do, and Jason Wiley's certainly going to be pretty determined to make sure he holds out. Over suckers. What a move from Oscar O'Donovan.
Yeah, I think he might be in a bit of trouble there, Chris, because the green flag is not until the top of the hill. Yes, I reckon
a bit of red mist has probably made him forget about that, but they don't realise that yet. Jason Wiley, I don't think he's going to give this away. He's right on the back wheel of Oscar. not much you can do about it though. So I think you're right, mate.
Oh, that was very close with Oscar. Lost the back end.
But Oscar actually, we'll get to the line first, but I think you're right. I think there might have been an illegal move there.
Yes, because there is still the yellow flag waving at the bottom of the hill. And it's a bit hard from this angle to see where he actually passed. But I'm sure Peter Woods is onto it, talking to the flag marshal at the top of the hill to make sure that was okay.
Yeah, it would have been pretty tight. It was certainly the move at the turn, whether it was before or after the flag. Certainly well past the incident for which the flag was waving, so the real danger was not there, but I guess not the point. You've got to wait till the section of track is cleared.
Yep.
We see Michael Webb completing another race, so had a little bit of a bumpy start. DNF at the 2 hour, as I was saying earlier, and hurt his shoulder, but finally back and seems to be enjoying his day.
Yes, it's good to see a new racer having fun.
All new races have fun, Sean.
Well, yes. Oscar's pretty excited coming into pit lane.
Yeah. Just have to hope that he got that move done in the right part of the track.
Not seeing anything on timing about a decision pending.
No, well there you go. It might be all good. It's good to pick up though, Sean. That is a consideration, and I know from a racer's point of view, heat of the moment, sometimes you don't pick up the yellow flag. Although having said that, it'd been waving for some time, so really had every opportunity to have seen it.
Yes.
But at the same time, he might have been fully aware of it and waited until he was past the next flag point to put the move on. So we don't know. As you said, it doesn't appear that there is any sort of issue pending.
No. And again, Oscar did have the fastest lap of the race, the 57.96, which is, considering it's the first time he's ridden that motorbike this weekend, very, very good.
Well, it would have been really interesting to see Dom Fenton in the mixer as well.
Yeah, Don's times were not very fast this last race. I think the quickest one's 58.1, which was really late in the race.
Yeah, look, possibly that he got a bad start and wasn't in with the running for the victory. He got involved in the scrap further back, and that might have just been, what dictated the pace of his race. Don't know. Only Don knows the answer to that, but I'm sure he would have enjoyed being at the front, dicing with Oscar and Jason. So that brings us to the final set of races, race 4 for each group, I believe.
Yes, and the first one up again is Formula 3, Formula Basketball, Golden Hour up to 500 cc's.
Being 4:07 p.m., you'd hope that we're going to get through them all. So,
yes.
Barring any further incidents.
Yes, it's taking just on an hour to run through the race group.
Well, fortunately, this time of year there's a bit of daylight, so that does help. Still looking at recovering that bike from the bottom of the hill, so recovery vehicle still on track. Let's have a very quick drink and be back very shortly. Okay, so bikes on track for race 4 for the Formula 3 Golden Era up to 500 and Formula Basketball. Certainly Josh Vanderputten's been the man. I don't think he's going to be challenged in this one, Sean.
No, not at all. It's I think the racing at the front here with Josh in the on the 125 GP bike, very hard to catch with these other bikes that are around him, the Formula 3 bikes, SV650s maybe, but unlikely. The racing between Chloe Honeychurch and Larry Eaton has been fantastic in that part of the field.
It certainly has. So too James Abbey there with the SV650.
Yep.
That group has been absolutely fantastic. So Chloe Honeychurch, I reckon she's the one to watch in this. She's been getting faster all day.
Yep, definitely.
Josh Vanderputten obviously is the man to beat, and I think he's probably going to, well, he certainly gets a great start. Heath Fielding too gets away very, very well. And I think, yes, it finally is another bike being, I think that's Jim Abbey, did head the field for a brief moment, but Josh Vanderputten straight back into the lead. And look at just how nimble those GP bikes are and how much corner speed they carry.
And Chloe Honeychurch is up in 5th place, right behind Larry Eaton.
So that's going to be interesting because she's had to come from behind previously. Yep. So it'd be great to see what she can do about Larry in front of her. Josh Vanderputten certainly off to a flyer and increasing his lead already. So I think that's a foregone conclusion, as long as Josh doesn't have any problems. But yeah, certainly a great start there from James Abbey in P2. And that's Heath Fielding from Larry Eaton and Chloe Honeychurch. So it's going to be interesting to watch Chloe here.
I think she's going to try up the inside of Larry. Not quite, almost.
Peter McEldowney, Ben Abbey a little further back, just trading places. And Grant Vauxhall right behind them. Finally, Gremlin 3, potentially, Sean.
It's a two-stroke West.
It's a two-stroke, yes, you're right. It's ambitious. Back of the field looks like Jason Brown getting the better of Marcus Priest. They're the two newbies having their first race meeting of basketball, and it's great to see them both enjoying themselves. Josh Vanderputten, the leader, continued to extend his lead over James Abbey. But what's interesting here is Chloe Honeychurch right on the back of Larry Eaton. So it's going to be interesting to see if she puts a move on. She did show some interest in turn 1 previously. And looking up that way again, there's not enough opportunity, but gee, she's close on the back of Larry Eaton.
Very close.
I don't know what they're like for straight line speed. It's certainly a difference in capacity, but you got at least got a fairing on the bike of Chloe's. So 400 versus 350. You'd think that Chloe's got the straight line speed advantage, but as you were saying before, Sean, with a modified ECU, they don't have a lot of revs.
No. Josh
Vanderputten's still our leader, making his way down the main straight, certainly not under any pressure at all. Quickest lap so far from Josh at a 58.51. So it's not messing around. In fact, it's not far off the pace he was running in the Lights GP race when he had to fight with Taran Ocean for the win. James Abbey still holding off Heath Fielding from Larry Eaton and Chloe Honeychurch. Ben Abbey, Grant Vauxhall, Peter McEldowney just lost a toe from these guys in front. I don't know if he had a moment, but he was with them previously.
Behind Josh, he's got 6 bikes. They're all doing almost exactly the same lap times.
Yeah. I think Heath Fielding's found his way through on James Abbey at the bottom of the hill. So, yeah, it looks like he has. It's a nice move from Heath. maybe the bigger 650 is going to be able to reduce that lead down the back straight. It does haul the smaller bike in, but it's not going to be enough. I think Heath's got the outright lap pace. Chloe Honeychurch's still all over the back of Larry Eaton.
She was right beside him going over the hump.
Is that right?
Yep. Larry just pulled away a little bit.
She's certainly shown some interest in turn 1, hasn't she? I wonder if she's going to give it a go. All over the back of Larry going in there, but it's one thing to be close, it's another thing to put a move on.
Yeah, Larry would be pretty hard to pass through turn 1, I think.
He carries good corner speed, but so does Chloe Honeychurch. Really doing a fantastic job down there.
Josh Vanderputten's just gone faster again. 59.41.
There's a 59.41. I must have misread that before. I thought I read 58.5. So I did misread that. So it's nice lap board now for Josh Vanderputten. So pretty easy race for Josh. Certainly not under any pressure.
Chloe's closed right up on the back of Larry Eaton again. I think she might have a go this time in turn 1.
No, but as you say, certainly close. Must be tantalising, looking for a gap to get through. These riders in front, that's tight.
Oh,
That didn't work for Larry at all. Looking to go maybe up or round up. I'm not sure who that was. Was that James Abbey? I think it was, yes. But now Chloe's through on Larry Eaton.
And Larry just tried to come back at the top of the hill, but that didn't quite work out.
Yeah, so that didn't work well for Larry at all, but certainly played into Chloe's hand. So she now heads Larry Eaton down the straight for the last time. Heath Fielding is about to be overtaken again. Oh, big braking duel. Heath back down the inside under brake, so over and under there. It looks like he's going to hang on from James Avey, and he will. Chloe Honeychurch will hold off Larry Eaton. And further back, we have bike 115, Ben Avey putting in a great ride as well. Grant Vauxhall, Peter McEldowney, and Ben Vauxhall. Ben continues to improve as well. It's good to see. He's doing a lot of racing.
He's doing very similar times to his dad. Again, they're in the 102s, which is not a bad time. Not a bad time for a 20-year-old race bike.
No, not at all. In fact, we've been saying that fairly consistently today. Yes. How some of these old bikes, they still get round pretty well. Think about that bike of Jason Wiley's. It's 32 years old. Another great win from Josh Vanderputten. One left for him, which is the lights race. So if we turn the tables on Taran Ocean.
As all the riders are coming back into the pit lane now, we've got the Here's Safe Tasmania lights. Sorry, Here's Safe Tasmania Juniors coming out.
David Coward, the first man out. He's been having a great battle all day with Gus O'Halloran. And of course, the battle at the front between Isaac Simmons and Ollie Skinner has been one to watch. But Isaac's been getting the better of Ollie. I reckon the contest in this one might be between David and Gus. That's been raging all day, really.
Absolutely. And again, we can't praise these young riders enough. They're doing a sensational job and they're having fun. Well, they're also trying very, very hard as well. So, but at the end of the day, you can see the smile on their faces.
Yeah, you're right, Sean. They clearly love it. They're having a lot of fun out there, and it's going to be great to see this class continue to grow because, yeah, as we keep saying, it's been a great proving ground and training ground for these kids, and all the graduates so far have gone on and been very impressive.
Absolutely.
And competitive.
It was funny then, bikes had to stop just before they went out on the track, and Gus's little legs aren't quite long enough.
I did see that. But I tell you what, isn't he riding it well?
He's riding it fantastically.
What did you say? He did a like a flat 70 or something in the last race?
Yep.
Which is only just outside the lap record. Like Tom Turner, I think was a high 68. So he's certainly riding well.
Yeah, especially considering it's first day on the bike, or first race day on the bike.
Well, that's the thing. Probably his lightweight helps.
Yes.
Because there's not a lot of horsepower to go around.
I'm not sure how much horsepower the R15 makes, but it's can't be a lot.
Yeah, I don't know, but you're right. I agree that it can't be a lot. So you've certainly got to work very hard to get the most out of it. But yeah, point being that Gus is obviously riding it very well. So
yes.
Absolutely fantastic to see.
As all the bikes come around to line up on the grid.
Last race of the day for the Here Safe Tassie Juniors.
We'll see what sort of start Isaac Simmons gets this time.
Yeah, that's certainly been his I guess downfall or issue that he's had to date. He hasn't been getting away well, but certainly been reeling them in without too many problems. But we're about to find out. Racing, and Gus O'Halloran probably gets the best of it. I think he will lead the pack for the first time into turn one. Ollie Skinner away very nicely as well. We'll go around the outside of Gus, will he? Yes, just. Isaac Simmons, I think, away a lot better this time, Sean.
Yeah, he's still looking for gears just off the line though, which I'm not sure why he's doing that. He's barely moving before he gets into second gear.
Yeah, can't explain that one, but Gus O'Halloran, he's got the start so far, but David Coward right behind Gus O'Halloran. So that battle looks like it will continue. Ollie Skinner's the man though, he's away nicely at the front. Isaac Simmons through now into second, and I think we'll probably put a move on Ollie down the back straight.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Chris. I think he's about to pass him about here.
Yeah, it's certainly got some straight line speed, but with these little two strokes, you need to keep them wound up and ride them well to take advantage of it. And that's what Isaac Simmons is doing.
Yes. Gus O'Halloran is doing a fantastic job keeping up with the front pair.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's all over the back of Ollie Skinner, actually. I'll be curious to see what sort of acceleration difference they have up the hill, because I would have thought that the KTM 85 of Ollie Skinner's probably has a bit of an advantage. In fact, he pulls out a little bit through the turns, but again, Sean, what a great job Gus O'Halloran and David Coward are doing.
Yeah. All three of them had almost identical lap times on the first lap.
Jet Pryor again managing to pull a little gap over Connell, so that's pretty much status quo from the first three races. Back to our leaders. Coming down the back straight now, so Isaac Simmons not really getting away as quickly as I thought he would. Ollie Skinner seems to be doing a better job of holding on to him this time. In fact, maybe closed up a little bit, has he?
I think he has, and Gus O'Halloran's just dropped off slightly as well, and David Coward's come up behind him and looking to make a move on him.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with Gus. I thought he was looking like he's going to stick all over the back wheel of Ollie Skinner, but look at David Coward looking for a way through on Gus O'Halloran, and looks like he'll get it done. He does. So I don't know if Gus had a little moment there, but David come through and he's picked up that spot. And again, like Ollie Skinner doesn't look to be letting go of Isaac Simmons, so this
There goes Gus again up the side of David going up the hill.
Yeah, I think the weight advantage certainly is a factor there. Good battle between these two.
Yes, Ollie Skinner's quickest on the track at 109.74. And Isaac Simmons is 109.99. So there's not much in it.
Good times. Yeah, I think big move from David Coward. Outbreaks Gus O'Halloran at the end of the back straight. So Gus has certainly got the acceleration advantage. Through the chute, looking to go around the outside of David Coward. I think he's going to get that done, is he? That's a brave move. Last lap. So, David, it's all up to you. Maybe run down the inside into turn 2. Around the outside, don't know. Gus covers his line nicely there. All around the outside. It's getting close through the S's. Now we know Gus has the power advantage up the hill, or the acceleration advantage at least. It's like Isaac Simmons just going through suckers at the moment. Got P1 pretty well secured, but this battle between Gus O'Halloran and David Coward's worth watching.
Yes, David was pulling up beside Gus, going down the back straight. It'd be interesting to see where if Gus can hold him off this time around. As the checkered flag's coming out.
Well, David's been very strong under brakes down here, and he's not too far behind. I reckon there's still a bit of a chance for David. He does lunge under brakes, but he's going to now need a great run through the chute. I think he's probably a little too far back from there. In fact, Gus has a good look over his shoulder. He knows he's safe.
Yeah.
Big celebration there from Gus O'Halloran. And a nice third place as well. Great ride too from David Coward, who did not give up at all. But congratulations again to Isaac Simmons, making it 4 from 4, and another great ride too from Ollie Skinner, who'll pick up second place. Jet Fryer just entering the chute for the first time. He'll come round to secure 5th place, and then not far behind, Ava Connell. So that concludes our He's Safe Tassie Juniors for today. Another great display by our young kids. Let's say, Sean, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of smiles in the pits.
I reckon you're right. I reckon everyone needs to come down and look at Gus, who's going to be looking after our donation tin for the barbecue.
I thought he was on sausage duty.
Oh, he could be on sausage duty, but you'll be keeping an eye on the donation tin as well.
Well, between now and the next race, I'm just going to have a very quick break. I'll be back with you very shortly.
Okay, we've got bikes heading back out on the track for Tas Supersport 600. Had some sensational racing in this group today, and I'm expecting exactly the same results this time round. Fantastic racing, very close racing. The race has, of course, been shortened by 2 laps to catch up a bit of time from when we've had a few delays during the day. So it doesn't leave everyone a lot of time if they make a mistake to come back from that. I think we're missing one bike from the field, Chris. Matt Coward had a little off in the earlier race, so his 600's parked, I think.
Yeah, so too, we missed the fall of David Bartels at Ken Young in form. So apparently a fairly big one over Suckers. Did a fair bit of bike damage, but fortunately David was okay, and apparently is on the second machine of Mitch Hawksley. So nice to see him back out. So this will be interesting. It's been very fiercely contested at the front all day. And as I keep saying, the start's going to be absolutely critical because there's nothing between this lead group. Red lights on. Racing, Matthew Long again, and probably away the best, but Mitch Hawksley, beautiful start from row 2. So he will actually go through into P2, so that's exactly where he wants to be. Tarbin Walker again, great start into 3rd place. I think that's then Marcus Delaney from Lockie Curtis, from John O'Hughes and Jesse Woods. The perfect start from Matthew Long, exactly what he needed. So question being asked now of Mitch Hawksley, what can Mitch do? He needs to get up and past Matthew Long, which is not easy.
Fairly quickly. Matt Long's pulled a little bit of a gap already.
It's probably the best place that Tarbin Walker's been all day, so it's going to be interesting to see now with a bit more time under his belt of basketball if he can actually mount a challenge here. Right behind Mitch Hawksley. Marcus Delaney. Lockie Curtis also looking strong, getting very wriggly under brakes into turn 1, so pushing very hard early. Matthew Long doing exactly what he needs to do at the moment, still heading up this field. Mitch Hawksley may be closed down a little bit, but you know, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to get past. And Matthew Long is he covers his lines well and he's quick, so he's going to be very, very hard to find that gap. I know in race 3, Mitch Hawksley found a way through into turn 1. It was a pretty brave move.
Yeah, Matthew Long's matured into a very good racer. It's come leaps and bounds over the last few years.
I think the gap's actually come down a bit, Sean. I think Mitch has actually reeled him
Closed him up, yep, for sure.
Tarbin Walker maybe just starting to lose that toe a little bit. He's got, I'll tell you what, that's tight. I was going to say, Lockie Curtis looking for a way through on Marcus Delaney. I know he's pulled that move off a few times today, but he can get very tight very quickly into turn 1. But Matthew Long still holding off Mitch Hawksley. Mitch will be thinking now about what he needs to do to get past. Interesting to see the run down the straight this time, the difference in straight line speed, because Mitch is now right on the back wheel of Matt Long.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be close enough this time around, Chris. He's the speed's very similar, but Mitch is a demon breaker.
Yeah, he is, and I think Matt's got some good pace coming onto the back straight. That's because it appeared that he had a nice little margin as they were coming towards the hump. So that's something Mitch needs to think about, how he can get close enough to get a bit of a draft. But he's all over the back wheel of Matt Long now, going through turn 2. Tarbin Walker's still doing a fantastic job there in P3, holding off Marcus Delaney. Lockie Curtis also, as we keep saying, a fantastic job for him running with this front group. And then Jono Hughes. We're further back to Jesse Woods. Jesse running in the, we got about 57 or something there for Jesse.
Yep, 57.7.
Yeah, so fairly similar to his race 3 pace. He's having a little bit of a lonely ride just at the just behind this lead group.
Mitch's fastest bike on track. Looks like Marcus got past Tarbin then.
He did, under brakes I think it must be. Tarbin spinning up trying to get back on terms with Marcus, but I think he's going to find it pretty hard from there. Marcus may have been held up a little bit, so I think he might actually start to extend that margin over Tarbin now. And then it's Lockie Curtis who needs to find a way through. But back at the front, Mitch Hawksley certainly on terms with Matt Long now, so it's a matter of where he's going to put a move on if he's capable of doing it. And it looks to me like he's starting to become a bit impatient, so I think it might be coming pretty soon.
Yeah, he's closed right up coming onto the back straight there.
Yep, wouldn't be surprised to see a braking challenge this time. He's not... Yep, there you go, straight through, up the inside. So strong under brakes, Mitch Hawksley. Matt Long looking to go back on the inside. He did run a bit wide, but it's good enough to get it done. So now it's a question, Matt Long, what are you going to do about it? Last lap board is out. And Mitch Hawksley's potentially timed this to perfection. He sat there and summed up Matt, worked out where he's going to put the move on, and now it's leaves Matthew only one lap to respond. Marcus Delaney still holding off Tarbin Walker from Lockie Curtis and Jono Hughes. Still a little way back there to Jesse Woods, Josh Rees. Must be David Bartels riding Mitch's second bike. Sam Delaney, Matt Carey, Stephen Oliver and Ryan Chen. The back of the front, it is Mitch Hawksley who will hold off Matthew Long under brakes, entering the chute for the last time. I think barring any issues or errors, Mitch Hawksley's got this because he leads Matthew Long over the line to take race 4.
Marcus Delaney in 3rd and Tarbin Walker in 4th.
What an outstanding day's racing in Tas Supersport, Sean. I don't
think we could have seen any better.
No, I was about to say the same thing. I can't remember more entertaining racing. I think the only thing that might have made that different is, or even better, is if Chip Sellers was still in the mix. That would have been absolutely outstanding. But again, the 600 class continues to produce great races and great racing.
So this is the 2-minute call for the Superbikes.
Yes, just ducked out before the start of this race, Sean. It's certainly warming up out there.
It's not so bad here with air conditioning, Chris.
No, it's not. But look, really spectacular day here at Baskerville. There's not a lot of wind around. It's pretty warm. And the other thing I noticed when I ducked out is I could smell the barbecue cooking, which means we're getting near the end of the day. Something everyone looks forward to. It's going to be presentation and barbecue at the conclusion of racing. So anyone on the hill who feels like hanging around, you're most welcome. Come on over and just a gold coin donation for drinks and food at the barbecue. As I said, the presentation will be going on, so your opportunity to have a chat to a few people and talk to riders about their day. So you're most welcome if you're not in a hurry to head off. Has Superbike making their way out. Be interesting to see if Chip Sellers can make a better start in race 4 than he did in race 3, because that was a shocker.
Yes, it was probably the worst start. It is the worst start by far from anybody all day.
I think that would be right. The only thing worse you could do is actually stall it.
Yep.
But look, I don't think that's Chip's fault. I think it's a bit of a grabby clutch that no doubt the team will work on, and I know what that feels like. A clutch that just it's like on or off, and there's no transition is very, very hard to get a good smooth drive. But knowing Team Sellers, they will investigate that and come back a lot stronger for the next race. So look forward to seeing that.
Yes, they'll put a lot of work into it, and I'm sure they'll find the problem.
Chip Sellers leads the field around on their warm-up sighting lap. Jason Spencer just behind him. It would be great to see Chip get a better start and try and get away with the lead group, because we know he's capable of running good lap times. He's already shown that.
Yes, even at the 2 hour a couple of years ago, he was racing the R1 and he was doing some sensational lap times.
Yeah, he was. He's demonstrated what he's capable of. He showed that all last year in the 600 class. So
yes.
Very popular club member. Always with a smile on his face and willing to lend a hand and be part of anything that's going on. So it's always good to see Chip out there. He's an exciting racer.
It's better now seeing him that he hasn't got a shaved head.
In what way?
Well, he shaved his head a couple of weeks ago to instead of getting a haircut, and I've got to say it's pretty ordinary.
Right. Well, we're not far off being ready for a start here. The red light's on, and Jason Wiley, I don't know what happened there. I don't know if he actually jumped the start. He certainly was moving during the red light and then stopped. So up to the, that got a bit tight too. Yes, up to race control to consider that, but we have finally Jason Spencer, I think, who wins the start for the first time today.
Chip's start wasn't anywhere near as bad that time, but it was still a bit of a shocker.
Yeah, still awful, but true to form, Jason Spencer away at the front. Scott Honeychurch, Sean, you were wondering before if he'd given it up for the day as he changed, but he's obviously changed back into his leathers. Just wanted to cool off a bit, be more comfortable, but he's back out there holding down second place with Jason Wiley right behind him. So this will be interesting. Jason Wiley has got the better of Scott Honeychurch, certainly did in race 3.
Just keeping an eye on the start line. I think they may be preparing a jump start board.
Yeah, I don't think, if that is the case, I don't think Jason's going to be surprised by that. I think there are a few metres involved, not just a turn of the wheel. But Jason Wiley, not really extending the lead by a lot. I'd just be curious to see what sort of lap times he's doing. He might have just backed it off a bit for the final race of the day, because Scott Honeychurch still keeping him in sight. Jason Wiley now all over the back of Scott Honeychurch, so I think Scott's going to come under some pressure here very, very shortly, if not at the end of the straight.
Yeah, Chris, here comes the jump start board. Danny, our starter's got it hidden there. He's about to pull it out and show it to Jason Wiley.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to see that at 160 kilometres an hour. Looking for one up the inside of Scott Honeychurch. Doesn't quite get it done. Gets fairly untidy as well coming out of turn 1 on the Ducati V4 Panigale. So he's certainly keen to try and get past, and that's good to see. See, Chip Sellers has now got past Jezza Huddleston, and then we go back to Damien Fords, who's holding off Wade Schrader and Don Fenton. So I think Damien Fords is probably struggling with that hand a bit today. Things really haven't gone his way. We know what he's capable of. In fact, he's the reigning Motorworks Michelin 2-hour winner.
Yes. Jason's got past Scott Honeychurch at the top of the hill.
Yeah, so interesting to watch and see what Scott Honeychurch can do, if anything. He's still right on the back wheel of Jason Wiley, so I don't think he's given it up just yet. Chip Sellers goes through, 10-second jump start penalty for Jason Wiley. Chip Sellers goes through 56.5, so he's finding a bit of pace again, which is good. Battle at the rear of the field. Damien Fords, Wade Schrader and Don Fenton. They've been mixing it up a bit today. It's all running in the mid-58s.
Again, Wade Schrader's impressing me again today. He had a bit of a fall yesterday in the ride day. And
Actually, he didn't. He stopped for a fallen rider.
Oh, was that what it was? Oh.
Yeah, so... But you're right, he's still impressing. I think his riding's come along quite significantly over the last year.
Yes.
Scott Honeychurch still all over the back wheel of Jason Wiley, so look, I don't think this is over. And I think Scott Honeychurch is one who never says die when it comes to can I overtake someone. Certainly a bit of a lonely race at the front for Jason Spencer. He's just coming over the hump of the back straight at the moment. Not a lot of wear on his front tyre today. There's certainly been a lot of wheel standing going on.
Yes. His quickest lap so far of the race is 54.39.
Scott Honeychurch just got past Jason Wiley. I didn't see where that happened. As they came down the back straight, Scott was in front, so we're right. He hadn't given it up, and now it's up to Jason Wiley to do something about it. Looking for a run up the inside, but that won't happen. So it's going to be very interesting to see what Jason Wiley can do from here. He's certainly not going to throw in the towel. Last lap board's out, so where's it going to happen if it's going to happen? Maybe a tiny gap being pulled out there by Scott Honeychurch through the S's. Got a couple of bikes between himself and Jason Wiley has to go over Suckers, run down into Calvin. So this is where it's up to Jason Wiley trying to get a good run and get a bit of a slipstream down the back straight. I don't think he's close enough. I think Scott Honeychurch has pulled the pin here.
Yep, definitely. And don't forget, Jason's got a 10-second penalty as well. So
yeah, if he knows that, I don't know. But credit to Scott Honeychurch. He got the move on and will hold that position. Pick up P2, so well done, Scott Honeychurch. Chip Sellers just crosses the line into P4. 55.7 last time round, so that's good to see. He's certainly finding some good speed in that ZX10. So too Jezza Huddleston. 57.5 last time through, 57.2 as a quickest lap of the day. Don Fenton got the better of Wade Schrader, and Damien Ford's dropping out the rear, so I really think Damo's struggling, I suspect, with his hand. But like I said, things haven't really gone to plan for Damo today, but main thing is he's finished the day. He's in one piece, his bike's in one piece, and I know he'll come back stronger.
And scored valuable points for the rest of the series.
Well, that's right. And as I keep saying, there's more than just line honours at stake here. There's B and C grade championships in these Superbike and Supersport races as well. Great to see Jason Spencer rounding out another good day. Always good to see Jason out here. Not only is he fast, but as we keep saying, immaculately presented. As many of these bikes are.
So as the Superbikes come back in, the lights bikes are starting to form up on the dummy grid for their last race of the day, with the Lights GP and Lights Production.
Yeah, what entertainment these guys have provided today.
You really don't know which way to look.
No, you don't. I don't know if you can even guess who may win this. Like that ride from Taran Ocean, that last race was absolutely outstanding, and despite the pressure that Josh Vanderputten put on him, He held on for the win.
Yep.
Josh Vanderputten has been super impressive all day. And we know what Brett Simmons can do. If he gets away with this front group, really anyone's race. And I think we're in for another real treat here.
Yeah, he just needs to get away and not give away that 4 seconds on that first lap.
Yeah, I'm sure Brett knows that better than anyone. It's a matter of whether or not he can launch that bike and get away with them. So why he can't, why Josh Vanderputten manages to launch the 125 well and Brett's struggling, only Brett knows that. But you can be sure of one thing, they would have been working very hard on trying to resolve it. Interesting to see the lead 3 bikes all waiting for the rest of the field to go out so that they can arrive on the line with the least amount of time to grid up and try and keep their tyres nice and warm. So they're all still taking it as seriously as race 1 this morning.
Yep, it's pretty hard for the 125s and Moto 3 bikes. They overheat really, really quickly. Typically they have less than a litre of cooling water in them. So sitting on the line, the temperature spikes fairly fast.
Did they actually run a thermostat, Sean?
No.
Just cover the radiator when on a cold day.
With tape, yep.
With a bit of tape, yep.
Yep. Anything over about 22 or 24 degrees, there'll be no tape on the radiators.
Yep.
So they'll be really keen to get away quickly.
Big field of lights today, as we've said a few times. It's so good to see the grid formed all the way through the chute. So Brett Simmons and Taran Ocean have already made their way to their places. Last bike through will be Josh Vanderputten on bike 93. Pick up his position in P1. So this is going to be intriguing, Sean. Reece Tan too, head of the second row. What a race, what a weekend he's put in. And so too Aaron Wade on the outside of row 2. So ready for race 4. Red light is on and looks like finally Brett Simmons has got away well, although Larry Eaton comes through and may spoil the party again for the GP guys. Brett Simmons certainly got a better start. He's behind Chad Wiley, but now goes around the outside of Chad Wiley. So finally Brett's got a better start. He's still a few bike lengths back from the leaders. Josh Vanderputten will lead the field up the hill for the first time, but the 3 guys who wanted at the front are at the front. So ready for a treat here, Sean?
Yes, I think this time Brett's not having that 4 second disadvantage. He's within probably a second of the lead.
And in fact, he's closed that lead down already. So this is exactly what we wanted. It's going to be one to watch, that's for sure. Josh Vanderputten heads the field down. Taran Ocean not far behind him, and Brett Simmons right on Taran's back wheel. Then back to Tom Turner, I think, from Chad Wiley, Larry Eaton. Then a big group of bikes all challenging under brakes at the end of the back straight. But Josh Vanderputten will head the field over the start-finish line for the first time. Taran Ocean right on his back wheel. Taran's so strong into turn 2. Makes up a lot of ground there. Even looking to go around the outside of Josh Vanderputten. It's not going to work, but he carries great corner speed through there. Brett Simmons all over the back wheel of Taran Ocean now. So we're in for another great few laps here, Sean.
Yes, I think Brett may have almost put a pass on Taran at the top of the hill.
Certainly looked like it. He carries good pace up there. So watch this time down the back straight. If Brett Simmons can get a slipstream, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go through into P2. Coming over the hump, sure enough, pulls alongside Taran Ocean. I don't think Taran's going to be able to outbrake Brett. No, he doesn't. Brett Simmons now on the back wheel of Josh Vanderputten. Taran Ocean's not going to say okay to that, though. He's already looking at mounting a challenge back on Brett.
Yeah, Brett will have to be careful while he's trying to size up Josh, because Taran will do exactly what he just did then.
He's so good up there.
straight underneath him.
Straight underneath Brett Simmons into the top of turn 2. And that's what happened to Brett in race 2, I think. So Brett's going to have to try and close that gap down, that opening down in the top of 2, because Taran takes advantage of that very quickly. But nothing at all between them at the moment. Still, Josh Vanderputten, as he runs down into Calvin's, Taran Ocean right on his wheel and Brett Simmons right on his back wheel. So
Brett's the quickest bike on track again at the moment, doing 58.3. Josh Vanderputten's 58.8.
Yeah, well, Brett Simmons again manages to get past Taran Ocean down the straight. Looks to drive back around the outside of Brett Simmons through the sweeper. Doesn't quite get there, so now it's up to Brett to make sure that he closes that door into turn 2. Oh, that's big. Taran Ocean up the inside of Brett Simmons into turn 1. Brett not at all impressed by that, but you know, you have to do what you have to do. I don't think there was any contact. I think it was hard, but from here it looked like it was just a tough racing move.
So I think Brett's going to come back at him at the top of the hill. Yep.
I think definitely he'll. He gets Taran Ocean into the run into suckers. So now it's a matter of, can Brett hold on, because Taran Ocean is clearly determined. It played into Josh Vanderputten's hands though, because he's actually pulled out a few bike lengths now. This is going to be interesting down the back straight. Yeah, Brett Simmons hangs on to second place. So can he get close enough to Josh Vanderputten under brakes? Maybe ekes out a bit of a... I'll reduce that margin by a fraction. Taran Ocean definitely got the red mist behind Brett Simmons. It'll be interesting to see if he tries into the top of the S's again, and does. Looks to go around the outside of Brett Simmons. Surely he's not going to get that done. No, Brett's too wise for that. But absolutely determined, Taran Ocean. Meanwhile, Josh Vanderputten, he's in a bit of clear air just in front of these guys. Certainly not enough to be comfortable.
Josh is the fastest bike on track. Brett and Taran are doing almost identical times.
Yeah, well, I think now you'll see as they come onto the straight, Brett's closed down on Josh Vanderputten. Almost close enough for a slipstream. I wouldn't be surprised to see Brett Simmons put a lunge under brakes. Not close enough, but very close. So I think this time through, last lap board about to come out. It's time for Brett Simmons to take victory. He's going to be thinking about where he's going to put this move on Josh Vanderputten. Taran Ocean just losing touch of fraction from these guys. Oh, Taran Ocean out in the dirt.
Out in the dirt.
I think he's going to be okay. Just ran wide between 1 and 2. But now Brett Simmons all over the back of Josh Vanderputten. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a braking move at the end of the main straight.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Chris. He may even try at the top of the hill. He's not quite close enough, though.
He does get good drive up there, but I'm thinking it's going to be a drafting move down the back straight and a bit of a braking duel between these two. And I don't know Josh is going to see it coming, because he's had a bit of clear space there for a while. Brett tucked in hard under the fairing, comes up alongside Josh Vanderputten. So now it's a matter of who's got the stronger brakes. And Josh Vanderputten says, I have. Edges out Brett Simmons. What can Brett do about that? Not much by the looks of it. He's trying to find a way around the outside of Josh Vanderputten over the start-finish line, but Josh gets it by half a bike length. What a race. And I tell you what, credit to him, because that was an outright braking duel. In fact, I think Brett even had a bit of a lead on Brett coming down the back straight, and Josh still outbraked him. So good work, Josh Vanderputten.
Yeah, Josh won by 0.04 of a second.
Well, there's no doubt about it. I've not seen racing any better than that here at Basketball.
No.
Absolutely sensational. Just running back through the finishes. Tom Turner in P4. Chad Wiley first of the production bike, so he'll pick up the win for production in that class. Just ahead of Dane Griggs from Larry Eaton, Brodie Curtis, Chloe Honeychurch, Reece Tan. I don't know what happened to Reece. He dropped back a bit. He'd been running further up the field earlier in the day. Grant Boxall, Mark de Jong, Marek von Batouche, Graham Cunningham, Ollie Skinner, Ben Boxall, Brendan Mazecki, Michael Regan, John Cran, Scott Cleary, Alan Laurenton, and Aaron Wade. I don't know what happened to Aaron. He must have ran off. Quite a bit of an issue, but Aaron had been running further up the field earlier. But look, again, what outstanding racing from these guys.
Even with Taryn's run off at the top of the S's there, he's still only finished 11 seconds behind Josh.
Good to see Matt Coward gritting up again after his little spill earlier in the day.
This is our last race of the day, which is the Golden Era over 500 pre-modern Superbike and pre-modern Supersport. Again, another sensational group of classes.
It's provided some of the best racing of the day again, hasn't it? Like the old GSXR 1100 with Jason Wiley aboard. We saw him being challenged by Don Fenton on the later model CBR 1000, and then later in the day we saw Oscar O'Donovan challenging for the lead and actually taking the victory with the X7R. So kept those three together in this race, and we're in for another cracker.
Absolutely.
And of course Bob Sellers not far off, just waiting to pick up the pieces. So.
Yeah, I think every race this meeting has been absolutely sensational.
I have to agree with you, Sean.
There's not one race that has been anything but exciting.
Yep, I'd have to agree. It's been one out of the box, round one at the Tas Road Race Series and round one of the Sports Riders Club Championship. It's hopefully that's what we're in for the rest of the year. And I think, I know we say it a bit, but I do think this race track really suits motorcycle racing. It does often produce some fantastic close racing, where bikes aren't as easily separated by a horsepower difference. Riders really do make the difference around here.
Yeah, even if you look back at the some of the ARRCs that were run here in the 90s, it was all close racing, groups of 250 GP bikes, 125 GP bikes, super bikes, and production bikes. Always really close racing.
Yeah, look, the cream will always rise to the top naturally, but I think what you say is right, that this racetrack does tend to produce some good close racing. So we're a little bit spoiled from that point of view, but I'm not going to complain.
No. Yeah, so I had a rider who raced international come down here one day and look at the racetrack and went, "Where has this place been all my life?"
Yeah, well, it's not the first time I've heard that. Like I said before, we've had some very, very high-profile riders come down here and say, "Yeah, it's one of the best racetracks I've ever ridden." So, like I say, I think we're a little bit spoiled here in Tassie to have two racetracks, and certainly Basket Raceway is a favourite amongst many. Ready for the last race of the day. Red lights on. And again, Jason Wiley probably gets the best start. I think he does, but importantly, Don Fenton away well this time. He's probably going to slot into about 4th place, but much better than his race 3. Bob Sellers got a bit of a flyer, so he's into P2. Buggy up there into P3. And then we've got Don Fenton, James Ryan. I think Oscar O'Donovan was probably the loser out of that. Just trying to pick up where Oscar is, but he would want to have been closer than he is. Certainly Jason Wiley, he's been getting the starts of the day. As I said, those older GSXRs do actually launch pretty well.
Now, I can't actually pick up Oscar at the moment.
It's Bob Sellers second. Don Fenton now up into 3rd from Stuart Bugg. James Ryan, I think that's Joe Browning, is it? I think maybe behind Joe. So I don't know what happened there.
Yeah,
yes, it is. There. So he's back there in 7th place. So he's got a lot of work to do from there. Indeed, Don Don Fenton's probably going to find it hard to challenge at the front as well because he has to contend with Bob Sellers first, and Bob's got on a rocket ship or a Yamaha R1, so Don's certainly not going to be able to use the horsepower advantage of his CBR to get past Bob. And there's no doubt about it, when Bob's got the bit between his teeth, he's still a very, very capable rider. Jason Wiley just under brakes at the end of the straight. Now we've got Don Fenton coming up behind Bob Sellers, so he may be able to get a move on shortly, but look, I think he's too far behind Jason Wiley, really, with a reduced lap race to really mount a challenge.
Yes, we just saw Oscar O'Donovan put a big move on Buggy at the end of the back straight, and he's now moved up into 5th place.
Now behind James Ryan on the 1989, I think it is, FZR 1000. But the ZX7R should be black flag being waved for, that's Gavin Brooks on the GSX-R 750. I'm not sure what the reason for that is. I can't see anything wrong with the machine, but clearly there is. So he's pulled off to the in-course. Jason Wiley still with a comfortable little gap over Bob Sellers now, with Don Fenton breathing down his neck, but running out of time, so Don's really going to have to wind it up here if he's going to pick up 2nd place. James Ryan still holding off Oscar O'Donovan, Stuart Bug holding off Joe Browning. Still a good battle behind here. Good to see Matthew Coward still circulating after he's a little off earlier in the day.
Yeah, I think Oscar's going to find it pretty hard to pass James.
Yeah, James, very experienced campaigner now. Like I said, the ZX7R is probably going to... Oh, up the inside into Suckers, just to prove a liar of you, Sean.
Yeah, what would I know?
Well, it is a later model nimble bike, but like I was just saying, James is a pretty seasoned campaigner. He gets around well. But the ZX7R is certainly going to be the equal of that bike. Don Fenton now breathing down the exhaust pipes of the Yamaha R1 of Bob Sellers, looking maybe to go around the outside through the chute, but no, thinks better of it. I think he's certainly close enough to put a move on and thinking about doing it, but like I was saying, with the horsepower being very similar between the two machines, he has to think about it differently to what he did with Jason Wiley earlier in the day.
Yes, last lap board's about to come out.
Just be very interesting to watch these two leader bikes down the back straight this time, Sean. That I know that R1 of Bob Sellers is quick. And sure enough, the CBR 1000 doesn't pull a yard on it down the back straight. In fact, the R1 probably pulls out on it a little.
Yep.
So, Don Fenton, if he's going to get a move on...
He ran a bit wide there as well, Chris, to the middle of the chute.
He did. I don't know that he's going to have the opportunity here. Bob Sellers riding very nicely late in the day. Last lap board now, so they are into their last lap. I wonder if Don Fenton's going to have the opportunity here. Bob Sellers certainly gritting his teeth and making the most of this last lap, so I think Don's going to have to work very hard. Over Suckers for the last time. It's still Bob Sellers. Obviously, Jason Wiley out in front. Comfortable little lead now. Out to almost 4 seconds, so no threat to Jason Wiley. But Bob Sellers hanging on over the hump. Don Fenton right on his back wheel, but barring an issue now through the chute, it's going to be Bob Sellers who will pick up 2nd place. I'll tell you what, though, Don Fenton's coming.
Really fast, yes, I think.
He will actually get him on the line.
Yes.
I don't know if Bob actually started back off thinking he had it. He certainly seemed to lose momentum through the chute.
I think you're right there, Chris.
Wow, well, there you go. I was thinking that was done and dusted, but Don Fenton didn't. margin between them, 0.01 of a second.
Yep.
Fastest lap of the race was from Jason Wiley with a 57.8. So Jason Wiley from Don Fenton, Bob Sellers, Oscar O'Donovan, James Ryan, Stuart Bugg, Joe Browning, Mark Eagling, Matthew Coward, Karen Webb, Michael Webb, and Gavin Brooks. Gavin not completing the race. So Sean, that I believe concludes the day for us.
It does. All we've got left now is the barbecue and the trophy presentation at the base of the tower. So if anybody in the hill would like to come over for a sausage and a drink and watch the presentation, that should be getting underway very shortly.
It should. I've got to thank you, Sean, for your joining me up here today. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you on board.
Thanks, Chris.
And really, I don't think we could have had a better day's racing to commentate.
No, it's been, as I said earlier, the best racing I've seen for a long time. And if it's like this for the rest of the year, I can't wait.
Yep, I'm with you. That was absolutely brilliant. So once again, from us, a big shout out to all our helpers and volunteers who've helped put today on. Congratulations to all our riders who've put on a spectacular day of racing. But now for us, thanks for tuning in and listening to us today. We've had a real ball up here, calling some great racing. But for now, it's time to sign off and look forward to seeing you next time.
Absolutely. We'll see you next time.